Wang Lin didn't display this violent shift in emotion. His eyes gradually calmed, but behind this calmness was a flame that was burning brightly. He wasn't the first to step forward. He waited for others to state their requests before he slowly walked forward. He clasped his hands at Master Flames Park and respectfully said, "Junior has a request." Master Flames Park looked at Wang Lin and calmly said, "Sumu, speak your request." Junior's request is for a broken nascent soul to reform flesh and awaken. As Wang Lin spoke, there was no change in his voice. However, his heart pounded as if it was going to burst out of his chest. "Oh!" Master Flamespark's eyes narrowed. He pondered a bit before looking at Old Man Xiang and saying, "This request isn't difficult. Since ancient times, the Xiang family has had a spell that is said to be very magical. It should be able to meet your requirements. How about it, fellow cultivator Xiang?" Old Man Xiang faintly smiled. He admired Wang Lin a lot. He smiled and said, "Su Mu, I presume the nascent soul you speak of had their body destroyed and suffered serious injuries. This caused them to go into sleep. This shouldn't be difficult. Take out the nascent soul and let this old man examine it first." Wang Lin silently pondered. Li Muan was very important to him and was irreplaceable. She was also someone he had to protect, and at this moment he hesitated. He raised his right hand and touched his bag of holding. A small ball of light immediately flew out. In the first 3 days at the Thunder Celestial Temple, Wang Lin had already taken out Li Muan's nascent soul from the heaven-defying bead when no one was around. He had sealed her with the annihilation restriction so her nascent soul wouldn't dissipate. All of it was for this moment. Holding the ball of light with his right hand, Wang Lin's left hand touched it. The ball of light opened up like a flower, revealing the nascent soul cultivating inside. This nascent soul was Li Muan. Her face was pale and she was sitting in the lotus position. Her whole body gave off a sense of weakness, as if she would dissipate completely if the wind blew on her. There was a layer of light on her body. This made Li Muan look very holy. She looked like a celestial that had descended from the heavens and landed in Wang Lin's hand. Although she was asleep and never awake, people were still able to feel Li Muan's gentleness and kindness. Her appearance was very beautiful. Even though she wasn't as stunning as Lu Mei or as bright as Red Butterfly, in Wang Lin's heart, what did those things count for? Back then, Lin Muan aged rapidly in his arms. Everything turned to ash and disappeared. Only one thing echoed inside Wang Lin's heart. "Even if the heavens want you to die, I'll take you back." For this sentence, Wang Lin came to the All-Heaven Star System. For this sentence, he stood before the Thunder Celestial Temple. When Wang Lin took out Li Muan's nascent soul, Shi Zifeng, who had her eye locked onto Wang Lin, almost collapsed. Her face was pale, her body trembled, and she felt her heart shatter. So it turns out, he went through all these tests for this woman. Tears came out from Shi Zifeng's eyes. As she looked at the nascent soul in his hand, her heart ached and she felt bitterness in her heart. To have her lover do all of this, although her nascent soul is damaged and asleep, this is happiness. Qing Shui looked at Wang Lin and the nascent soul in Wang Lin's palm before a hint of melancholy appeared in his eyes. Many years ago, he also had a woman he would guard with his life. It was just... Qing Shui's eyes revealed agony. When Old Man Xiang looked at Li Muan's nascent soul, his smile froze. As he looked at Li Muan's nascent soul, he slowly frowned and asked, "How long has this nascent soul slept for?" Wang Lin took a deep breath. At this moment, his determination from his 1,000 years of cultivation was extremely fragile. Suppressing his trembling mind, he softly said, "Nearly 700 years." Old Man Xiang nodded slightly and said, "It looks like you spent a lot of effort to preserve this nascent soul for 700 years. However, 700 years is too long. How can a nascent soul cultivator survive for 700 years? Not to mention the fact that she has lost her flesh and only her nascent soul remains. And above all else, this nascent soul is slowly dying. Su Mu, change your request." Old Man Xiang sighed. He wanted to help this Su Mu, so he gave him a chance to change his request. Old man Xiang's voice was like a sharp needle that mercilessly stabbed Wang Lin's heart. This kind of pain felt as if the world before him had collapsed. There was only desolation and nothing remained. This pain caused Wang Lin's will to live to fade. Those words echoed in his mind again and again like thunder. Is there really no way? Wang Lin's eyes were filled with extreme sadness as he looked at Li Muin. Old man Xiang let out a long sigh. He took another careful look at Li Muin's nascent soul and shook his head. If this old man's guess isn't wrong, she died due to her lifespan being up and you used a special method to extract her nascent soul and then nourished it. However, just as the nourishment was about to succeed, an accident happened at the key moment. This made it so her nascent soul couldn't withstand it. Although you saved her, the truth is that she is already on the verge of death. I can't help you with my strength. She is someone who should have died already. Forcibly making her stay is a painful matter for you and her. The only thing I can do is help you send her to the reincarnation cycle. Wang Lin's body flickered and he retreated a few steps. His face was pale and he coughed out blood and revealed a miserable smile. He looked at Li Muin's nascent soul in his hand. His memories of Li Muin flashed before his eyes. The feeling of his heart aching filled his body. This pain pierced his bones and shredded his heart. 2 streams of tears came from Wang Lin's eyes. In his lifetime, the amount of time he shed tears could be counted with one hand. Looking at Li Muin, an unyielding flame ignited inside Wang Lin's heart. Even if the heavens want you to die, I'll take you back. Wan Air, this is my commitment to you. Wang Lin raised his right hand and grabbed Li Muin's nascent soul. The seal immediately shrank and formed a small ball once more. Old man Xiang silently pondered. After a long time, he suddenly said, "It isn't that there is absolutely no method." Wang Lin's body trembled as if tens of thousands bolts of thunder had exploded in his body. At this moment, all of his energy focused in his eyes as he looked at old man Xiang. However, the price for this method is too great. The key to why this woman can't survive is that her lifespan is up. If you can expend her lifespan, there might be a chance. This spell is called the Qixi spell. However, I am unable to use it, only the ancient ancestor that is in closed-door cultivation can use it. Sumu, I have to warn you that to use the Qixi spell requires the life force of someone very close to this woman. This is the only way for there to be no rejection. However, the person who's giving life will have their longevity reduced. This kind of reduction isn't equal. You must give up 90% of your life for only a sliver of a chance of this woman recovering. However, this is only a sliver of a chance. If it doesn't succeed, your lifespan won't recover. Please think about it carefully. If you agree, I can take your request to the ancestor once. The surroundings were completely silent. The Xiang family ancestor's voice echoed across the heavens and earth and fell on everyone's ears. At this moment, all the cultivators in the all-heaven star system heard his words. For a sliver of a chance for this woman to revive, he would have to give up most of his lifespan. Was this worth it or not? This question troubled the heart of every cultivator that heard it. Old man Xiang really admired Wang Lin. He had no selfish goal or malicious intent when he said this before every cultivator in the all-heaven star system. Wang Lin looked at the restriction ball in his hand. His gaze seemed to be able to penetrate it as he looked at Li Muin and slowly said, "I agree." His voice was a bit hoarse. His gaze seemed to pierce the restriction ball and fell on Li Muin. A sense of sadness filled the area. Li Muin seemed to have heard his voice, and her body trembled gently and she tried to open her eyes. However, she had no strength. She only felt endless fatigue and sadness. Wang Lin knew that lifespan came from vitality. The stronger the vitality, the longer the lifespan. When a cultivator's cultivation level increases, their vitality increases. This was why powerful cultivators had long lives. Old man Xiang nodded and said, "Since you agree, once the celestial bestowment is complete, follow me to planet Donglin." The reminiscence remained in Qing Shui's eyes. There was a hint of melancholy as he gently said, "Su Mu, I'll go with you." Wang Lin looked at Qing Shui and his eyes revealed gratitude. He nodded. He knew that Qing Shui was worried about something happening to him at planet Donglin. Qing Shui decided to accompany him to ensure this matter proceeded smoothly. After this, the remaining people all made their requests. What was worth mentioning was that both Su Ting and Nangong Han made the same request. They requested to enter the treasure pavilion to learn celestial spells. After everyone obtained their rewards, the celestial bestowment ended. The moment it ended, Master Flamespark's laughter echoed. He floated above his praying mat and waved his sleeve. His eyes shined and he shouted, "Fellow cultivators, help me open up the passage to the Alliance star system. The war is about to begin." Master Flamespark floated in the air as both his hand formed a seal and bursts of black light came out from his forehead. After these black lights appeared, they quickly grew into fragments of a continent. Dozens of celestial fragments instantly covered the sky and created an unimaginable pressure. This made every cultivator at the Thunder Celestial Temple activate their cultivation to resist the pressure. At first glance, it looked like the sky was divided. Rays of light came through from the gap in the intersection of the fragments. When all the cultivators in the Alheaven star system saw this, their minds trembled and their blood began to boil. Master Flamespark's eyes revealed hatred he had been hiding for tens of thousands of years. He took a deep breath and opened his arm. As the fragments rotated, rumbling sounds came from the sky. This sound was extremely intense and caused the world to change colors. Countless fragments covered the sky. At this moment, as Master Flamespark's arms moved, they began to rotate slowly. They were slow at first and gradually became faster. The whistling sound suddenly began to spread farther and farther. It penetrated the Thunder Celestial Temple until the surrounding regions could all hear it. As these fragments rotated around a center, a vortex appeared in the sky. This vortex was very powerful and formed a storm. As the rumbling and whistling sounds continued, it created an earth-shaking scene. The clouds in the sky disappeared like crazy. The starry sky appeared as if it was being ripped open by a pair of giant hands. The vortex formed by the giant hands was extremely bright in the starry sky. The vortex expanded until it covered the entire sky above the Thunder Celestial Temple. This vortex contained an unimaginable power. This power would instantly kill a Nirvana Scryer cultivator. Even Nirvana Cleanser cultivators wouldn't be able to last long in there. As time passed, this power became even stronger and continued to gather within the depths of the vortex. Earth-shattering popping sounds continued to echo from inside the vortex. This sound was like the heartbeats of the cultivators. Every time this sound appeared, it would shake the minds of the cultivators here as if a giant hammer was pounding on their chests. They weren't the only ones. Almost all the cultivators in the All-Heaven star system could vaguely hear his sound. Every time this sound echoed, countless ripples would appear in the sky and spread endlessly. As the vortex grew bigger and bigger, the sounds coming from the vortex became unimaginably loud. This could be compared to thunder. This powerful sound was this extreme power hitting the spatial barrier. Master Flamespark's white hair flowed and he shouted, "Fellow cultivators, help me!" The eyes of the old monsters on the praying mats all shined brightly, including blood gods. They all flew into the air and sat down before displaying their various spells. These spells entered the vortex, causing its power to increase several-fold. The popping sounds became even more intense and the rotational force had reached its limit. The force was like a sharp drill that constantly stabbed at the void, trying to break through. Master Flamespark's hands formed a seal and he shouted, "Power of the Thunder Realm!" Thunder beasts appeared from the dozens of fragments. They let out roars before turning into bolts of thunder and charging at the center of the vortex. Boom! The sky trembled and the vortex expanded as it continued to rotate. A cold aura came from the vortex. The surrounding old monsters all formed seals. Li Yunzi's eyes lit up and he rushed out. His right hand gave off a white light as he charged directly into the vortex. There was a loud bang that sounded like a mirror shattering. Li Yunzi's body trembled, his face turned pale, and he retreated. The Shingong family ancestor stepped out. He slapped his forehead and a small flag flew out. There was a flash of light as it flew into the vortex. The sound of mirror shattering echoed once more. Blood God was covered in a blood light and rushed out into vortex with his fist before him. This punch gave off a harsh red glow and pierced into the vortex. The Xian family ancestor and the man named Gongsun stepped forth. After that, various old monsters all attacked. For a while, the vortex began to expand even more and the sounds of explosions were endless. In the end, Master Flame's Park bit the tip of his tongue and spat out essence blood. The blood turned into a blood mist and fused with the world. Master Flamespark's eyes were red as he shouted, "Land of the celestial realm, open the heavens and split the earth." Various illusory figures appeared above the dozens of fragments that were creating the giant vortex. These illusory figures were the souls sealed inside the fragments by Master Flamespark. After they appeared, they immediately entered the vortex and fused. At this moment, an unimaginable power appeared. What's most frightening about it was that there was a trace of G-Realm within that power. This trace of G-Realm came from Celestial Lord Xianxia. The red lightning containing the power of the G-Realm stabbed into the depths of the vortex with the support of this unimaginable power. Boom! The entire Thunder Celestial Temple trembled. The sky changed colors, and the clouds were blown away. All the cultivators in the All-Heaven star system saw a scene, the sound transmission stones, that they would never forget in their lives. The vortex in the sky suddenly trembled and a small crack was torn open by force. Just as the crack appeared, it quickly spread, and in an instant it was over 100 feet wide. It was like a scar that would make your heart tremble. Black whirlwinds moved around the edges of the crack. It took so much effort to open a crack in the spatial barrier to the Alliance star system, so how could Master Flamespark allow it to close? He had waited too long for this day. His eyes were bloodshot and his face revealed a ferocious expression. His right hand formed a seal as he pointed at the sky and shouted, "Hold the heavens!" Inside the vortex, one of the fragments suddenly shrank and instantly closed in on the crack. Then the fragment immediately grew. There was a loud rumble as the crack was forced to remain open by the fragment. However, the spatial barrier crack had a power no cultivator could resist. The fragment was immediately crushed and it collapsed. However, its collapse managed to stall the closing of the crack enough. Even more fragments went into the crack to prevent it from closing, and in the end the crack was slowly losing its ability to repair itself. As more fragments rushed in, the crack was mercilessly torn open and widened a lot. It widened by 1,000 feet. At this moment, the cultivators at the Thunder Celestial Temple were all in high spirits. Not only them, but all the cultivators in the All-Heaven star system saw this, and killing intent filled the All-Heaven star system. Outside the Thunder Celestial Temple, the armies on all four sides looked up and stared at the crack above them. An aura that didn't belong to the All-Heaven star system and one Wang Lin was very familiar with came from the crack. This aura was the aura of the Alliance star system. Bright stars that Wang Lin was very familiar with appeared in the crack. However, just at this moment, a roar suddenly came from the crack. This roar was very strong and formed a shockwave. It was like a roar from ancient times. A huge hand came out from the crack and grabbed one of the fragments. It ruthlessly squeezed and the fragment shattered. "It's not an ancient god." Wang Lin's eyes narrowed. He didn't feel the aura of an ancient god from that giant hand. That giant hand didn't stop. It reached out and quickly moved and was about to close this 1,000-foot crack. However, just at this moment, a vague figure silently appeared outside the crack. This figure was extremely strange when it appeared. It was as if it had forced itself into existence before everyone's eyes. When Wang Lin saw this figure, his mind trembled. His pupils suddenly shrank. There was a flash of coldness in Xianxia's eyes. The blurred figure that appeared was the person that stopped the battle between Xianxia and Blood God. He appeared in a strange manner and mercilessly pointed at the giant hand. A powerful surge of source origin energy shot out. When Wang Lin saw this, he felt terror in his mind. It was as if everything in the world was frozen and that finger was the only thing that remained moving. The finger landed on the giant arm coming out from the crack. The giant arm immediately collapsed and turned back into source origin energy. Thou has opened the spatial barrier and violated the law of the ancient celestial realm. A mighty voice came from the crack. It became more and more distant until it eventually disappeared. This old man wants to see if the ancient celestial realm really exists or not, a phantom voice said. It was calm, but it contained the might of a supreme ruler. The Alliance star system. Wang Lin looked at the familiar starry sky on the other side of the crack and silently pondered. He had left planet Suzaku a very long time ago. The moment the passage to the Alliance star system was opened, the crack was suddenly ripped open. It quickly expanded across the starry sky. At this moment, all the cultivators in the all-heaven star system looked closely. Greedy gazes came from every single cultivation planet in the all-heaven star system. It was as if those gazes could pierce the sound transmission stones and directly enter the Alliance star system. The battle between the all-heaven star system and the Alliance star system begins. Master Flamespark smiled as his cry echoed across the all-heaven star system. Master Flamespark's voice suddenly echoed. The great cultivation army of the East, South, West, and North. Slaughter your way into the Alliance star system. In 3 days, take 3 cultivation planets for our all-heaven star system to use as bases. As his voice echoed, the army of 10,000 cultivators on the eastern side of the Thunder Celestial Temple quietly looked up. Under the command of the man in armor, all of them charged toward the crack like meteors. They were filled with killing intent as they charged into the Alliance star system. There were also 10,000 cultivators on the northern side that made their move. The armies in the west and the south sides follow suit. The sky was covered in sword energy as the cultivators slaughter their way into the Alliance star system. Thunder Celestial, Vice Thunder Celestial, and 108 Celestials. All of you, take your own command flags and enter the Alliance star system. Inside the Thunder Celestial Temple, the 108 Celestials immediately charged toward the crack in the sky like thunder. A powerful killing intent quickly filled the area. Kill! No one knew who shouted, but it caused the battle intent of the surrounding cultivators to reach a peak. All-heaven star system, open the large transfer array. As Master Flamespark shouted, the sound transmission stones on all the cultivation planets collapsed, forming a large transfer array. One by one, cultivators walked into the transfer array under the leaders of their ancestors. When they reappeared, they were next to the crack to the Alliance star system. The moment they appeared, they immediately charged into the crack. Their eyes were filled with greed. As more and more cultivators entered the Alliance star system, a catastrophe slowly began. As Master Flamespark smiled, he stepped into the crack and arrived in the Alliance star system. The moment he arrived, his face revealed a monstrous hatred. Zhong Xuanzi, this old man is back. A 10,000-foot crack appeared in the western side of the Alliance star system and emitted endless chill. Countless cultivators charged out of it and filled the sky. This was a battle between 2 star systems. There was no difference between good or evil. In the distance, a cultivation army was passing through. They had just received the approval to become a rank 6 cultivation country. They were about to head to their designated cultivation planet to establish their cultivation country. The scene before them caused the expressions of the Alliance star system cultivators to change greatly. The leader was a middle-aged man. His expression was gloomy, and as he shouted without any hesitation, "Scatter, everyone! Retreat back to planet Xianting on your own." Then he quickly retreated. The expressions of Alliance cultivators all changed. But while their eyes were gloomy, there weren't any traces of panic in them. This was the fundamental difference between the Alliance and all-heaven cultivators. In the Alliance star system, slaughter was too ordinary. Those that could survive until now had all been through a lot. None of them weren't as sly as a fox and extremely cunning. At this moment, while their eyes were gloomy, they were also calm. Without the need for the middle-aged man's command, they had all long stopped and quickly spread out. Each cultivator escaped on their own without a care of the other's survival. There were even some cultivators whose eyes lit up as they escaped. They hoped to lure some pursuers and kill them for their treasures. All kinds of insidious plans flashed through their heads. The All-Heaven cultivators hadn't been organized yet. Some of them noticed this and quickly chased after the Alliance cultivators. One of the All-Heaven cultivators quickly used a spell while chasing, causing an escaping Alliance cultivator to cough out a large mouthful of blood. The Alliance cultivator became dispirited. Even his speed slowed and his eyes were filled with despair. As the All-Heaven cultivator laughed, he took a step forward and closed in on the Alliance cultivator. However, the moment he closed in, the despair disappeared from the Alliance cultivator's eyes. Instead, the Alliance cultivator sneered and retaliated. After popping sounds were heard, a miserable groan echoed. In the end, it was the Alliance cultivator quickly flying off into the distance with a bag in his hand. Behind him, the All-Heaven cultivator's body collapsed and dissipated. This scene repeated with the other pursuers as well. Wang Lin looked at the cultivators entering the crack, but he didn't move. Old Man Xiang looked up at the crack and revealed a cold gaze. His body flickered and landed on the square, and he said to Wang Lin, "Su Mu, follow me. With the way you are, I presume you won't want to participate in the first wave." As he spoke, a cloud appeared under his feet, and he flew off into the distance. Wang Lin's eyes were calm. This was true even without the matter with Li Muin. He wouldn't be the first to enter. In this battle between two star systems, he had to remain cautious. When he looked back at Qing Shui stood up and arrived next to Wang Lin. He took Wang Lin and followed after Old Man Xiang. When Li Yunzi saw this, he hesitated for a bit. Then his gaze returned to the crack above. Old Man Xiang's cultivation was powerful, so obviously he was fast. In a few steps, he left the Thunder Celestial Temple and headed toward the Eastern Domain. Qing Shui casually followed behind. There were black wines around Wang Lin, so he wasn't slow at all. On the way, Old Man Xiang didn't speak at all. It was only after several days when they closed in on planet Donglin that he opened his mouth. "Su Mu, it isn't easy for you to reach your current cultivation level. You have to make sure this is all worth it. Moreover, I'm not fully confident that my ancestor will help you, so you should be prepared." Wang Lin calmly said, "Junior understands." When Old Man Xiang heard this, he no longer spoke. Planet Donglin was a very mysterious existence in the All-Heaven star system. This planet was not at a fixed location and constantly moved. As Old Man Xiang flew, he would take out a red jade sometimes as if he was looking for something. On this day, under the guidance of Old Man Xiang, Wang Lin saw an extremely eye-catching cultivation planet in the distance. This planet was very large, even a bit larger than planet Tianyun. There were many large holes on the planet, and it was a dark yellow color. Looking from afar, a powerful aura suddenly pressed toward him. This was Planet Donglin. There were dozens of smaller cultivation planets slowly rotating around it. Occasionally, flashes of restriction light came from Planet Donglin. It was clear that there were extremely powerful restrictions there. If one entered without a method to break through, they would without a doubt die. Old Man Xiang's right hand formed a seal and pointed. One of the smaller planets around Planet Donglin left its axis and flew toward Old Man Xiang. When it closed in, there was a flash of light and a transfer array formed. "Celestial Lord Qing Shui, Su Mu, follow me." As he spoke, he stepped into the transfer array. Qing Shui entered along with Wang Lin. The moment the three entered the transfer array, there was a flash of light and the three of them disappeared. When they reappeared, they were on Planet Donglin. A gentle breeze revealed the smell of blood. The entire planet gave off a sense of violence. Standing on Planet Donglin, Wang Lin took a deep breath. The aura here was completely different from that of the other cultivation planets in the All-Heaven star system. Old Man Xiang didn't take them to the family house. Instead, he charged west. In the extreme western area, thousands of kilometers away, lied a very messy graveyard. The earth on the ground was dark red and gave off a dense smell of blood. Severed limbs were scattered across the area and bald vultures circled above. They would sometimes come down and tear some flesh off. Their gazes held no fear of people and were extremely cold. The deeper one went, the fewer severed limbs there were. There were disheveled graves everywhere densely packed together. Although Wang Lin's expression was calm, his heart was shocked. He had cultivated the soul-refining sex cultivation method, so he was very sensitive to souls. There were countless broken souls here. Even during its prime, the 1 billion soul flag had far less souls than this place. If I absorbed the souls here, I would be able to prepare the soul flag in an instant. Wang Lin looked around and silently pondered. The extremely western area of planet Donglin is forbidden and outsiders weren't allowed to enter. This is where one of the last Xiang family ancestors is in closed-door cultivation. Old man Xiang's voice was calm, but there was great sense of respect in his voice. Qing Shui frowned slightly as he looked around, but he didn't speak. As they moved forward, the three of them gradually entered the depths of this graveyard. The ground had turned from dark red to completely black. The ground was black and there was no trace of vitality. This was like the land of the dead where vitality had to be completely oppressed. While standing here, Wang Lin immediately felt very weak, as if the earth was absorbing his vitality. If he stayed here for too long, it was likely that all his vitality would disappear. There were no buildings on this black earth, it was just flat land. However, there was something that made Wang Lin's heart tremble. It was as if there was a death aura powerful enough to kill the heavens hidden underground. Old man Xiang took a deep breath. He revealed a very respectful expression and said, "Xiang family member Xiang Yundong requests to meet the ancestor." The earth trembled. Wang Lin could clearly feel a wave coming from underground. The trembling on the surface was caused by this wave. This wave was very powerful. When it reached the surface, it caused the entire planet to tremble violently. "What is it?" A calm voice echoed between the heavens and earth. Then an ancient aura suddenly filled the area. It was as if the voice wasn't coming from below them but from the void and through time. The voice sounded like it came from the ancient cultivation world from countless years ago. There was a flash of red light in Qing Shui's right eye. He looked down at the earth before him, but his expression didn't change. Old man Xiang respectfully said, "The battle between the All-Heaven star system and the Alliance star system has begun. This person obtained rank 1 in the celestial title competition and obtained 1 promise from our Xiang family. However, what he requested is something Junior can't do. I was hoping that Senior would be willing to use the Qi Shi spell." After Xiang Yundong finished speaking, Wang Lin immediately felt an unimaginable divine sense suddenly lock onto him. Horrified, he forced himself not to retreat and calmed himself down as much as possible. This divine sense was simply too powerful, but it couldn't see through him completely. At this moment, the sliver of source origin energy from his third eye spread across his body. The divine sense scanned him once and then quickly retreated. "Let him come down by himself," the ancient voice echoed. Then an even more intense rumbling sound came from the earth before them. A gap suddenly opened up in the ground, creating a deep gully. Xiang Yundong quickly nodded and turned around to look at Wang Lin. He originally was only 50% confident. After all, the ancestor had a strange attitude. The ancestor might not even care about the promise from the celestial title competition. Now that the ancestor had agreed, Xiang Yundong smiled and said, "Su Mu, go down. I'll wait for you here." Wang Lin nodded and looked at Qing Shui. Qing Shui's right eye shined bright red and he calmly said, "If anyone dares to hurt you, then rivers of blood from people named Xiang will flow on planet Donglin." Although his voice was light, it was filled with killing intent. Xiang Yundong frowned and could only smile wryly in silence. Wang Lin revealed a hint of gratitude. In his life, there weren't many people he was grateful to. Situ, Zhou, Dun Tian, and now Qing Shui. Wang Lin took a deep breath and clasped his hands at Qing Shui and Xiang Yundong. He then turned around and walked into the gully. This gully was very large. Wang Lin's eyes shined brightly as he continued to descend. The walls were smooth, but there was no sign of life inside. The gully was filled with the aura of death. As he continued to descend, the death aura became even stronger. In the end, the death aura surrounded the area and almost turned corporeal. It made Wang Lin feel extremely uncomfortable. He was like a small flame surrounded by cold wind. He could be extinguished any time by this cold wind. The death aura gradually grew violent as Wang Lin descended and drilled into his body. If it was anyone else, their body would have stiffened and their life would have been in danger. However, Wang Lin had cultivated the life and death domain when he was in the first step. In his early cultivation period, he cultivated the underworld ascension method, so he was very familiar with the death aura. At this moment, his origin energy cycled and the yin and yang fishes started rotating around him. The death aura was pushed away so he wouldn't be seriously injured by it. This gully was very deep, as if it had no end. Wang Lin moved very fast, but even after 7 minutes, he still couldn't see the bottom. His expression was calm as he operated the origin energy inside his body and activated his karma domain. After a long time, as the death aura became even dense, even the yin and yang fishes became affected and slowed down. However, at this moment, his body trembled as he landed on the ground. What appeared before him was a tunnel. This tunnel was completely dark without any light. Even with Wang Lin's cultivation, he couldn't see clearly. He could only see rough outlines. "Come here." The ancient voice echoed inside this quiet tunnel and gave off a strange feeling. Wang Lin silently pondered for a moment. Then his eyes became filled with determination and he walked down the passage. This tunnel wasn't very long. After walking for 7 minutes, Wang Lin arrived at the end. What he saw made his pupils suddenly shrink. Human skulls. Countless human skulls densely packed together. There was a very large area at the end of the tunnel. There was no end in sight, only the endless skulls that gave off intense chills. Everything before him was an impressive sea of human skulls. Even with Wang Lin's mental strength, his scalp tingled. He couldn't help but retreat 2 steps, and his face was filled with horror. There were simply too many human skulls here, too many to count. Enough for anyone's heart to tremble when they saw it. The dense death aura formed a storm that whistled through the sea of human skulls. Under the impact of the death aura, Wang Lin felt like his was going to suffocate. The horror in his eyes reached a peak. Within the storm at the center of the sea of human skulls, there was a man-made platform with an earth-yellow coffin on it. The wood of the coffin had some festered bits, but an almost crazy aura was coming from it. "What is your name?" An ancient voice came from the coffin and echoed in the area. Wang Lin took a deep breath as he suppressed the shock in his mind and the suffocating aura. He respectfully said, "Junior Sumu greets Senior. It is you who wants this old man to use the Qi spell?" It was impossible to tell if the voice was angry or happy, but a pressure was surrounding the area. Wang Lin calmed his heart and calmly said, "It is. I can help you, but just the promise from the Xiang family isn't enough. I want half of your life force." The ancient voice turned into divine sense. The moment it spread out, it caused the death aura in the surrounding area to become even more dense. Even the endless human skulls in the sea of skulls began to move. A ghostly light lit up within the eyes of countless human skulls. This scene was too strange. In Wang Lin's eyes, it was as if every single human skull had opened their eyes as if they had spirits. All of their gazes gathered on his body. The moment these unmeasurable gazes fell on him, the life force in Wang Lin's body collapsed and dissipated. Half of his hair went from black to white as snow. Wang Lin's appearance immediately aged at a visible rate from young man to middle-aged. A sense of weakness he had never felt before had appeared in Wang Lin's heart. Although his cultivation wasn't damaged, this feeling of weakness didn't disappear. The Xiang family ancestor's voice slowly drifted over. "Take out the person you want to save." Wang Lin silently pondered for a moment before he slapped his bag of holding, and the restriction ball holding Li Muan's nascent soul appeared. However, before it could fall into Wang Lin's hand, a tyrannical death aura rushed over and took the ball back into the center of the death storm. At this moment, Wang Lin forgot everything. He even forgot the fact the cultivation gap between the two was uncrossable. His eyes immediately became red and the red light came out from his third eye. "What are you going to do?" Wang Lin let out a roar as he charged out after the death aura that was wrapped around Li Muan. A cold snort came from the coffin and another strand of death aura shot toward Wang Lin. At this moment, It was as if Wang Lin had gone crazy, and without any hesitation, he opened his third eye. The red light fanned out and landed on the death aura targeting Wang Lin. The death aura immediately collapsed. Wang Lin moved like lightning toward the restriction ball that Li Muin was in. Noisy. I took half your life force and I will now use the Qi Shi spell. As the ancient voice echoed, Wang Lin's body stopped. He stared at the coffin before him and his eyes revealed coldness. Under the death aura, the restriction ball around Li Muin collapsed. While Wang Lin felt a pain in his heart, Li Muin's nascent soul wasn't injured as it floated in the air. So it turns out to be a broken nascent soul that lost all its life and was forced to remain. No wonder you came to this old man to use the Qi Shi spell. Wang Lin silently pondered and silently looked at the coffin before him. However, if I was at my peak and I used the Qi Shi spell, I could make it recover. Even if it was to awaken her, I would just barely be able to do it. However, right now this old man is only 30% confident. As he spoke, among the sea of skulls, many of their eyes lit up. Then death aura suddenly surrounded Wang Lin. Wang Lin didn't resist. As the death aura surrounded him, it pulled out strands of vitality from him. These strands of vitality were his lifespan. As his vitality disappeared, his hair turned white and fell off. His body gradually withered and his skin became filled with wrinkles. His face rapidly aged from middle-aged man until he became an old man. There was a faint trace of his original appearance hidden in his face. Wang Lin's eyes turned dim, and his weakness increased several-fold. He vaguely felt something calling him from the void. It was as if there was a power waving at him and wanted to take him away. After cultivating for over 1,000 years, how could Wang Lin not know what power this was? This was the heavens' reincarnation cycle. He didn't have much lifespan left, and the heavens' reincarnation cycle began to call him. Just like how it was with Li Muin. When his lifespan ends, he will die. The death aura around his body absorbed a majority of his life force and then floated toward Li Muin. The life force absorbed from Wang Lin was injected into Li Muin through a mysterious method. The Xiang family ancestor slowly said, "The Qi Shi spell requires it to last 7 days. If this nascent soul can last 7 days, then it can naturally revive." Wang Lin silently pondered as he looked at Li Muin's nascent soul. There was no regret in his heart. Li Muin seemed to be able to perceive it all and her body trembled. Her nascent soul had no body, yet there was a silent sadness coming from inside it. The death aura around Li Muin continued to inject life force into her. Her nascent soul began to slowly condense. Time slowly passed. The first day, the second day. However, on the third day, Li Muin's gradually condensing nascent soul stopped condensing before the life force Wang Lin gave up was all used up. Xian family ancestor slowly said, "Unfortunately, the Qi Shi spell came from ancient times and can defy the heavens. This spell is very strong, and it can even bring a dead person back to life, provided that there is enough life force. The life force transferred by the Qi Shi spell is not equal. It is completely unequal. Qi Shi represents 7 days. For each day that passes, the life force required is 100 times greater than the previous day. The 7th day is the most crucial, and the amount of life force required is unimaginable. Your life force was only enough for 2 days. Even if I had taken more than half of your life force wouldn't be enough to last the 3rd day. Su Mu, do you have anything that can increase life force?" Without the injection of life force, Li Muin's nascent soul began to dissipate. This dissipation was faster and more intense than before, as if this time it was going to dissipate completely. "Continue to absorb my lifespan." Wang Lin looked at Li Muin with a gentle gaze. This woman waited for him for hundreds of years because of one promise from him. Only this woman had made her way into his heart during these 1,000 years of cultivation. However, it wasn't until after she left, and he had only memories to recall in his lonely journey, that he realized that he always cared. He watched Li Muin as he recalled the life and death situations and the sadness of being without a home. There was a distance between the two. It wasn't far, it was as if they were on opposite banks of a river. He was on one side and she was on the other. Between them was the unceasing pain that turned into the river between them. It was just that no matter how powerful the torrent in the river was, it was unable to wash away their firm gazes and patience. It was as if the zither music filled with sadness had appeared in his ears once more. The sound of zither music as the moon rose and the sun set seemed to set a bridge for Wang Lin and Li Muin. It allowed the two to feel as if they could truly be intimate with each other. Then the death aura split up. One end wrapped around Li Muin and the other end warped around Wang Lin. Life force was constantly drawn out from Wang Lin's body by the death aura and injected into Li Muin's nascent soul. Even if it took tens of thousands times the life force to trade for a sliver of life force in Li Muin, he would have no regrets. He quietly looked at Li Muin and revealed a gentle smile. His appearance rapidly aged and wrinkles covered his face. A large amount of life force was lost, and this made it feel as if he had lived through 1,000 years in an instant. There wasn't much life force left in Wang Lin's body. The speed of absorption made Wang Lin get an even clearer feel of the call from the heavens. He took a deep breath and an even more intense force erupted from his body. This outbreak seemed to form a life force storm that swept the area. This caused the eyes of the countless human skulls here to light up. "Hey!" Inside the coffin, the Xiang ancestor was startled. At this moment, the lid on the coffin opened, revealing a body that was like a dried-up corpse. A cold and ruthless gaze that was filled with death aura came from his eyes and landed on Wang Lin. In the Alliance star system on a cultivation planet, Wang Lin's original body was hiding in a cultivation sect, pretending to be a low-level disciple. Right now he was sitting in the lotus position as large amount of his life force was dissipating. However, his original body didn't try to stop this. He only looked up at the sky and remained silent. His forever cold eyes revealed a hint of softness like his avatar's eyes. The life force that entered his avatar from his original body was being rapidly consumed. As a result, Li Muin's nascent soul began reforming once more. Time slowly passed. The third day, the fourth day. On the fifth day, Wang Lin's original body was completely dim. His red hair was now very dim and a large amount of his life force had been consumed. Even though his original body had the body of an ancient god, he couldn't withstand it anymore. After the fourth day of the Qi Shi spell, Li Muin's nascent soul had completely recondensed. The death aura was completely removed from her nascent soul. However, this sliver of vitality wasn't able to stabilize after Wang Lin ran out of life force. It was not enough to wake her up. For days was the limit. Wang Lin wasn't able to get past the fifth day. "I can only do this much. You don't have enough life force, so you can't revive this nascent soul." The Xiang family ancestor calmly looked at Wang Lin before laying back down in the coffin. A death aura whirlwind wrapped around Li Muin and Wang Lin. The whirlwind swept directly toward the gully and back out. During this process, Wang Lin's hands quickly formed seals, and a large amount of restrictions surrounded Li Muin's nascent soul. This caused the decay of that sliver of vitality in Li Muin's nascent soul to slow down. The moment he came out from the gully, two gazes immediately concentrated on Wang Lin. When Qing Shui saw the current Wang Lin, he was startled but remained silent. As for Xiang Yundong, he seemed to already have known that this would happen. He looked at Wang Lin and withdrew his gaze. Wang Lin carefully put Li Muin's nascent soul back into his body. He then looked at Qing Shui and calmly said, "Senior apprentice brother, let us go." Qing Shui let out a sigh and waved his sleeves. He took Wang Lin and they flew far away. Xiang Yundong looked at the direction Wang Lin disappeared to and revealed a smile as he muttered, "Sumu, although this old man has schemed against you, I didn't conceal it from you. With your knowledge, you should have already known that to recover that nascent soul, you need a large amount of vitality. So in the end, neither of us owe each other anything." Qing Shui and Wang Lin formed two rays of light as they flew across the starry sky. "Senior apprentice brother, do you know what this is?" While flying, Wang Lin silently pondered before slapping his bag of holding and the heaven-avoiding coffin flew out. Qing Shui's body stopped for a moment. His right eye flashed red as he looked at the heaven-avoiding coffin. After a long time he said, I have never seen this thing before, but there is powerful celestial spiritual energy coming from it, so it should be from the celestial realm. In addition, there is a special power inside. It is some kind of law. This item should have some healing abilities, right? After hearing that not even Qing Shui knew what it was, Wang Lin let out a sigh. He put the coffin away and let out a sigh. It should be used for healing, but I don't know how to use it. Qing Shui didn't question anymore. He looked at the stars in the distance, and after a moment of silence, he suddenly said, Su Mu, although you didn't enter the celestial pool, you did pass the test. After I enter the Alliance star system, it will very likely be very dangerous, so I'm afraid you can't accompany me. After entering the Alliance star system, you must rely on yourself. Wang Lin nodded, but his heart felt very bitter. He could feel that the call from the heavens was getting closer and closer. Call the wind, summon the rain, and magical arsenal. Out of the 3 spells you already know Call the Wind. As for the other 2 spells, I'll teach them to you now. As Qing Shui spoke, his 2 fingers formed a sword, and he it pointed between Wang Lin's eyebrows. There was a sudden surge of celestial origin energy that entered Wang Lin's body. At the same time, all the information regarding Summon the Rain and Magical Arsenal appeared in Wang Lin's mind. Qing Shui's action was equal to passing down an inheritance. Inheritance and teaching was not the same. Only direct disciples would obtain an inheritance. This kind of direct passing of spells would make sure it was not lost. It would even reduce the amount of unnecessary steps and would allow the person inheriting it to obtain the deepest comprehension. Qing Shui looked at Wang Lin and let out a sigh. At the start, his actions toward Wang Lin were merely a way of repaying his master. Although his master was only joking, after he awakened, this was the only thing he could do. He didn't care too much for Wang Lin. Even when he saved Wang Lin, it was only for his master. Wang Lin didn't enter the celestial pool, which caused Qing Shui to be very disappointed. He had decided that the karma between Wang Lin and his master ended here. He had decided that he would single-mindedly pursue the cause of the collapse of the celestial realm and the reason for his madness. However, all of this changed when Wang Lin was willing to go as far as giving up almost all of his life force for a woman. This caused Qing Shui to recall the past. When he looked at Wang Lin, Qing Shui felt as if he was seeing himself, and unimaginable pain appeared in his head. He could never forget that after he awakened. He saw the pool of blood on the floor, his lover's closed eyes, and that beautiful face. At that moment his heart collapsed. With a sense of melancholy, Qing Shui no longer looked at Wang Lin with the gaze of trying to repay his master like the past. There was now a trace of softness in his gaze. You didn't enter the celestial pool. Without celestial origin energy, you can't display the full power of the celestial spells. Senior brother here has nothing to gift you. So I'll give you this celestial origin energy to help you cast celestial spells. The celestial origin energy that entered Wang Lin's body before wasn't retrieved by Qing Shui. Instead, it cycled through Wang Lin's body before turning into a golden bean that fell in Wang Lin's origin soul. This celestial origin energy is limited. Consider it a self-defense gift from me. Along with that, summon the rain crystal. Unless you meet the powerhouses of the Alliance star system, you will be able to protect yourself. At this moment, Wang Lin's mind was filled with summon the rain and magical arsenal. He was immersed in them as he continued to absorb and comprehend them. Qing Shu silently pondered. After a long time he looked at Wang Lin, revealing a look of farewell. He slowly said, You have lost too much life force. Senior brother isn't able to help you with this. All my spells are focused on battle and none can be used to heal. The only non-combat spell I learned from Master was Devour. You saw me use it back in the Thunder Celestial Realm. Now I'll pass it to you. As Qing Shu spoke, he placed his right hand between Wang Lin's eyebrows once more. The information about Devour entered Wang Lin's mind like crazy. This spell can be easily abused. Master hesitated a lot before teaching it to me. Now that you've learned it, you must only use it as a last resort. Qing Shui let out a sigh. Looking at Wang Lin's old face, he withdrew his right hand. Then he bit the tip of his tongue and drew a strange rune with his blood. The rune gave off a powerful scent of blood. The moment it appeared, all the dust in space quickly retreated. The loss of your life force is too serious. This rune can help protect you a bit. Qing Shui waved his right hand. The rune imprinted on Wang Lin's chest and disappeared. Wang Lin's body trembled violently. His appearance rapidly recovered, and a moment later, his appearance was restored aside from his white hair. His body no longer showed damage from the loss of life force. It was completely hidden. This rune can't be used to restore life force and can't be used on a soul. Otherwise, you wouldn't be like this. Qing Shui turned around, walked off into the stars, and gradually disappeared. Junior brother, from now on, be careful. The method to recovering the G realm is related to divine retribution. However, don't tread this path until you have reached the Nirvana Shatterer stage. Before then, avoid it. Qing Shui left. Wang Lin's body trembled and then he regained consciousness. Everything that was said echoed in his ears. He looked at where Qing Shui went toward and silently pondered for a long time. Wang Lin softly said, "Thank you." Wang Lin felt an indescribable feeling in his heart as he left. He didn't go back to the Thunder Celestial Temple to enter the crack into the Alliance star system. Instead, he merged with the world and found the closest abandoned planet. After making sure it was safe, he sat down inside a cave he made. His divine sense spread out and Ta Shan stepped out and sat down to guard the cave. Wang Lin slapped his bag of holding and the restriction ball holding Li Muin landed in his palm. While staring at the restriction ball, Wang Lin's eyes revealed sadness. His left hand lightly stroked the restriction ball, causing it to open up and reveal Li Muin's nascent soul, which had a sliver of life force. "One heir, even if I have to consume almost all my life, if it can be traded for even a glimmer of hope for you, I'm willing." Wang Lin's voice was calm, but it was filled with heart-wrenching pain. Li Muin's nascent soul trembled slightly. Although she didn't have the strength to awaken, 2 streams of tears fell from her nascent soul's eyes. But nascent souls have no tears. The moment the tears appeared, they dissipate and not a single drop fell. However, they turned into powerful pain that lingered in the area. As Wang Lin stared at Li Muin, a flash of light appeared between his eyebrows and the heaven-defying bead slowly formed. He placed Li Muin's nascent soul inside the heaven-defying bead. However, Wang Lin trembled as he found that Li Muin's nascent soul, now with a trace of life force, was still dissipating inside the heaven-defying bead. Although this dissipation was slow, it didn't stop. Wang Lin's face revealed bitterness. He silently pondered for a while before revealing a decisive expression. He slapped his bag of holding and the heaven-avoiding coffin flew out. The crystal coffin gave off a dazzling glow and was extremely gorgeous. Wang Lin's hand trembled as he took Li Muin's nascent soul out from the heaven-defying bead. Although he had made up his mind, now he silently pondered once more. To let go or not to let go? Looking at Li Muin's quickly dissipating nascent soul, Wang Lin placed it inside the coffin. The moment her nascent soul landed in the coffin, she went from sitting down to lying down. Wang Lin stared intently. He forgot about everything else around him. Right now only Li Muin existed. The moment Li Muin lied down, a mysterious force filled the coffin. This power surrounded the entire coffin. When it swept by, Li Muin's nascent soul trembled and showed signs of collapse. However, just at this moment, the sliver of life force inside Li Muin's nascent soul began to move and the collapse slowed. Eventually, a 5-colored light came from inside the coffin. At this moment, Wang Lin's heart experienced a huge change. He took a deep breath. With his intelligence, he immediately understood. If Li Muin didn't have that trace of life force, she would have collapsed inside this heaven-avoiding coffin. This coffin seems to only have an effect on people's life force, even if it is only a sliver. The 5-colored light flashed inside the coffin. Shortly after, red strands appeared outside Li Muin's nascent soul. The threads moved around her, forming the outline of her body. Then the five-colored light condensed along the red lines to form the skeleton of a woman. In a short few breaths of time, Li Muin's body formed before his eyes. She lied quietly in the coffin as if she was sleeping. Even her breathing existed. As Wang Lin looked at this, tears fell from his eyes. Wan air. For this one gaze, Wang Lin felt it was all worth it. 3 days later, Wang Lin left this abandoned planet with Li Muin and charged toward the Thunder Celestial Temple. Wan air. Let us go home. Wang Lin's sorrowful voice spread across the stars. The sadness was so powerful that it lingered. In this short half a month, a bloodbath had begun in the Alliance star system. Starting from the west side of the Alliance star system, the All-Heaven Cultivator army rampaged across the system. Under the attacks of the All-Heaven Cultivators, cultivation planets fell one by one and the cultivators on them retreated. It was as if it was the end of the world. What was interesting was that the Cultivation Alliance didn't do anything. They weren't anxious at all, and it was as if they were just watching from the sidelines. The All-Heaven side was very suspicious of this and couldn't determine the Alliance's attitude. Even Master Flamespark and company were filled with doubts. If the same thing happened in the All-Heaven star system, the Thunder Celestial Temple would have organized a counterattack right away. They would have never given the other side a chance to gain a foothold to recover. Not only were the Cultivation Alliance remaining silent, but not even a single rank 7 cultivation planet had appeared. All the cultivation planets occupied by the All-Heaven Cultivators were rank 6. They couldn't find a single rank 7 planet. This strange case made the All-Heaven Cultivators even more confused. On the surface, the All-Heaven side looked glorious. However, having to face the unknown and not being able to guess the other side's moves made all the old monsters from the All-Heaven star system feel uneasy. This wasn't even the main point. During this half-month of fighting, the combat effectiveness of the rank 6 cultivation countries shocked the All-Heaven Cultivators greatly. Those bloodthirsty gazes, cunning plans, difficult to deal with treasures, and various other things all made the All-Heaven Cultivators suffer heavy losses. The profound contrast made them understand that if their cultivation levels were the same, the All-Heaven Cultivators would lose. What shocked the All-Heaven Cultivators even more was that all the Alliance Cultivators killed decisively and were very experienced in combat. The All-Heaven Cultivators felt that every single Alliance Cultivator was from planet Donglin. At this moment, a powerful aura suddenly burst out from an abandoned planet on the west side of the Alliance star system. Shortly after, a loud rumble echoed across the entire planet and spread like crazy. Fortunately, no one lived on this planet. Otherwise, no one would have been able to survive this fierce vibration. The earth trembled and the sea raged. It was as if the entire planet was on the brink of death. An excited laugh came from the planet, and along with it, even more violent popping sounds came. I'm out. Damn it, little girls of planet Fengluan, just you all wait. You all forced me into closed-door cultivation for so long, you forced me to have no choice but to hide on this damned planet. We're not through yet. An extremely arrogant voice echoed across the world. At the same time, a figure rushed out from the interior of the planet. The clothes on his body were in tatters and his skin was dark and very dirty. He looked extremely messy, but his eyes were bright. He gave off a strange light that would take one's breath away. As he charged out, there were sonic booms going off. Large pieces of the planet began to collapse as if it couldn't hold on anymore. I almost died from suffocation. I don't even remember how long ago I entered closed-door cultivation. It is a pity that all my princesses must have died during this time. Planet Fengluan. This time I'm really angry. In one go, I cultivated until the early stage of Nirvana Scryer. I'm going to go be a king at planet Fengluan. The figure cursed loudly in the air, as if he wanted to vent all the anger he had accumulated over the years. In the Alliance star system, Wang Lin had a head of white hair as he looked indifferently ahead. He slowly stepped forward. His pace wasn't fast, but there were ripples with each step and he traveled unmeasurable distances. While looking at the unfamiliar star system with a sense of familiarity, Wang Lin was calm. He had left the star system a very long time ago. When he left, he had just reached the ascendant stage. When he returned, he was already at the Nirvana Scryer stage. All-Seer, Ling Tianho. I, Wang Lin, have returned. Wang Lin's eyes shined. In his bag, he still had the key to the cave in the Demon Spirit Land. He had made sure to keep the key safe. Wang Lin's cultivation level wasn't high when he was still in the Alliance star system. The highest power he knew of was only rank 7 cultivation countries. However, now he was a Nirvana Scryer cultivator, and even in the All-Heaven star system, he had caught the attention of the old monsters. Now that he had returned, he could set off a storm if he wanted to. However, Wang Lin was very clear that the Alliance couldn't be compared to All-Heaven. The water in the Alliance was too deep. I must be cautious in the battle between the All-Heaven star system and Alliance star system. I mustn't carelessly join in. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he decided on a wait-and-see mentality. After returning to the Alliance star system, Wang Lin's caution immediately rose several folds. He knew that the cultivators of the Alliance star system, especially those old fellows, were all very cunning. Not to mention those that were at his cultivation level. If one was careless for even a moment, one could be devoured and not even know it. This place didn't have the cultivation family model of the All-Heaven star system. It was the law of the jungle, a cruel cultivation world. However, with my cultivation level after fusing with my original body, I will have no need to be timid in the Alliance star system. Wang Lin's eyes became cold. After returning to the Alliance star system, he immediately got in contact with his original body and determined each other's locations. As he walked, his divine sense spread out and surrounded the area. After a while, his expression changed. Along the way, he had been looking for an abandoned planet, and now had he found one. Ripples appeared under his feet as Wang Lin merged with the world and disappeared. When he appeared, he was on a desolate cultivation planet. It didn't have much spiritual energy, but the earth was filled with vitality. Looking around, the abandoned planet was covered in dense vegetation. When he found out that he needed life force to save Li Muin, he didn't hesitate and chose to exchange his life force for the Qi Shi spell. All these hundreds of years of waiting were only for this one opportunity. He couldn't just give it up. This time, it would be considered both a success and failure. The success was that although Li Muin hadn't revived, she had regained her body, so there was hope. Although Wang Lin had consumed a majority of his life force, he had other plans. Not even Qing Shui knew Wang Lin's backup plan. He even gave Wang Lin the rune that helped hide his current life force. Although Wang Lin looked like he hadn't aged, aside from his white hair, if the rune was broken, he would immediately age until he looked like a 1,000-year-old old man. The feeling of the heavens' reincarnation cycle calling him became even more powerful. However, Wang Lin's expression didn't change at all toward any of this. His body flickered and landed on this earth filled with vitality. After he landed, Wang Lin took a deep breath and sat down. Tashan stepped out from his shadow and sat down a few feet away. Tashan's eyes were cold. If there was the slightest movement that would harm Wang Lin, he would immediately attack. After letting out a big breath, Wang Lin raised his right hand and formed a seal. A black light began to gather on his index finger. At first, the black light was weak, but soon it was breathtaking. Finger of Death. Wang Lin looked at the black light on his index finger. When he saw the third step, he knew that it would take too long to fix it, so he gave up on it. However, after hearing what Xiang Yundong said, that he needed a lot of vitality to save Li Muin, Wang Lin immediately thought of the Finger of Death. This spell used a very tyrannical way to devour all life and turn it into spiritual energy for the user. Once the finger lands, all life will collapse. Wang Lin's eyes shined as he lowered his right finger and pressed it on the ground. In an instant, the black light spread out in a circle with Wang Lin as the center. The black light spread out. In an instant, it covered the surrounding 500 kilometers. The towering trees within the area gradually withered and the leaves fell. The branches immediately cracked and finally the trees shattered. Even the falling leaves dissipated as they fell. Only large amounts of white gas flew out from the towering trees as they fell. The white gas drifted for a moment before quickly gathering toward Wang Lin. Not only the towering trees, but even the grass withered as the black light spread. Their life force was turned into white gas that gathered toward Wang Lin. In almost an instant, all life within 500 kilometers was extinguished and all of their life force charged out. If one looked from above, they would immediately see this strange scene. The entire 500-kilometer area had withered and bursts of white gas had gathered around Wang Lin as if it was alive. Wang Lin's figure was surrounded by this dense, white gas, so his figure was no longer clear. Thunder flashed inside Wang Lin's eyes as he deeply inhaled. All the white gas seemed to have found an open vent when he inhaled. It immediately formed a vortex, and at the end of the vortex was Wang Lin's mouth. Endless white gas entered Wang Lin's body and gathered inside his body. It then turned into life force and nourished his whole body. At the same time, it recovered all the life force Wang Lin had spent. As he absorbed, the bloody rune began to flash and floated 3 inches from his body. However, there were still traces of light from it that covered Wang Lin's body, providing protection and hiding him. Half an hour later, the last trace of white gas entered Wang Lin's body. The white gas had disappeared completely. The area within 500 kilometers of him was yellow, the ground was dry, and all vitality had disappeared. What was strange was that outside of the 500 kilometers, everything was normal, and this formed a sharp contrast. It was as if these 2 areas were 2 different worlds. The spell that the Xiang family ancestor used must be similar to the Finger of Death, that allows them to absorb life force to use as their own. He was too careless and didn't think I saw through it. Wang Lin revealed a sneer. How could half of my life force be so easy to devour? There will be a day when I take it all back. I can devour life force too. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes before he closed them. The black light quickly expanded like crazy. 1,000 kilometers, 1,500 kilometers. In an instant, it surrounded a 2,500-kilometer area. Grass withered and trees collapsed within the 2,500-kilometer area. Even some demonic beasts weren't able to escape. A large python more than 100 feet long was immediately surrounded by the black light. Its body trembled, and when the black light passed, its body immediately disintegrated. Large amounts of white gas flew out and gathered toward Wang Lin. The expansion of the black light didn't stop. It continued. 3,000 kilometers, 4,000 kilometers, 5,000 kilometers. All life within 5,000 kilometers collapsed. The endless life force seemed to form a storm, and the center of the storm was Wang Lin. Large amounts of white gas entered Wang Lin's body. The red rune before his chest continued to rise until it was 10 inches away from his chest. Wang Lin's eyes opened as his left hand grabbed the rune and pulled it. He immediately ripped the rune from before his chest. The moment the rune was removed, Wang Lin's body was covered in a flash of light. He immediately became an old man and death aura surrounded him. However, all of this immediately reversed. The surrounding life force was immediately absorbed by Wang Lin. Wang Lin's withered body suddenly regained its luster and rapidly changed. At this moment in the western part of the Alliance star system, far away from the abandoned cultivation planet Wang Lin was on, was a cultivation planet. This cultivation planet was deep in the western region and close to the intersection with the southern region. From a distance, it was a half-wasted cultivation planet and there wasn't much spiritual energy in it. Several rays of sword energy circled the cultivation planet. There were cultivators on those sword energies, and they had a gloomy expressions. Their eyes were cold as they circled the planet and observed their surroundings. An oppressive aura continued to spread out. The cultivators on those sword energies weren't high-leveled, they were only nascent soul cultivators. However, the killing intent from their bodies was very strong as they circled the planet. Although their divine senses were scattered, there was a trace of worry in their eyes. It wasn't long before a ray of sword energy flew out from the cultivation planet. The person inside it was an old woman. Although her face was filled with wrinkles, it could be seen that she was very beautiful when she was young. If Wang Lin was here, he would find her familiar. The old woman's eyes were filled with worry. When she got close, a cultivator closed in and respectfully said, "Greetings, Uncle Master Bai Shui." The old woman nodded as she looked into the distance and slowly said, "You must be cautious. If something abnormal happens, you must immediately report it. Right now there is war, and my planet Suzaku is too close to the all-heaven cultivators. It is a moment of life and death. The cultivator's body trembled, and he lowered his head in acknowledgement. The old woman let out a sigh. She was about to speak when her expression changed greatly. Her eyes shined brightly as she stared into the distance. This caught the attention of the other cultivators. When they looked over, their faces turned pale, but their monstrous killing intent quickly gathered. Rays of sword energy came from the stars in the distance. There were several hundred cultivators heading toward planet Suzaku. The one leading them was a big-headed boy. He flew across the stars with a silly smile on his face. This big-headed boy had already seen the half-wasted cultivation planet from far away. From his understanding of the Alliance star system, this kind of planet should be a rank 6 cultivation planet. With his cultivation level, a rank 6 cultivation country wasn't worthy of his attention, and not to mention he had hundreds of cultivators with him. The only reason he was here was because he was passing by. His real mission was to be the first wave of cultivators to enter the southern region and scout the situation there. As he slowly approached, the expression of the old woman outside planet Suzaku became gloomy. Along with her were the other cultivators. They used their fast speed to return to planet Suzaku. When he saw this, the big-headed boy laughed and the foolish smile on his face became even stronger. Not only him, but even the all-heaven cultivators before him also laughed. In their eyes, this kind of cultivation planet was simply too weak. Any illusory cultivator could slaughter the entire planet. Celestial messenger. Let us two brothers go to this planet. A middle-aged man walked out from behind the big-headed boy. His wasn't even at the illusory stage, only at the peak of the late stage of Ascendant. His gaze toward the big-headed boy was filled with respect. A person followed behind the middle-aged man. The two of them looked every alike. The big-headed boy swept planet Suzaku with his divine sense and revealed a hint of contempt. If he wanted to destroy this planet, it would be too easy. He simply said, "I'll give you 15 minutes. Kill all the cultivators here for me." The two brothers laughed. One of them said, "Celestial messenger, rest assured, with a cultivation planet like this, there is no need for 15 minutes. We'll only need 7. With that, he charged like a meteor toward planet Suzaku. His brother followed him with killing intent. In the blink of an eye, the two broke through the atmosphere and arrived above planet Suzaku. Zhou Wutai stood at the peak of Mount Suzaku. His eyes were like lightning and a powerful aura surged from his body. A slender sword floated before him as he stood on the peak and revealed a determined look. Cultivators stood silently behind him. Only a few of these cultivators were people who Wang Lin had met. All of them had improved over the hundreds of years that had passed. The old woman named by Shui descended from the sky. As the elder of the Immortal's path sect, planet Suzaku was her home, so she had to protect it no matter what. It is worth mentioning that one of the old men, one wearing a yellow robe, had the air of a celestial to him and he carried a sword on his back. However, he was near the back, so it was obvious that his status among them wasn't very high. If Wang Lin saw this person, he would be shocked. He was the sect leader of the Hang Yu sect, Huanglong. At this moment, he had a serious expression, and there was no hint of it being fake. However, there were flashes of amusement in it, but no one could see through him. Since fellow cultivator Wang Lin left the position of Suzaku to me, I promised that I'd live and die with planet Suzaku. Today the enemy is before us. Even if I'm destroyed, I won't retreat even half a step. There were 2 ascendant cultivators behind Zhou Wutai. They were both old men, and if Wang Lin was here, he would be able to recognize them. The 2 of them let out sighs. They looked at each other and revealed firm gazes. There was no way to escape. This wasn't a simple war but a battle between 2 star systems. They found out about this after receiving the information from the Cultivation Alliance. Fortunately, they had prepared some things for this, or else they would without a doubt die. On the other side of planet Suzaku, Yun Kuizi opened his eyes after hundreds of years of closed-door cultivation. He looked much older and his tattoo flashed on his forehead. He stood up and took a step forward. Then he appeared in the air and looked ahead. The forsaken Immortal clan gathered one by one behind him, their expressions extremely serious. At the same time, some of the cultivators that never bothered with worldly affairs walked out. They looked at the sky as an oppressive aura appeared. This oppression felt like mountains falling from the sky. Anyone who dared to resist would be crushed. In the Cloud Sky sect, Taiyan was already old and his eyes were dim. His body was surrounded with death aura as his lifespan was about to reach its limit. He struggled to stand at the square of the Cloud Sky sect and silently looked at the sky. At this moment, all the cultivators on planet Suzaku looked up at the sky. The various cultivators in the sects from rank 5 to rank 3 all looked at the sky with serious expressions. The two meteors representing a catastrophe for planet Suzaku had descended. The two meteors were the two brothers from the All-Heaven star system. The moment the two brothers arrived, they laughed like crazy. Their laughter was extremely arrogant. The two of them did have the qualifications to do so. On planet Suzaku, a peak late-stage ascendant cultivators was a powerful force, and because they came as a pair, they were a formidable force. Even this abandoned planet has so many cultivators. If it was in my All-Heaven star system, no one would even bother occupying this kind of planet. The Alliance star system is only SOSO. As the laughter spread, one of them spread their power like crazy, and his divine scene stormed across planet Suzaku. At this instant, the powerhouses of planet Suzaku, Yunkeizi, Zhou Wutai, and other ascendant cultivators, quickly flew into the air. They were prepared for war. However, just at this moment, the cultivator who spread out his divine sense swept past the Cloud Sky sect, and it was as if he was struck by lightning. It was as if tens of thousands of thunderbolts had exploded next to his ears, causing him to become unsteady. His mind trembled, eyes bulged, and an expression of disbelief appeared on his face. Even fear began to spread through his body like crazy. This is... There was a huge statue located at the gate of the Cloud Sky sect. This was a statue of Wang Lin. This very lifelike statue accurately displayed Wang Lin's appearance. In particular, the coldness from his eyes that could pierce one's bones. When the other All-Heaven cultivator saw his brother's expression, he was shocked. His divine sense spread out and locked onto the statue. His body trembled and the terror he revealed was 10 times, 100 times stronger. Demon, Master Demon Sumu. The two of their scalps immediately tingled and their hearts pounded. They looked at each other in disbelief and saw the panic in each other's eyes. The name Master Demon Sumu was simply too famous in the All-Heaven star system. During the Celestial title competition, he had gained the position of Thunder Celestial and could command 3,000 cultivators. This kind of prestige wasn't something a normal person could obtain. Forget them, even their ancestors would have to be respectful when meeting Master Demon Sumu. Even the Celestial Messenger, the big-headed boy, would tremble before Master Demon Sumu. The two of them complained inside their hearts. Their arrogance and killing intent disappeared and was replaced with panic. The two of them didn't hesitate to quickly flee. They were too aware of what Master Demon Sumu meant. This name represented slaughter, endless slaughter. To go against this person meant you would without a doubt die. Celestial Lord Qing Shui's junior brother, a Thunder Celestial, #1 among the juniors of the All-Heaven cultivators, benefactor to countless cultivation families, and the one who caused the Yao family to suffer heavy losses after being hunted by them. Any of those accomplishments was enough to make these two brothers die countless times. At this moment, they didn't even bother questioning what was going on. After losing their wits, they just wanted to leave as soon as possible. With their intelligence, they were sure they weren't mistaken. That statue was Sumu. No matter how much courage was given to them, they wouldn't dare to provoke Sumu. As for why Sumu's statue was here and obviously worshipped was something they didn't want to know. The regret in their hearts was already monstrous. If they had known, they would have never come here because this kind of thing would definitely offend Sumu. The rapid retreat of the two brothers shocked all the cultivators on planet Suzaku. This was especially true for Zhou Wutai, who was prepared for a difficult battle. The sudden change in the situation startled him. Not only him, but even the forsaken Immortal clan was greatly shocked. Only Yun Keizi's eyes narrowed as he looked toward the Cloud Sky sect. On planet Suzaku he had the most seniority, and his cultivation level had increased a lot over the years. The two cultivators from the All-Heaven star system only fled once their divine senses locked onto the Cloud Sky sect. Cloud Sky sect? What item is there to scare away two powerful peak late ascendant cultivators? And from the expressions of those two, they were scared out of their wits. Yun Keizi saw with his own eyes the panic on the faces of the two escaping cultivators. This made him extremely shocked. His divine sense spread out and suddenly locked onto Wang Lin's statue in the Cloud Sky sect. Could it be? Yun Keizi's eyes opened wide, but his heart was filled with disbelief. Zhou Wutai and some other old monsters also thought of this point. These people were all astute. After pondering a bit, they all noticed the problem. Their divine senses had spread out and locked onto the Cloud Sky sect. Tai Yan looked at Wang Lin's statue. His eyes were filled with excitement as he muttered, "Benefactor! It must be my benefactor!" As for the two All-Heaven brothers, they panicked as they flew out from planet Suzaku. They immediately saw the big-headed cultivator and the cultivators behind him. The big-headed boy had his eyes closed. He opened them and frowned before he calmly asked, "What's wrong?" On the abandoned planet, everything within 50,000 kilometers of Wang Lin had completely withered. The earth was cracked and all the vitality was devoured by him. His body was rapidly changing. As he continued to absorb the large amount of life force, his appearance was restored to normal and the life force in his body recovered. He opened his eyes, which were filled with lightning, took a deep breath, and muttered, "There are drawbacks to relying on the finger of death to recover life force." After silently pondering for a while, Wang Lin stood up and left the abandoned planet with one step. Ta Shan moved in a flash and disappeared into Wang Lin's shadow. Planet Suzaku? Ripples appeared under Wang Lin's feet and he merged with the world. Outside planet Suzaku, the big-headed boy's question had just entered the ears of the two All-Heaven cultivators. The two cultivators suppressed the panic in their hearts. One of them quickly said, "Celestial Messenger, we saw a statue on this cultivation planet. I told you two to slaughter the planet, not to view some statue." The big-headed boy directly interrupted them and his eyes turned cold. Even though he still had that foolish smile, it was filled with killing intent. The cultivator was about to speak when his brother pulled him. He looked at the big-headed boy and respectfully said, "Lord Celestial Messenger, you should personally see the statue. Then you will understand why we came back." With that, he no longer looked at the big-headed boy and pulled his brother back into the group of cultivators. The big-headed boy gloomily looked at the two of them. He took a step and headed straight toward planet Suzaku. Originally, he would never step onto a half-abandoned planet like this. When they encountered planets similar to this, he always sent his subordinates to slaughter the planet before leaving. In his eyes, he should only use his spells on rank 7 planets. Unfortunately, I haven't encountered any rank 7 cultivation planets. I want to see what kind of person on this abandoned planet could make 2 peak late-stage ascendant cultivators run. The big-headed boy let out a cold snort. His body didn't close in on the planet, but his divine sense spread out. His was at the early stage of Nirvana Scryer and he had chosen to enter the celestial pool. He lost his domain, but now he had a celestial origin. He secretly used several celestial spells before. The power he saw made him pleasantly surprised. At this moment, his divine sense spread out and formed a powerful storm that swept across planet Suzaku. This divine sense was so strong that it caused a never-before-seen uproar on planet Suzaku. Several mountain peaks immediately collapsed and the rivers seemed to boil as monstrous waves crashed into each other. All the cultivators on planet Suzaku felt as if a large mountain had smashed down on top of them. This divine sense spread out and turned into countless bolts of thunder that spread to every corner of the planet. This immediately made it look as if planet Suzaku was facing the apocalypse. The violent divine sense turned into black clouds that covered the sky and mercilessly pressed down. The several ascendant cultivators immediately trembled. It was as if their origin souls were going to collapse. As for the soul transformation cultivators, they coughed out blood and became dispirited. The core formation cultivators immediately trembled and cracks appeared on their cores. Their faces became pale and revealed despair. Blood mist burst out from those cultivators who were at the foundation establishment and chi condensation stages. They fell to the ground and became extremely weak. If cultivators were like this, there was no need to talk about mortals. All the mortals on planet Suzaku passed out. The only thing left in their minds was the echo of the thunderous rumbles. In an instant, planet Suzaku was silent. This was only because the big-headed cultivator didn't want to slaughter mortals. Otherwise, with just a sweep of his divine sense, everything would die. Under the assault of his divine sense, only a few select people were still struggling. Zhou Wutai had the bloodline of a dragon, and had inherited the cultivation planet crystal. At this moment, he let out a roar and green light covered his body. The green light turned into green scales and a powerful aura burst from his body. In the sky, a 1,000-foot-long green dragon appeared and let out a roar toward the sky. Yun Keizi was covered in golden tattoos. His expression was pale and the veins on his face bulged. At this moment, he had the illusion that he was facing the heavens and earth. Roar. Although Yun Keizi was old, he let out a roar. The illusory shadow of a towering tree appeared in the sky. The tree gave off a powerful aura and continued to rise. Under this intense pressure, he was experiencing a breakthrough. It was as if there was a thought in this divine sense that made him yield. It was as if this thought came from an imprint deep within his soul. A cold snort came from the sky. The moment this snort appeared, it created sonic booms. The earth shook and it felt as if the sky was turning upside down. Yun Keizi's body trembled and he coughed out a large mouthful of blood. All the tattoos around him collapsed and he revealed a miserable smile. It wasn't due to the other party's power. It was an instinct from within his body that made him yield. The big-headed boy had a calm expression as he descended with his hand behind his back. The wind blew toward him but immediately blew in reverse as if the wind didn't dare to approach him. In the eyes of the cultivators of planet Suzaku, an inconceivably powerful energy slowly spread as the big-headed boy descended. A wasted cultivation planet. Everyone here is a bunch of rubbish. What is the use of keeping all of you? Since you all have met me, let me send you off. The big-headed boy raised his finger and casually pointed. Dense celestial spiritual energy gathered on his finger until there was a golden glow. This golden light contained a terrifying celestial spell. In the distance, the dragon formed by Zhou Wutai was pierced by a golden beam. It let out a miserable groan and the dragon that was the guardian of planet Suzaku let out an unwilling howl and collapsed. Zhou Wutai's body trembled and he coughed out blood. However, his eyes were filled with battle intent. Just at this moment, the big-headed boy's body trembled. He had spread out his divine sense to look for a statue. Right now he saw a giant statue in a sect. When he saw this statue, even with his mental strength, he couldn't help but gasp, and his eyes were filled with terror. This. He was so startled that he almost subconsciously retreated several steps. His heart pounded and his expression rapidly changed. He never expected to see Su Mu's statue here. What Su Mu brought him was a nightmare. Back in the one line to heaven, he died to Su Mu without any chance of fighting back. He was still terrified of that thunder spell that made his scalp tingle. Even after he entered the celestial pool, he didn't dare to provoke Su Mu. Every time he thought of that incredible spell, he would feel terrified. At this moment, he took a deep breath and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was in the sky above the Cloud Sky sect and he stared at Wang Lin's statue. The more he looked, the more shocked he felt. The more he looked, the more his heart trembled. Master Demon Su Mu! The big-headed boy became pale as he stared at the statue. He was completely sure that this statue was Su Mu. After all, he had died by Su Mu's hand, so Su Mu's appearance was engraved in his heart. He stared dumbfoundedly at the statue. The big-headed boy understood why those two cultivators ran away. Sumu was too famous, and even he couldn't help but feel the urge to leave. Taiyan was sitting in the square next to the statue. He stared at the statue and sneered. The heavily injured Yun Keizi's eyes lit up. He naturally saw the big-headed boy's expression. When he saw that the big-headed boy also became startled before the statue of the little boy, Wang Lin, Yun Keizi was filled with shock. Could these all-heaven cultivators know that little boy, Wang Lin? However, that wouldn't explain this expression unless an idea that even Yun Keizi himself thought was extremely absurd appeared in his mind. Zhou Wutai was the same. He was heavily injured, but in order to fulfill the promise he made to Wang Lin, he was going to give it his all. As long as the Suzaku existed, the people would live. If the Suzaku was gone, then they all would die. As for the big-headed boy, his mind trembled as he stared at Wang Lin's statue. He was completely terrified of Wang Lin. While standing there and staring at Wang Lin's statue, all the hair on his body stood up. It was as if he was facing the real Wang Lin. He subconsciously retreated several dozen feet and his expression became gloomy. I really can't provoke Sumu for an abandoned cultivation planet. However, this statue of Sumu seems to have existed for hundreds of years. This Sumu isn't someone from the all-heaven star system. He is a cultivator from the Alliance star system. That must be it. The big-headed boy's heart pounded like crazy. He felt he had gotten hold of a big secret. With this, he could ruin Sumu and maybe even cause Sumu to lose his life. The big-headed boy laughed like crazy. Then his eyes lit up and he took a step forward. He arrived next to the statue and raised his hand. Then he mercilessly slammed down and shouted, "Break for me!" He didn't dare to provoke Sumu and could only do this to vent his anger. Just at the moment he raised his hand, Taiyan, who was sitting under that statue and still had blood flowing from his mouth, looked up at the big-headed boy. There was no fear in his eyes and he coldly said, "If you destroy Benefactor's statue, you will without a doubt die." The big-headed boy's right hand paused and his gaze landed on Taiyan. He had already seen that Taiyan's lifespan was about to run out. He sneered. "Not to mention destroying a statue. Even if Sumu comes personally, I won't care." He raised his right hand and was about to slam down. But at this moment a voice colder than the winter ice echoed across planet Suzaku. "Say that again." This voice was cold enough to freeze the world. "Sumu." It was as if someone had hit the big-headed boy on the head. His expression became pale and he retreated without any hesitation. His mind trembled violently as he had lost his wits. "I can't battle, must retreat." As he retreated, he coughed out a large mouthful of blood. Without hesitation, he used the blood escape that would harm his cultivation. After one line to heaven, he feared Sumu from the depths of his heart. Benefactor! Taiyan's eyes were filled with hundreds of years of excitement. 2 streams of tears fell from his eyes when he saw the figure that had walked out from the ripples next to the statue. Yun Keizi gasped. "Wang Lin! Wang Lin!" Zhou Wutai's eyes revealed shock and ecstasy. Wang Lin! At this moment all the cultivators that had awakened and noticed this were shocked. Wang Lin, planet Suzaku's true ancestor. You can't escape. Wang Lin's eyes revealed monstrous killing intent, and he took a step forward. The big-headed boy's eyes were filled with horror. He coughed out blood and his entire body was surrounded by a blood light. He retreated at an unimaginable speed. This blood escape was silent, but it was several times faster than lightning. In the blink of an eye, he had escaped far away from planet Suzaku. However, in the instant it took him to get there, Wang Lin took a step and ripples appeared. His figure disappeared as he merged with the world. He was even faster than the blood shadow and appeared directly before the escaping shadow. The moment Wang Lin's figure appeared, the yin and yang fishes appeared in his right hand, and he mercilessly slammed forward with his hand. His palm hit nothing but air, but it created a boom in space. This palm contained Wang Lin's Tao and origin energy. This impact was enough to shake the heavens and earth. The blood light around the big-headed boy immediately collapsed and his face turned pale. Although that spell had landed in the air, black and white gas had appeared. The white gas charged into the void yet strangely appeared inside the big-headed boy's body and headed toward his origin soul. The big-headed boy had never seen this kind of spell in his life. The white gas in his body collapsed, causing the celestial origin in his body to disintegrate as well. This was only the start. What really made the big-headed boy gasp was the black gas. When the black gas surrounded him, it caused his entire body to wrinkle. Large amounts of life force left his body. This change shocked the big-headed boy greatly. His spell was broken by Wang Lin, and a powerful force had come through the void and smashed into the big-headed boy. He fell like a meteor directly toward the ground. This scene was witnessed by all the cultivators that had awakened on planet Suzaku, and they became excited. Some of the cultivators that were shocked by the big-headed boy began to awaken. No one knew who started it, but many cultivators flew out from their sects to the edge of the battle. More and more cultivators gradually flew over. Among them were Zhou Wutai and Yun Keizi. At this moment, not far away from Wang Lin and the big-headed boy's battle, there was a mortal city. A white-haired old man whose eyes were dim and was injured by the big-headed boy struggled to spread out his divine sense to observe the battle. He was inside a secret chamber and there was a painting before him. The painting was that of a kind old man, and below the painting was a token. Engraved on it was, Wang clan ancestor Wang Zhua. As for the big-headed boy, he felt a powerful impact and popping sounds came from all over his body. His body rapidly closed in on the ground. Terrified, his celestial origin energy activated like crazy. His right hand pointed at many points in his body before he was finally able to stop himself after falling thousands of feet. He let out a laugh and rushed back out. Both his hands formed a seal and a large amount of celestial origin energy rushed out. The rich celestial origin energy formed a large net before him. Celestial spell, Spirit Destruction Net. The big-headed boy roared and the net before him suddenly grew. It became more than 1,000 feet long and closed in on Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression was cold and he revealed a chilly gaze. He didn't stop moving forward. As the net closed in on him, ripples appeared under his feet and he disappeared. The big-headed boy's face became pale and his eyes were filled with shock. He had felt that something was wrong earlier. His blood escape was passed down by his family and he had sacrificed his cultivation to escape with it. That spell was far faster than teleportation. He had used the blood escape to escape many life and death crises in his younger years. However, just now the Sumu had used an unknown spell and immediately surpassed him. It made him lose his wit, but he didn't have time to think about it. However, now that he saw Sumu use it again, all his hair stood up. At this moment, all the celestial origin energy inside his body exploded forth. However, a large amount of white gas came out of the big-headed boy's body. The white gas formed a violent storm outside of the big-headed boy's body. As it swept by, Wang Lin's figure appeared. His fingers formed a sword and dozens of heavenly chops fused into one. Then they smashed directly with the vortex formed by the celestial origin energy. The big-headed boy's body was suddenly covered in cold sweat and he quickly retreated. He felt fear toward Wang Lin's strange spell. What was more, Sumu hadn't used that terrifying thunder spell. When he thought about that thunder spell, the fear in the big-headed boy became even stronger. He immediately became anxious and shouted, "Sumu! I didn't kill a single person here. Why must you force me like this?" Wang Lin's expression turned cold and he stopped. The big-headed boy's eyes revealed joy and he immediately rushed out. He opened his mouth and shouted, "Sumu! You and I are not enemies. It was I who was reckless. I'll leave now." His heart was pounding. This was a real life and death crisis. He vowed that if he escaped, he would immediately return to the main camp of the All-Heaven cultivators and expose Sumu's identity. "Sumu, I'll remember today for my revenge. I'll ruin your name in the All-Heaven star system. When seniors like Blood God come to hunt down a traitor like you, I want to see how you will escape. Even if your senior apprentice brother is Qing Shui, he won't be able to protect you." The big-headed boy clenched his teeth, but he didn't dare to reveal his thoughts. He looked up at the sky and saw the atmosphere. As long as he breaks out from the atmosphere, this Sumu wouldn't dare to attack with hundreds of cultivators serving as witnesses. Wang Lin sneered. He clearly knew what the big-headed body was thinking. He raised his right hand and the sound of a bell echoed inside his body. At the same time, the illusionary shadow of the ancient god furnace appeared. After it appeared, Wang Lin unhurriedly said, "Exchange!" In an instant, the escaping big-headed body released a ghostly glow. This ghostly light appeared too suddenly, causing him to become startled. However, soon his eyes were filled with fear. His body instantly disappeared and switched places with Wang Lin. "I already said that you can't escape." Wang Lin walked step by step toward the big-headed boy. The coldness in his eyes became even stronger. The big-headed boy's heart felt bitter. As Wang Lin closed in, an irresistible feeling spread through his heart like crazy. To him, Wang Lin was like a giant, indomitable spirit walking toward him. He mercilessly clenched his teeth and his eyes revealed a vicious light. He quickly retreated and his hands formed a seal. He began chanting in a strange language and a cold aura began to spread. "Sumu, you forced me." When the big-headed boy finished his chant, half-transparent runes appeared in the void before him. After the countless runes appeared, they didn't attack Wang Lin but entered the big-headed boy's body. A painful growl came from the big-headed boy. He knew that all his spells and magical treasures were useless before Sumu. The more he thought about the shocking thunder spell Sumu hadn't used yet, the more uneasy he felt. It was as if the other side was completely confident that all his methods to resist were completely insignificant. This feeling made his scalp felt numb and he even had the urge to surrender. However, he was unwilling. So he used his most powerful celestial spell without any hesitation for one last confrontation. As the runes entered his body, his entire body withered. It was as if all the essence in his body was gathering toward his head. Originally, his head was bigger than his body. Now that he had used this celestial spell, his body became even smaller and looked no different from a skeleton. However, now his head was so exaggerated that it was shocking to see. The large head caused the boy's appearance to become extremely ferocious. Large veins bulged from his forehead as if there were worms underneath. If a mortal saw this at night, they would die from terror. This big-headed boy originally didn't have much hair. After he used this strange spell, all his hair fell off. Now there wasn't a single strand of hair remaining on his head. A sharp laughter echoed as his hand formed a seal and pointed to both sides of his head. His gaze fell on Wang Lin and he shouted, "Celestial spell, tendon displacement." As he roared, a loud popping sound appeared like a thunder rumble. The numerous squirming veins burst out from his head and turned into green snakes. The green snakes fused together and extended like a pillar toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression was still neutral. The reason he didn't use any powerful spells was because he had other uses for the big-headed boy. If he used powerful spells, he wouldn't be able to hold back because he couldn't control them too well with his current cultivation. In addition, this person was one of the 36 heaven celestials. Wang Lin was not ready to sever ties with the all-heaven star system yet. He could kill an ordinary cultivator, but not a heaven celestial near planet Suzaku, especially with hundreds of cultivators watching. It would not be a wise decision. However, with Wang Lin's attitude, since the other party had provoked him, he would naturally not let them go. He had an idea on how to perfectly deal with the situation. The big-headed boy's eyes shined brightly. He had the gaze of a vicious beast that was pushed to the edge and was fighting desperately. The big-headed boy's life was filled with tragedy. When he was born, his head was big and his body was small. During his childhood, he was often ridiculed by his peers. If that was the only issue, it would have been fine, but that wasn't the only abnormality. He was slow, and that foolish smile would always appear on his face. His mother disliked him and completely ignored him. He spent his childhood being bullied and abused. However, he didn't understand too much of this, and anytime he saw someone, he would just smile foolishly. His talent made it impossible for him to cultivate. At age 15, he was kicked out of his family and was no longer part of the clan. However, no one would have thought that he would reappear in the family 500 years later. His appearance hadn't changed much. He still had that foolish smile, but he had reached the ascendant stage. This immediately caught the attention of the family. Since then, he became the elite of the family. Time slowly passed, and after thousands of years, the big-headed boy reached the peak of the corporeal yang stage. His childhood made his personality very twisted. During these thousands of years, many people were tortured and killed. Whether they were men or women, they all died miserably. He was an extremely cautious person. If he acted, he would ensure that no one would be able to find any clues. However, 30 years ago, during one of his killings, his family finally couldn't endure it anymore. The early-stage Nirvana Scryer ancestor personally came out to kill him. Every family member thought that this battle was in the bag. But the big-headed boy suddenly released early-stage Nirvana Scryer cultivation. He had already reached the Nirvana Scryer stage decades ago but kept it hidden. Now he released his cultivation and began a battle with his ancestor. In this battle, the ancestor died and the big-headed boy was seriously injured and he retreated. After that, there was no news of him until the celestial competition. When he reappeared, it set off a huge wave in his family. Recalling his life, the viciousness in the big-headed boy's eyes became even stronger. As he roared, the tendons that shot out from his head carried an overbearing aura that could tear the world apart and shot toward Wang Lin. At the same time, celestial spiritual energy filled the area, and there was also demonic energy. The instant the meat pillar closed in on Wang Lin, it exploded into countless tendons that formed a net. The net surrounded a great area and closed in on Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes were calm. He sneered. He spat out an item. This item was the celestial sealing stamp. After it was spat out, a dazzling golden glow and hundreds of thousands of runes appeared. The runes formed a golden vortex and swept forward. The tendon net immediately wrapped around the vortex, but the golden runes directly smashed into it. The golden runes landed and a seal was formed with each rune. In particular, the golden runes that had sealed a cultivator's origin soul were extremely fierce. When they landed, there would be a loud rumble and the strength of the seals was 100 times stronger than normal. In almost an instant, as the golden vortex swept the area, a golden glow covered the big-headed boy and he was completely sealed. A roar came from the big-headed boy as his eyes turned red and he began to struggle. The runes began to collapse, and at this moment, Wang Lin moved. Wang Lin's right foot took a step and ripples appeared. When he took the second step, it was as if space shrank and he could reach anywhere with just one step. Spatial bending. Wang Lin appeared next to the big-headed boy on the next step. His two right fingers formed a sword and his domain integrated into his finger. With a point of his finger, the yin and yang fishes appeared. His fingers were surrounded by black and white gas and he pressed them down. The golden runes all moved out of the way when his finger closed in, allowing Wang Lin to press down between the big-headed body's eyebrows. The big-headed boy's eyes were filled with fear and he retreated without hesitation. However, compared to Wang Lin, he was simply too slow. At this moment, he felt something hot explode within his body. Black and white gas surrounded his body and caused his extremely large head to immediately shrink. The tendons that expanded out from his head rapidly shrank as well. He directly coughed out a mouthful of blood. This blood wasn't coughed out randomly. Each drop charged toward Wang Lin. Every single drop of blood contained powerful celestial spiritual energy. If this blood fell on Wang Lin's body, his body would immediately collapse. After all, this big-headed boy's cultivation wasn't weak. He was a second-step cultivator at the Nirvana Scryer stage. Wang Lin's expression was neutral, and he didn't even dodge. When the fresh blood closed in, he softly said, "Bind!" Thanks to his Nirvana Scryer cultivation, the bind spell was far stronger than before. What's more, the moment Wang Lin used the bind spell, the celestial bead left by Qing Shui rapidly spun, and a trace of celestial origin energy entered the world. This immediately caused the bind spell to reach a new height since the time Wang Lin learned it. With one word, all the fresh blood coming toward Wang Lin was frozen in the air. Not only the blood, but even the big-headed boy who was trying to escape was frozen with fear in his eyes. From beginning to end, Wang Lin was still calm. He avoided the blood and his hand moved like lightning as he pressed down between the big-headed boy's eyebrows. The big-headed boy's body trembled as he was thrown away and popping sounds came from his body. The bind spell still hadn't dissipated as Wang Lin took a step and chased after him. However, just at this moment, his expression changed as rays of sword energy descended. They were the all-heaven cultivators who felt that something was wrong. Their cultivation was powerful and they broke through the atmosphere as they descended. The appearance of these people immediately caused a huge pressure for planet Suzaku. When had the cultivators of planet Suzaku seen so many powerful cultivators before? They were all startled. When the all-heaven cultivators descended, they immediately saw Wang Lin and the big-headed boy. When they saw Wang Lin, their expressions all changed greatly. Wang Lin didn't stop. As he chased, he slapped his bag of holding and the heaven tiger flag that represented his status as a thunder celestial was thrown out. The moment the flag appeared, there was a fierce tiger roar. Purple gas surrounded the flag that turned into a tiger, and it roared directly at the all-heaven cultivators in the sky. I'm sparring with someone. All of you wait outside. Anyone who dares to disobey will be killed. Wang Lin didn't even look back as his fingers landed between the big-headed boy's eyebrows again. More popping sounds came from the big-headed boy's body, and he was mercilessly smashed into the ground. A large pit appeared with a bang, causing the earth around it to tremble. The smart ones among the hundreds of all-heaven cultivators immediately retreated and secretly complained. If they had known before, they wouldn't have come to take a look. The battle between two celestial title holders was not something they could participate in. With a few people leading the way, all the all-heaven cultivators followed suit and retreated. They left planet Suzaku and didn't dare to participate in this fight. This sudden reversal caused all the cultivators on planet Suzaku to understand that planet Suzaku's ancestor, Wang Lin, had a very high status among the all-heaven cultivators. Wang Lin landed on the ground and looked at the big-headed boy in the pit. The bind spell had ended and the big-headed boy's face was pale. The big-headed boy was covered in blood and his eyes were filled with terror as he looked at Wang Lin. Wang Lin coldly looked at the big-headed boy. He raised his hand and a flash of green light came from it. Thunder clouds began to gather in the sky above planet Suzaku and lightning flickered between the clouds. Then all the lightning seemed to be controlled as it rushed toward Wang Lin's right hand. In an instant, a ball of thunder gathered in Wang Lin's hand and started giving off popping sounds. There were also countless arcs that flew off from the ball of thunder. From a distance, it was as if the thunder of the heavens was completely under Wang Lin's control. When he saw the thunder, the big-headed boy trembled. The scene that caused him to fear Wang Lin from one line to heaven reappeared. This time he was scared, completely scared from the bottom of his heart. Brother Su, my 2,000 years of cultivation were not easy. If there is something you need, please speak. As long as you don't kill me, I'll agree. The big-headed boy's pupils shrank as he stared at the ball of thunder. He was not a fool. Ever since his battle with Wang Lin began, Wang Lin never used any powerful spells, so he was obviously not set on killing him. If he had taken a step back first, he might have been able to avoid this catastrophe. Wang Lin calmly said, I need a servant. The big-headed boy silently pondered and said, I have already entered the celestial pool and lost my domain. I can't give you my Tao ideal. No problem, I have a spell. If you're willing, it will do no harm. But if you resist, then it will collapse and you will die. As Wang Lin spoke, he raised his right hand and a strange rune formed. Then celestial origin energy came out from the bead inside his body and gathered in the rune in Wang Lin's hand. There were flashes of golden light as a dark golden rune appeared in Wang Lin's right hand. When he received Celestial Emperor Qinglin's jade, aside from the refining method for celestial guards, there were also spells for controlling others. However, when Wang Lin tried them, they weren't as strong as the records said. Even the slave imprint used on Li Yuan was mentioned in Celestial Emperor Qinglin's jade. But after Wang Lin analyzed it, he still couldn't find any clues. This was until he learned of the celestial origin. That's when everything became clear. These sealing spells had to be used by celestials. If there was no celestial origin, then they naturally couldn't display their true power. The celestial origin energy gathered to form the rune. Then the rune landed between the big-headed boy's eyebrows. At this instant, Wang Lin had a feeling that he only needed one thought for this big-headed boy to perish. He pondered for a bit and understood the difference between the seal and the celestial guard. It was obvious that Celestial Emperor Qinglin had invented the celestial guard spell after these seals. The celestial guards imitated the ancient gods, while these seals were used to control their servants. There was a difference between the two. Celestial guards focused on the physical body and spells were second. Once it was successful, they would never betray you unless the caster released them. The sealing spell wasn't perfect when it came to loyalty. As long as it was a spell, it wouldn't be perfect. With the passage of time, various issues that could cause the spell to be broken would arise. Wang Lin was very clear about this. When the seal landed between the big-headed boy's eyebrows, his body trembled. All the celestial origin energy in his body began to activate and an identical seal formed on his origin soul. The big-headed boy took a deep breath as he got up with a wry smile and respectfully said, "Greetings, Master." Wang Lin looked at the big-headed boy and said, "Go outside the planet and send the all-heaven cultivators away. As for you, stay here." The big-headed boy quickly acknowledged the command and let out a sigh. He jumped into the air and charged into the sky. As Wang Lin looked at the familiar earth around him, his eyes became filled with nostalgia. He had many memories here. Wang Lin felt melancholy coming back after leaving for hundreds of years. This was a very complex emotion that couldn't be explained clearly. "I don't know how many friends I can still meet." Wang Lin revealed a crestfallen expression. His shadow flickered and then Ta Shan stepped out and silently stood there. Wang Lin just stared at his home like this, and the melancholy in his heart became even stronger. Shortly after, the big-headed boy descended from the sky. He calmly stood behind Wang Lin. Several rays of light came from the distance. Two of them moved faster than the rest and quickly closed in. Those two were Zhou Wutai and Yun Keizi. Wang Lin took a step forward and his entire body disappeared. He only left behind a divine sense message that echoed within the hearts of Zhou Wutai and Yun Keizi. "I want some quiet." The moment Zhou Wutai felt this divine sense, his body trembled and his mind was shocked. Although this divine sense was soft, it terrified him, and his heart was filled with respect. At the same time, there was also a complex feeling in his heart. I didn't think that he would become this powerful after hundreds of years. Zhou Wutai was, after all, the Suzaku, so he quickly suppressed the shock in his heart. He clasped his hands at Yun Keizi and then left with his people. Yun Keizi's emotions were even more complex. Wang Lin's divine sense had made him tremble as well. The little boy from back then had reached such an unimaginable cultivation level. He let out a sigh and felt as if he could still see the figure of the youth who paid for his drinks at the restaurant. He thought about the battle between himself and Zhu Keizi, the battle between the forsaken Immortal clan and the country of Suzaku. Now everything felt so insignificant. Coincidentally, both Zhou Wutai and Yun Keizi sealed the information about Wang Lin's return. Aside from the cultivators that awakened early, no one else knew that Wang Lin had returned. The reason the two of them did this was because Wang Lin's divine sense contained a hint of melancholy. He needed some time alone and didn't want others to disturb him. Several days later, Wang Lin looked at the familiar scene around him as he walked down a winding road. He wasn't moving very fast and his body gave off a powerful sense of loneliness. The sunset made his shadow very long and Wang Lin looked extremely lonely in the sunset. From a distance, Wang Lin didn't look like a youth and more like an old man, a wanderer who had left his home for many years. Ta Shan and the big-headed boy silently followed him. Ta Shan's expression didn't change. His only duty was to protect Wang Lin. If anyone showed hostility toward Wang Lin, he would be the first to attack. The big-headed boy was also silent. His heart was a mess and he couldn't clear his thoughts. Wang Lin slowly walked forward. Everything around him was unfamiliar, but there were traces of familiarity within them. This road used to be just a small country road. However, with the passage of time it had changed greatly. As he walked, the melancholy in Wang Lin's hearts became even stronger. He vaguely saw the end of the road ahead. There was a huge city there, and it was filled with noise. There was a plaque on top of the city gate, and there were 3 characters on the plaque. Wang Ancestral City. Looking at the city from a distance, Wang Lin stopped. The appearance of his hometown and the voice of his parents occupied his mind. Changed. Wang Lin's expression revealed sadness. This city was completely different from his memories. Sounds of horses and wheels on the ground echoed from behind Wang Lin while he pondered. Not long after, a team of carriages slowly arrived. These carriages were very ordinary. There were a few people riding on horses ahead of them to open up a path. Behind the horses were carriages, and a white-haired old man was sitting at the front of one of the carriages. His eyes were like lightning. He was clearly a martial arts expert. The old man would sometimes raise the whip in his hand and with a snap increase the speed of the carriage. When the old man passed Wang Lin, he seemed to casually turn to look at Wang Lin's group before withdrawing his gaze and leaving. Wang Lin's expression was complicated as he slowly walked forward behind the carriages. There were guards at the gate checking for road passes. Without one, they wouldn't let anyone in. This naturally didn't bother Wang Lin at all. None of the guards even noticed him walking by. After entering the city, the road was filled with pedestrians. The streets were lined with shops and looked very lively. Wang Lin slowly walked with loneliness in his heart. Everything before him was very unfamiliar to him. Everyone has changed. Wang Lin stood before a shop. As he looked at the shop, his vision turned blurry. He remembered that there used to be an old locust tree here with a blue stone at the root. During his youth, he would often sit here and study his scrolls. He still remembered how when fourth uncle had given him the chance to become a cultivator, he sat here that day and stared into the sky in a daze. Him back then really wanted to know what the world outside was like. Looking at the shop, Wang Lin silently pondered. Hundreds of years passed by in a flash. It might not be long for cultivators, but it was enough for many generations to pass for mortals. Maybe it was because he stood there for too long that the waiter walked out frowning and wanted to yell. However, when he saw Tashan, he was frightened. Such a big fellow was rare around here. When he took another look, he saw the big-headed boy. The big-headed boy looked strange and terrifying. The waiter only took one gaze and quickly turned pale. He retreated 2 steps as he looked at Wang Lin before calming himself and saying, "Little brother, our shop sells jades. If you want to buy, come in. If not, leave. What is the meaning of you just standing here?" Wang Lin let out a sigh and said, "Waiter, was there an old locust tree here?" The waiter originally didn't want to say anything, but after seeing Tashan and the big-headed boy behind Wang Lin, he answered, "What old locust tree? I grew up in the Wang Ancestral City and never saw any old locust tree." The melancholy in Wang Lin's eyes became even stronger and his heart felt bitter. He continued along the street and went further into the city. Tashan and the big-headed boy followed behind him. When the waiter saw Wang Lin leave, he let out a snort before going back to the shop. At this moment, an elderly man came out from the house holding a cane and with a servant supporting him. He asked in a hoarse voice, "What happened outside?" The waiter quickly went up and smiled. "Shopkeeper, it was nothing. There were a few strange people asking me if there was an old locust tree here. I grew up here and never saw any old locust tree. I reckon they were mistaken about this place." The old man was startled and his dim eyes revealed a look of reminiscence. After a long time, he softly said, "I remember that I was a child. The elders said that there used to be an old locust tree here. It has been a very long time." The waiter was startled, but he didn't take this to heart. As Wang Lin walked, there were no familiar sights. Everything was strange to him. It was as if something was blocking his heart and made him feel very uncomfortable. As he walked, Wang Lin suddenly shivered. His 1,000 years of cultivation became extreme fragile and began to collapse from his body. He was like someone who had left his home for a long time. Then, after seeing all these strangers, he suddenly saw something familiar. Wang Lin looked ahead. 1,000 feet ahead. There was an area surrounded by stone walls. There were teams of soldiers patrolling the area. It was obvious this place was well guarded and no one was allowed to enter. In addition, there were a dozen auras that belonged to cultivators surrounding this area. One could imagine that this must be the most important location in this city. What was inside the stone wall was something completely different from outside the walls. There were several houses in there that gave Wang Lin a familiar feeling. There was also a grave that was built afterwards. The soldiers patrolling the walls would sometimes look inside the walls, and their face would show respect from the bottom of their hearts. Wang Lin looked at all of this and then took a step. With this step, he completely disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was inside the wall. At this moment, the sun fell and night covered the earth. Wang Lin looked at everything before him, especially the tomb built by the later generations, and he knelt down. Unknowingly, two streams of tears fell. "Dad, Mom, Taizhu is back." Tears fell from his face and his eyes revealed his yearning and sadness that enveloped his body. This kneeling felt like it lasted for an eternity and time slowly passed. Ta Shan and the big-headed boy were also here. Ta Shan's eyes were still cold, but when the big-headed boy looked at all of this, his eyes revealed a complex expression. He originally didn't know what this place was, but after seeing Wang Lin's actions, he knew that this was Su Mu's ancestral home. The big-headed boy never experienced any affection, so right now he couldn't help but think of his own childhood. Wang Lin looked at the token on the tomb. After a long time, he slowly stood up and looked at the houses. It was as if he had returned to 1,000 years ago, back to his most precious memories. As he opened the door of the yard, the door made a squeaking sound. Nothing in the courtyard was changed. The table was still there, but there were no people. Wang Lin could vaguely hear the sounds from 1,000 years ago. "Taizhu, how are your studies going? Taizhu, you have to study well. Next year will be the country's big test. This will determine if you have a future or not. Don't be like Dad, staying in this village your entire life. Alas. Enough. You bug him about this every day. I believe our Taizhu will definitely pass. Taizhu, your fourth uncle is a good person. Over the years, it is thanks to his help that your father's wood carvings could be sold for money. If you have a good future, don't forget to repay your fourth uncle." An aura of sadness spread out from Wang Lin's body. He stepped into the courtyard and the home he had left for hundreds of years. After opening the door, although Wang Lin still looked like a youth, he gave off an ancient aura. He was like an old man who hadn't returned home in a long time and continued to touch everything with his hands. When Wang Lin touched the wall, the scenes of this childhood flashed through his mind. The sadness in his heart became even stronger and the yearning for his parents filled his body. After making Ta Shan and the big-headed boy wait outside, Wang Lin sat alone inside the ancestral home. He felt the aura of the house and forgot about the cultivation world as he recalled his joyous childhood and growing up under the love of his parents. The surroundings were completely quiet, and during this silence, Wang Lin's heart underwent a baptism. The memories of his childhood gradually resurfaced as he sat there alone. While he silently sat there, he sometimes revealed a happy smile and sometimes he revealed sadness. He was the only one who could recall his childhood memories, so he could only reminiscence about them on his own. His happiness was lonely. His smile was clearly filled with silent sadness. Tears fell from the corners of his eyes and were left on the ground like traces of memories. The moonlight gradually passed and the sun rose, expelling the darkness. The sunlight fell on the earth and continued to extend as it covered the Wang ancestral city. As sunlight entered from the window, Wang Lin awakened from his reminiscence. He looked around profoundly before standing up and leaving. Ta Shan had stood there the entire night and remained motionless. The big-headed boy's expression was even more complex. He had spent the night remembering the pain of his childhood. For some unknown reason, he was able to find relief in those painful memories. The thing he thought most about was his mother that always disdained him. Before, this memory was a great source of pain, but now it was a lot less painful. Wang Lin's group didn't hide themselves. When dawn arrived, they immediately attracted the attention of the soldiers outside the wall. Bursts of exclamations came from outside the walls as the soldiers gathered. Killing intent locked onto them as if the soldiers were facing a great enemy. At the same time, more than 10 cultivators with various cultivation levels, from foundation establishment to soul formation, rushed over. Their divine senses quickly locked onto them. An furious roar came from outside the wall. Brazen fiends, you dare to break into the Wang ancestral home? Do you know that this is a crime where even your entire family will be punished? There was a flash of sword energy in the sky as the cultivators arrived, and they all looked angry. Wang Lin could tell that this wasn't fake anger, but real anger. For the three of you to enter the Wang ancestral home without being detected means you must be cultivators. No matter what sect you're from, didn't your elders warn you all? Aside from the Wang family members, no one else is allowed to take even half a step inside. The one who spoke was an old man at the soul formation stage. Ta Shan revealed no expression and he didn't even look at them. The big-headed boy rolled his eyes but didn't speak. Looking at his parents' grave, Wang Lin withdrew his gaze. He looked up at the dozen or so cultivators and slowly asked, "Who built this grave?" Wang Lin's voice was flat, but when it landed in the ears of the cultivators, it was as if the might of heavens had entered their ears. A feeling of being unable to resist suddenly appeared in their hearts. This feeling came suddenly, which caused the cultivators' expressions to change greatly. The soul formation cultivator's face turned pale. He had reached the soul formation stage and had obtained his own domain, so his feeling was even stronger. He felt like his own domain was going to be devoured. It was as if there was a force that made it so he had to answer. If he didn't answer, he would immediately collapse. He subconsciously took a few steps back and said, This was built by the mortal royal family. It is the home to the Wang family ancestors, and also the childhood home of my planet Suzaku's ancestor." When he said this, he looked at Wang Lin and was startled. He had a vague feeling that this person looked very familiar, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't remember. Wang family. Wang Lin silently pondered and looked at his parents' grave. He turned around and was about to leave with Ta Shan and the big-headed boy. However, just at this moment, a thunderous rumble came from the distance and a large amount of dark clouds rushed over. At the same time, an angry roar came from within the clouds. "You have guts. You dare to trespass on the Wang ancestral home? My Xian Dao sect has guarded his place for generations. For you to trespass here means you think my Xian Dao sect doesn't exist." A person walked out along with the roar. This person had a head of white hair and his eyes were shining. As he walked out, the powerful aura of an early-stage soul transformation cultivator appeared. After the surrounding cultivators saw the old man, they became respectful. It was obvious that this old man's prestige here was high. Xian Dao sect. Wang Lin's gaze toward the old man became a bit more gentle. He nodded and slowly said, "Since you have reached the soul transformation stage, has the country of Zhao reached rank 5? The old man came in angrily, but he was startled. He frowned and said, "My country of Zhao became a rank 5 cultivation country 300 years ago. All the cultivators on planet Suzaku know this. Who are you?" However, when he looked at Wang Lin felt familiar. It was as if he had seen Wang Lin somewhere before. Rank 5 cultivation country. Wang Lin looked at the earth and felt gratified. When he left, the country of Zhao was only rank 3, but now, even though it had only been several hundred years, it had already reached rank 5. After withdrawing his gaze, Wang Lin carefully looked at the old man. Taking a closer look, he was able to see some clues and smiled. He was vaguely able to detect a very faint aura. This aura belonged to himself. He remembered that when he reached the soul formation stage in the country of Zhao, he left behind 10 spirit seeds. This old man was one of those 10 people. Wang Lin asked with a smile, "During these years, was it your Xian Dao sect that guarded this place? Are all these cultivators disciples of the Xian Dao sect?" The old man frowned and carefully looked at Wang Lin's group. For some unknown reason, his anger was forcibly suppressed, as if the person before him was very close to him. He hesitated for a bit and said, "It wasn't only my Xiandao sect. Every once in a while, a different sect from planet Suzaku comes to guard this place. Those that come are all respected figures or ones with excellent talent that will be cultivated by the sect. Guarding the Wang ancestral home is a great honor for the cultivators of planet Suzaku." The old man didn't know why he was explaining it in such detail to Wang Lin. Even he didn't know why he was doing it. After hearing the old man's words, Wang Lin's gaze swept past the other cultivators. Each of them had very good talent. With Wang Lin's experience, he was immediately able to tell that the old man was telling the truth. After silently pondering for a bit, Wang Lin let out a sigh. He was touched and said, "Thank you all." With that, he waved his sleeves and origin energy appeared. They became small crystals that fell on every cultivator. Even the guards lying on the ground had crystals fall on them. Every cultivator was startled and immediately felt heat flowing through their bodies. Their expressions became strange. "You?" The soul transformation old man was even more surprised. He looked at Wang Lin and felt like he was even more familiar. "You're very good. It wasn't in vain that I gifted the spirit seed back then." As Wang Lin spoke, he turned around and left with Ta Shan and the big-headed boy following him. The three of them disappeared over the horizon. Spirit seed. Spirit. The old man's body trembled and he immediately thought of the other person's identity. His face revealed excitement that hadn't appeared in hundreds of years, and he exclaimed, "Wang family ancestor." After he spoke, the surrounding cultivators were all shaken and revealed excitement. They couldn't believe their eyes as they stared at the direction Wang Lin disappeared. He is the Wang family ancestor, the guardian of planet Suzaku, the number one person on the planet over these countless years. Wang family ancestor, Wang Lin. Wang Lin only needed to ponder a little to understand why the cultivators of planet Suzaku respected him so much. Zhou Wutai must have played a big role in this. In truth, it was as Wang Lin had suspected. The big-eared cultivator, Zhou Wutai, had been grateful to Wang Lin for giving him the position of Suzaku. However, after Wang Lin left, he never had a chance to repay Wang Lin. Zhou Wutai was a grateful person. He always remembered what Wang Lin had done for him. As a result, whether it was Wang Lin's descendants or the sect Wang Lin left behind, even the country of Zhao, they all slowly became powerful under Zhou Wutai's care. It was very easy with Zhou Wutai's status as the new Suzaku to make the Wang family royalty. This also allowed the country of Zhao to gradually grow stronger until it became a rank 5 cultivation country. People naturally knew this was all for Wang Lin's sake. Wang Lin's actions in the Suzaku tomb had spread far and wide. After thinking about it, Zhou Wutai gradually made all the cultivators except Wang Lin as planet Suzaku's guardian and ancestor. Zhou Wutai had another reason for doing all of this. When he became Suzaku, he was only at the soul transformation stage, not even ascendant. He was the weakest Suzaku and didn't have the power to rule. Thus, he could only borrow Wang Lin's fame to suppress everyone. As Wang Lin pondered, although he wasn't able to guess everything, he was still able to get the general idea. He let out a sigh. No matter what reason Zhou Wutai had, Wang Lin would need to repay him. As he flew, Ta Shan and the big-headed boy followed behind him, and Ta Shan's expression remained cold the entire way. As for the big-headed boy, after seeing Wang Lin returning home, his feelings toward his own family became even more complex. He could see that everyone here was truly respectful toward Su Mu from the bottom of their hearts. The big-headed boy knew that if he were to return to his family with his current cultivation, he would be respected as well. However, he knew that the respect would be fake. A large city appeared in the distance. This city was like a coiled dragon and was filled with the aura of wealth. The walls were made of black stone, and there were spell fluctuations coming from them. Before he closed in, Wang Lin could see that there were many powerful restrictions inside the city. There were too many, and if all of them were to activate, they would even pose a certain amount of threat to ascendant cultivators. This was the only mortal imperial city on planet Suzaku outside the land occupied by the forsaken Immortal clan, the Great Wang Dynasty. It was founded 437 years ago, and became the most important clan of mortals aside from the forsaken Immortal clan. The Wang imperial family had a very long family history. More than 400 years of consolidation had allowed the dynasty to amass a large amount of soldiers, and even countless martial artists had joined them. However, what made the dynasty so powerful was the large amount of cultivators. In addition to the Cloud Sky sect, Zhou Wutai and various other sects acted as their backing. The Wang clan members enjoyed a very high status due to this. Wang Lin's divine sense surrounded the entire planet. He felt the call of his bloodline and came here. This capital had the highest concentration of Wang family bloodline. As his divine sense swept by, he didn't find Wang Zhua. He let out a sigh and then disappeared. When he reappeared, he was inside the imperial palace. Looking at the lively crowd and the luxurious houses, Wang Lin gradually frowned. This capital was too luxurious. There were precious blue and white stones used for the roads. As he spread out his divine sense, he found that the entire city was like this. If this was only the case, it wouldn't have been a big deal. But the surrounding trees were all wrapped in silk. Although it looked luxurious, it was all just corruption. After reaching his current cultivation level, Wang Lin was able to see certain things. There were sadness, anger, fear, and various other auras that could disturb a person's mind. If one lived here for too long, their personality would change and their emotions would be unstable. It would even shorten one's lifespan. This aura was a form of resentment. Wang Lin had once asked people to gather this on planet Qingling. Now that he saw this monstrous resentment above the capital, he frowned even harder. As his divine sense spread out, he found that numerous cities had varying degrees of resentment. This resentment covered half of planet Suzaku. This resentment was coming from the houses of every village and gathered near where mortals lived and continued to linger without dissipating. In particular, this was most noticeable in the northwest, where the soil was red and corpses were everywhere. Large amounts of resentment was coming from there and spreading across the area. If the other cities had strong resentment, then the resentment at the capital was a monstrous demonic flame that shot into the sky. Only someone with Wang Lin's cultivation level could notice this, and only after carefully looking for it. Otherwise, if one's cultivation was lacking, it would be impossible to detect. Nonsense! Wang Lin's expression was gloomy as he walked down the street. He was happy to see the prosperity of his Wang family descendants. However, this prosperity was built on resentment, and the Wang family descendants were greatly affected. If this was the case, then there was no need for this wealth. As he walked, there were echoes of horse hooves coming from the distance. The pedestrians quickly panicked and withdrew to the sides. Wang Lin frowned as he took a few steps back and looked over with a gloomy expression. Several large horses galloped down the street with a few youths riding them and a large amount of servants following them. All of the servants were walking, but they were as fast as horses. The young men on the horses were all wearing fancy clothes and the person in front was very handsome. However, there was black gas surrounding his face. Even if a cultivator was at the ascendant stage, it would be hard for them to see through it, but it was very clear to Wang Lin. In the air, there were 2 rays of sword energy. There were 2 cultivators on the swords, and both of them were at the foundation establishment stage. They were opening a path for the youth. If they were just showing off, it won't be a problem. But what made Wang Lin frown was the cable tied to the horse the youth was riding. At the end of the cable was a person. The person was a mess and it was hard to see what he looked like. But it was obviously a man. At this moment he was being dragged and his clothes were in tatters. A large amount of blood was coming from his body and staining the ground. It looked as if someone was using cinnabar to draw a shocking trail of bloodstains. These people quickly passed by, followed by the echoes of their laughter. The martial artists quickly passed by and the 2 cultivators flew by without even taking a glance. After these people left, a group of soldiers quickly came to clean the bloodstains. Then they quickly followed and cleaned up the bloodstains along the way. It wasn't until they all left that the surrounding people began to chatter and return to normal. Alas, what bad luck! Who was it this time that was blind and dared to provoke the 16th prince? I'm afraid he's going to be dragged around the capital once before he is allowed to die. No, in our great Wang dynasty the Wang family is the heavens. Even the immortals became their servants. Who would dare to provoke them? Don't talk about this. A few months ago, the national teacher was viewing the night sky and noticed a vicious sign coming from the northwest. As a result, hundreds of thousands of people in the northwest were slaughtered. I heard that even now, the northwest is covered in corpses. We can't talk about this. Brother Li, let's talk about something else so we don't cause calamity to befall us. Wang Lin's expression was extremely gloomy. He clearly saw that the young man was part of the Wang family bloodline. Wang Lin softly said, "Ta Shan, bring him here." Ta Shan didn't say a word before he turned around and disappeared. A moment later, he reappeared with a person in his hand. This person was the fancy-looking youth. At this moment, his eyes were filled with horror and he repeatedly cursed. "You dare to capture me? Which sect are you from? Do you know who I am? I'm a member of the Wang family." Ta Shan's expression was cold as he walked toward Wang Lin. The youth was immediately thrown onto the ground. This scene immediately startled the dispersing crowd before all of them quickly left without any hesitation. Their eyes were filled with terror. The fancy-looking youth had a ferocious expression as he got up and stared at Ta Shan. Although he was secretly scared, he didn't reveal any fear and shouted, "I'm a member of the Wang family, yet you dare to hurt me? No matter what sect you're from, you're dead." Wang Lin's expression was cold as he stared at the youth. He could see dense, black gas coming from the youth's head. The black gas formed a snake that opened its mouth and silently roared at Ta Shan. Those whose cultivation hadn't reached the second step wouldn't be able to detect this. They would only feel a cold aura explode from the youth that would make their heart tremble. Just at this moment, shouting came from the street in the distance. The group that left slaughtered their way back. 2 rays of sword energy led the charge followed by the servants. The martial artists were filled with killing intent. There were a few youths riding on horses among the people that arrived, and each of them ferociously shouted, "Capture that thief! There is an assassin! Protect the prince!" The 2 rays of sword energy charged out first toward Ta Shan. The 2 of them attacked without thinking. They hadn't even noticed these people, and when they did, the prince was gone. Terrified, they turned around to search and saw Ta Shan throwing the prince on the ground and they gasped. They were disciples of the Cloud Sky sect sent here to protect the princes. If something happened to the prince, they would be punished when they returned to the sect. They charged out with their swords pointed toward Ta Shan. Ta Shan's expression was cold as he casually waved his hand. He created a strong wind that blew the sword energies away and their flying swords collapsed. The 2 of them only felt an unimaginable impact. They both coughed out blood and were blown away. As for the martial artists charging over, it was as if their bodies had hit a wall. They all coughed out blood and were pushed back. No one was spared. Ta Shan didn't kill anyone. With a wave of his hand, he only injured the 2 cultivators and these people. When the youth saw this scene, he was immediately startled. However, his expression became even more ferocious and he shouted, "I'm a member of the Wang family. You dare to hurt my men? You are all dead." Wang Lin raised his right hand and slapped the youth. He didn't use any cultivation and merely slapped as a mortal. After all, the youth was not a cultivator. If he used any power, he would shatter all the bones in the youth's body. Even so, the youth was thrown into the air. His face became swollen and all his teeth shattered. What he slapped wasn't just the youth but also the black snake. The black snake was extremely strange. The moment Wang Lin's slap landed, it disappeared, but then it immediately reformed. I left the youth's body and attempted to devour Wang Lin. Only Ta Shan and the big-headed boy could see it. Everyone behind Wang Lin only felt a gust of cold wind. I want to see who dares to use my Wang clan to raise resentful spirits. Wang Lin's eyes were cold and he was furious. With his cultivation, he could tell at a glance that the youth's soul had already been devoured and replaced by the resentful spirit. As the snake charged over, Wang Lin raised his right hand and pointed. Before this finger, the snake's eyes were filled with fear and wanted to escape. However, It was too late, and with a bang, the snake exploded. It turned into black mist that was grabbed by Wang Lin. He crushed it and it turned into a black rune. After the black snake was gone, the youth's body trembled and coughed out a large mouthful of blood. His face was no longer ferocious and was filled with confusion. His soul had already been devoured, so his eyes became dim and lost their luster. The surroundings were completely silent, but this silence only lasted for an instant and was immediately replaced by screams. The crowd panicked and escaped as fast as possible. It didn't take long before there wasn't anyone left. Wang Lin's eyes became cold. When his divine sense spread out, he didn't notice anything wrong. However, when he took a closer look, he was immediately able to understand that someone was using the Wang family members' lives to nourish resentful spirits. Wang Lin had heard about this kind of spell before. It was like refining a sword. A person was used as a spirit that absorbed resentment. If enough resentment was absorbed, its power was nothing to laugh at. Combining with the monstrous resentment over the capital, Wang Lin could imagine someone was controlling all of this. The more resentment there was, the more powerful the resentful spirit could become. Angered, Wang Lin's eyes became even colder. When he threw the black rune forward, it began flying forward by itself. Wang Lin had his hand behind him as he walked behind the rune. Ta Shan and the big-headed boy followed closely after him. A prince being killed in the capital was naturally a big thing. Not long after, rays of sword energy rushed over from all over the capital. There were cultivators from various sects on planet Suzaku riding those sword energies. Their eyes were like lightning, and they didn't even bother speaking to Wang Lin before they attacked with their magical treasures. Wang Lin's expression was cold as he waved his sleeves. All the magical treasures were blown away. The cultivators on the flying swords were terrified as they were blown away involuntarily by the wind. In the blink of an eye, they were sent 5,000 kilometers away. What spell is this? That person looked very familiar. The expressions of those cultivators that were sent 5,000 kilometers away all changed greatly. They all panicked and none of them dared to move forward. They all quickly rode their flying swords toward their own sects. Wang Lin's eyes were cold. He was extremely angry. As he walked toward the imperial palace, countless soldiers charged at him. Wang Lin didn't want to hurt them, so when he waved his sleeves and they were sent tens of thousands of kilometers away, he came closer and closer to the imperial palace. At this moment, in the main hall, there was a middle-aged man wearing a dragon robe, and his expression was gloomy. Beside him was a very noble and beautiful woman who was wearing a colorful dress. However, there was black fog in her eyes and a trace of panic flashed across her eyes. At the same time, countless Wang family members wearing silk clothes gloomily stared ahead. Outside the hall, there were countless teams of soldiers in the square preparing to face a great enemy. A killing aura filled the area. The middle-aged man mercilessly threw the ink slab and shouted, "What kind of person dares to kill in my great Wang dynasty? Did you find out what sect he is from?" The surroundings were completely quiet. After a while, a white-haired cultivator hesitated before stepping out and saying, "Their three people are very powerful. They are probably seniors with high cultivation levels. As for their sects, we are still looking into it." The middle-aged man's expression became gloomy and he sneered. "It seems my Wang family has been too quiet on planet Suzaku. Even some nameless person dares to bully us. Where is the national teacher?" With that, a laugh echoed the imperial palace. "My lord doesn't need to worry. My disciples can deal with this." Strands of black gas gathered in the air above the square, and in an instant, 3 people formed. Although they were covered by black mist, it was obvious that they were 2 males and 1 female. None of them were very old. After the 3 of them appeared, they didn't even look at the imperial palace. They turned into 3 strands of black gas and charged out. As Wang Lin walked, his eyes became colder. The rune before him had become even more dense, and he was now outside the gate to the imperial palace. The countless soldiers inside had serious expressions as they stared at Wang Lin's group. Just at this moment, the 3 strands of black gas arrived and charged at Wang Lin. Before they even arrived, a burst of pressure appeared, and a ghostly wail spread across the heavens and earth. Wang Lin was immediately able to tell that these three cultivators' cultivation levels weren't high. They were only at the soul transformation stage. However, their attacks were very powerful, almost at the level of Ascendant. There was no Wang family bloodline in those three bodies, only endless resentment. They were clearly resentful spirits that had already been refined to a certain degree. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with killing intent. As he walked out, he immediately arrived before the three of them. Both his fingers formed a sword and immediately pointed at one of them. He was too fast, and his finger landed on the person's shoulder. At this moment, his early-stage Nirvana Scryer origin energy surged and rushed into that person's body. That person's body trembled and collapsed without any resistance. He turned into black gas and was going to escape, but it was too late. With Wang Lin's cultivation, when he attacked from anger, he not only destroyed the resentful spirit's body, but also the root. As the resentful spirit escaped, it immediately exploded, leaving nothing but the resentment that slowly dissipated. All of this happened in an instant. From the point of view of the other resentful spirits, Wang Lin had only taken a step, raised his hand, and then one of their companions was killed. When they saw this, their eyes revealed their panic. After killing one, Wang Lin's left hand slammed into the void, and an unimaginable vibration suddenly broke out and formed a storm. As the storm swept by, another resentful spirit was pulled in. His body collapsed and immediately died. After killing two in a row, Wang Lin suddenly turned around, and his eyes were filled with thunder. The last woman immediately trembled as thunder appeared inside her body, and she exploded. Wang Lin's eyes became even colder. He stepped into the air and moved toward the imperial palace. As Wang Lin walked in the air, he stepped into the imperial palace and directly into the royal court. He immediately saw the imperial soldiers in the square and the Wang descendants in the main hall. There were many cultivators on the side. Their eyes were filled with killing intent, but none of them dared to attack. They couldn't see through Wang Lin's cultivation, but they all knew they couldn't kill the national teacher's three disciples so easily. As a result, they were extremely afraid of this intruder. Wang Lin stood above the square. He stared at the people below and coldly said, "Very good. You did really good." He could see hundreds of Wang clan members, but this wasn't all of them. Among those people, almost all of them had black gas between their eyebrows. However, what was interesting was that the middle-aged man with the dragon robe didn't have the black gas between his eyebrows. As for the woman beside him, the black fog had disappeared and there weren't any signs of cultivation in her. No matter how one looked, she was immortal. Wang Lin's voice echoed like the cold winter wind. As it flew by, it caused everyone's minds to tremble. When the middle-aged man saw Wang Lin, he was startled and his eyes were filled with shock. However, the shock was immediately replaced by killing intent, and he shouted, "By the order of the Wang family, kill this person." Almost at the instant the man shouted, a loud rumble came from the ground underneath the square. Cracks appeared on the ground and 8 old men charged out. These 8 elders all gave off an ancient auras. After they appeared, they stared at Wang Lin and charged forward without any hesitation. The anger in Wang Lin's eyes became even stronger. These 8 elders all had black gas between their eyebrows. However, there was a golden glow that guarded their souls. Wang Lin took a step forward, pointed forward, and 8 strands of black and white gas shot out toward each of them. The black and white gas surrounded them, and at that instant, it destroyed the black gas between their eyebrows. The 8 elders' bodies trembled and they immediately became sober. The first thing they saw was the angry Wang Lin. They trembled and one of them exclaimed, "Ancestor Wang Lin!" The remaining 7 all revealed excited expressions. After that was said, a huge uproar was set off below them. The expressions of the cultivators changed. They couldn't believe it. In contrast, the Wang family members all revealed strange expressions. Only a few of them revealed excitement. Just at this moment, the large amount of black mist that came out from the old man fused together into a large python hundreds of feet long. It let out a roar and charged toward Wang Lin. This time, Ta Shan directly stepped forward and threw his right fist. There was an earth-shattering sound and the python immediately collapsed. Ta Shan withdrew his fist and returned behind Wang Lin. From start to finish, his expression remained cold. Killing intent flashed through Wang Lin's eyes. He raised his right hand and pressed down. The earth rumbled, and as the powerful force bombarded the ground, a person flew out from the pit. This person's upper body was naked and his long hair flowed in the air. His pupils shrank when he saw Wang Lin in the air. You dare to raise resentful spirits in my Wang family descendants? You die! Wang Lin's voice was very cold as he took a step. Thunder appeared on his right arm and shot toward the man. The man's expression changed greatly. He thought that he had hidden himself very well, but he was still found out, and now he quickly retreated. His cultivation level was far above anyone on planet Suzaku. He was at the illusory Yin stage. However, at this moment his mind trembled. He looked back into the hall at the woman in the colored dress next to the middle-aged man. The woman's eyes were cold. When she saw Wang Lin attacking the man, she let out a cold snort in her heart. She raised her right hand and was about to use a spell. However, just at this moment, as Wang Lin charged toward the man, ripples appeared under his feet and he suddenly disappeared. This disappearance startled the man, but his eyes lit up and he escaped without hesitation. Ta Shan's eyes turned cold and he was going to chase, but the big-headed boy was one step ahead. With a foolish smile on his face, he chased after the man. As for the woman in the colorful dress, she was also startled, but her expression changed greatly. She suddenly charged out, but it was too late. Wang Lin's figure appeared in the hall right next to the woman. Thunder flashed across his eyes as he pointed out in anger. Countless bolts of thunder from the heavens seemed to penetrate the void through some incredible means and directly gathered at his fingertip. This finger carrying the power of thunder landed on the middle of the woman's back. The woman's body trembled violently, and she coughed out a large mouthful of blood. There was a giant python coiled up above her head. However, the moment the python appeared, it collapsed and the woman turned pale. Just as the thunder was about to destroy her body and origin soul, there was a crisp cry of a phoenix. A five-colored phoenix appeared and blocked Wang Lin's thunder for her. She retreated and was about to use a spell, but Wang Lin was again one step ahead of her. He appeared beside her once more and his finger filled with thunder descended once more. As the thunder rumbled, the woman coughed out more blood and the phoenix trembled. She continued to retreat, but her speed simply couldn't compare to Wang Lin's. In a flash, Wang Lin moved like a ghost and pointed at her 4 times. The woman's body trembled violently. The continuous attacks had seriously injured her and she had no chance to fight back. The last point caused the phoenix to let out a miserable cry before it collapsed. The woman's eyes became alert and she snapped, "I'm one of the 7 phoenixes of planet Fenghuan. Do you dare to kill me?" However, Wang Lin didn't stop at all and arrived next to her in a flash. Killing intent appeared in his eyes as he raised his right hand. Black and white gas circled his 2 fingers as he pressed them down on the woman's right shoulder. Black and white gas rushed into her body. Her body trembled and immediately collapsed. Her origin soul tried to escape, but it was sealed by the black and white gas and dragged to Wang Lin. Wang Lin didn't hesitate as he pressed his right hand on the woman's origin soul and used the soul search spell. As the woman screamed in pain, Wang Lin ransacked all her memories. The more he saw, the more gloomy his face became. At the end, his gaze was chilly cold and he mercilessly crushed her origin soul. Her origin soul turned into origin energy that was directly devoured by Wang Lin. He had already seen that there was something wrong with this woman. Although she tried to hide her cultivation, Wang Lin could clearly see her corporeal yang cultivation. If not for the phoenix spirit protecting her, just one thunder strike would have been enough to kill her. There were many Wang family members here, and Wang Lin could see that the black gas from the Wang family members were connected to her hand. It was obvious that this woman controlled their lives. Otherwise, the moment Wang Lin appeared, he would have killed her rather than forcing out the person hiding underground and attacking when she was distracted. The moment she died, a portion of the Wang family members coughed out blood. Then their eyes dimmed and they died. The black mist disappeared from the rest of the Wang family members and they regained their clarity. They looked at Wang Lin with excitement in their eyes before they knelt down and felt ashamed. The education every single Wang family member went through during their childhood involved observing the portrait of their Wang family ancestor. Wang Lin's appearance was engraved into their hearts. Now that their minds were clear, they immediately recognized Wang Lin. They weren't unfamiliar with Wang Lin with all the rumors. The reason why there were so many cultivators in the Great Wang dynasty was because the Wang family produced Wang Lin. Ancestor, we were wrong. The 8 old men were all kneeling on the ground. Wang Lin's gaze fell on the main hall and looked at the middle-aged man who was also kneeling. He coldly said, "You all were indeed wrong. You couldn't even distinguish if someone was a Wang family member or not." The middle-aged man's expression changed greatly. Wang Lin let out a cold snort. This snort was like thunder that echoed endlessly. The middle-aged man was knocked out by this snort. Wang Lin's words startled all the Wang family members. Their gazes became gloomy as they stared at the middle-aged man that had passed out. After letting out a sigh, Wang Lin looked at the surrounding cultivators. He clasped his hands and said, "Fellow cultivators, thank you all for taking care of my Wang family over the years." The cultivators quickly and respectfully accepted his thanks. After setting a few things, Wang Lin's divine sense spread out and he determined that there were no more people from planet Fengluan here anymore. He turned to the old man kneeling on the ground and said, "I leave you to deal with the matter here. I'll return in several days." Wang Lin's eyes were cold. He had learned a lot from the woman from planet Fengluan, and now there were some matters to deal with. Planet Fengluan, corpse sect, you dare to have ideas about my Wang family descendants? Don't blame me for being merciless. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with killing intent. This time he was truly angry. From the memories of the woman from planet Fengluan, Wang Lin knew that she was indeed one of the 7 phoenixes. However, at the same time, she was also a member of the corpse sect sent here to be the head elder. She had the same position as Sun Tai, but her cultivation level was much higher. Corpse sect. Wang Lin heard some secrets of the corpse sect from Sun Tai before his death. Things such as gathering resentment to nourish resentful spirits was one of the tasks of the corpse sect. From that woman's memories, Wang Lin knew that in the Great Wang dynasty, almost every city had corpse sect members. It was like a large net that shrouded over the Great Wang dynasty that constantly caused resentment and gathered resentment to nourish the resentful spirits. What Wang Lin was going to do was wipe those people out. However, it wasn't just the ones in the Great Wang dynasty. He was going to uproot the corpse sect from planet Suzaku. And due to the matter with his descendants, he was going to pay the corpse sect a visit. That giant corpse and the weak divine sense were all things he was interested in. He just didn't know if that giant demon clan body was still there after hundreds of years. In the distance, the big-headed boy returned with a person in his hand. He had a foolish smile as he looked at Wang Lin. "Kill it. Give me the origin soul." Wang Lin's expression was cold as he stepped toward the horizon. Ta Shan quickly followed. The big-headed cultivator licked his lips and his right hand squeezed. The person's head was crushed and the big-headed cultivator held the origin soul as he followed after Wang Lin. A huge change was occurring on planet Suzaku with Wang Lin's return. The metal, wood, water, fire, and earth major cities were the closest ones to the capital. They surrounded the area within 50,000 kilometers of the capital and each contained a large amount of soldiers. With Wang Lin's speed, it only took a step for him to arrive at the metal city. Although it was a bit smaller than the capital, it was still luxurious. However, this luxury made the resentment even stronger. This resentment gathered in the air above the city like a demonic flame, continued to rise and was very erratic. As he closed in on the city, Wang Lin's divine sense swept past the city inch by inch. His eyes lit up and he let out a cold snort. As this cold snort spread, explosions occurred in 3 locations. In the city lord's mansion, the advisor named Sun suddenly trembled and exploded into a pile of flesh. The same thing happened in the other 2 places. Wang Lin's expression was cold as turned around to leave. He was too fast. He didn't give the people of the corpse sect any chance at all. As his divine sense spread, bodies immediately exploded within the remaining 4 cities. After finishing with all of this, Wang Lin continued to move with his divine sense spread out across all the cities inside the Great Wang dynasty. The corpse sect disciples all panicked as they flew out from the cities and tried to escape. However, the moment they flew into the air, a cold snort appeared. Their bodies trembled and were directly crushed by the divine sense sent out by a nirvana scryer cultivator. Popping sounds echoed within the Great Wang dynasty as the corpse sect disciples cough out blood before their bodies disintegrated. Even their souls collapsed, and large amounts of spiritual energy entered the earth of planet Suzaku to nourish it. This sudden event caused the citizens of the Great Wang dynasty to panic. They didn't know what was happening and began to speculate endlessly. His divine sense swept across the Great Wang dynasty. After killing the corpse sect disciples, Wang Lin's expression became even more gloomy. He had searched the memories of the woman from planet Fenghuan. Almost every city had corpse sect disciples collecting resentment and nourishing resentful spirits. This wasn't only happening on planet Suzaku. All the branch corpse sects were gathering resentment. Although that woman from planet Fenghuan was the head elder, someone like her normally wouldn't be sent to planet Suzaku. However, orders came from the corpse set headquarters to station a corporeal yang cultivator here, and the job fell in her hands. Wang Lin didn't care about any of this. What he found strange was a secret command that she had received from the corpse sect headquarters after arriving on planet Suzaku. No matter how hard Wang Lin searched the woman's memories, he couldn't find anything about the secret order. This meant that the order was given by someone with stronger cultivation, so he wasn't able to find out what it was. However, Wang Lin was able to make some guesses based on some clues. First of all, with that woman's background, she wouldn't become the concubine of Immortal. If that was the case, why was she at the Imperial Palace? With her cultivation, there was no need for direct control. She didn't even have to be there. Also, this woman hadn't been on planet Suzaku for long, less than 100 years. And she had only entered the Imperial Palace 10 years ago. Her memories were a complete blank from the moment when she arrived before the Imperial Palace, as if someone had taken them away. She didn't know why she was here. However, using her other memories, Wang Lin was able to find out what she was hiding from in the Imperial Palace. During these 10 years, this woman had been carefully hiding inside the Imperial Palace and was keeping her cultivation hidden. What exactly happened to her 10 years ago that made her flee to the most populated Imperial Palace? Besides, what made her think she wouldn't be found in the Imperial Palace? Wang Lin frowned. After pondering for a while, he decided to not think about this anymore. His divine sense no longer locked onto the city but swept across planet Suzaku, searching for the corpse sect. The corpse sect was a very large organization. Not just outside the planet, but even just on planet Suzaku, Wang Lin remembered that the corpse sect existed in almost every country. However, through the memories of that woman, Wang Lin was aware that the corpse sect had been reorganized. They were all concentrated in one place, and that place became the headquarters for the corpse sect on planet Suzaku. What was interesting was that the new headquarters was in the country of Zhao, where the corpse sect in Zhao used to be. After cleaning up the corpse sect members in various cities, Wang Lin headed straight toward the corpse sect in Zhao. He moved very fast and soon arrived at the corpse sect in Zhao. It had been hundreds of years since he had been here. While staring at the swamp ahead, his eyes turned cold and he muttered, "Interesting. There are many more restrictions here than before." Wang Lin calmly said, "Ta Shan, open this place up for me." Ta Shan's expression was cold as he took a few steps forward. He didn't look at the swamp as he tightened his right fist and bombarded the ground. At this moment, the ground began to tremble violently. The swamp on the ground was shaken into the air and the muddy water shot into the sky. It was as if someone had lifted the ground up. Countless flashes of restrictions appeared, and while these restrictions might have been effective against ascendant cultivators, they were useless against Ta Shan. With one punch, those restriction lights immediately collapsed and disappeared. A large crack appeared on the earth, and deep within this crack was a secret passage. Wang Lin walked forward into the secret passage and calmly walked in with Ta Shan following behind. As for the big-headed boy, he was quite interested as he looked around and followed behind as well. As he walked down this secret passage, Wang Lin felt melancholy. He had come here twice hundreds of years ago, and both times he had to be very careful. However, now he would do as he pleased here. As Wang Lin walked through the passage, he spread out his divine sense across the corpse sect and blocked all exits. He was here looking for the head of the corpse sect. Whether it was now or before, Wang Lin never had any goodwill toward the corpse sect. Not to mention they had actually dared to use the Wang family to nourish resentful spirits. Wang Lin had no special feelings toward these descendants from more than 10 generations away. However, they were descendants of the Wang family, and seeing them bullied like this had really angered him. Along the way, any corpse sect cultivator detected by his divine sense immediately collapsed and died. There were many cultivators here. They had a gloomy expressions as they panicked and wanted to escape. However, with Wang Lin's divine sense sealing the passages, none of them could escape. As he walked, a flash of sword energy from the passage suddenly shot toward Wang Lin. This sword energy contained a powerful aura. The person who launched the attack had to be at the ascendant stage. As it charged through the narrow passage, there was a loud whistle. Wang Lin's expression was cold as he casually pointed with his hand and used a bit of his origin energy. Ripples appeared in the void and the sword energy immediately collapsed. A muffled groan appeared as the ripple from Wang Lin's fingertips spread. However, not only did the person not retreat, he moved even faster toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin had already seen what the ambusher looked like. This person's body was thin, as if he was a mummy. There were countless runes on this person's body, and the body gave off a foul smell. The person's eyes were dim, as if he no longer had a mind. While looking at the person, Wang Lin found him a bit familiar. In an instant, this mummy arrived next to Wang Lin. Wang Lin let out a sigh and kicked with his right foot. There was a sonic boom and his right foot landed on the mummy with a bang. The mummy began to disintegrate from its feet. This disintegration was rapid, and in an instant the mummy turned to dust. The moment the mummy disappeared, his eyes regained clarity. He looked at Wang Lin with confusion, but he disappeared the next instant. I didn't think that Yizazai would become someone else's corpse puppet. Wang Lin let out a sigh as he walked forward. He didn't move fast and there were ambushers in many places before him. However, all of them collapsed in an instant. These ambushers were all corpse puppets. Wang Lin walked toward the corpse sect headquarters along the passage. The moment Wang Lin arrived, his eyes turned cold and he looked ahead. His gaze seemed to be able to pierce through the wall and extend inside the cave. He saw 8 huge transfer arrays, and at this moment numerous corpse sect members were standing within them. The transfer arrays activated and began to slowly disappear. You all can't escape, Wang Lin calmly said to himself. His divine sense swept past the 8 transfer arrays, causing them to immediately begin to collapse. In an instant, 3 of the transfer arrays collapsed and all the corpse sect disciples disappeared into a spatial crack. At the same time, the other 5 transfer arrays also collapsed. Not a single corpse sect disciple was able to escape. If a cultivator at the second step wanted to wipe out a sect like this, it would require no blood. The second step cultivator merely need to use his divine sense to destroy the sect. Even Yin and Yang cultivators couldn't do this. After all, the Yin and Yang stages were only transition stages. Only Nirvana Scryer cultivators were really at the second step. At this moment, the entire corpse sect headquarters was silent. This was a terrifying silence. The only sound was the rustling footsteps that came from the ground. This entire place was shrouded in a gloomy aura. Wang Lin walked ahead and passed through the caves. He was very calm and continued to walk down the path based off his memory until he arrived in the depths of the corpse sect. Looking at the sealed dead end, there was nothing abnormal on the surface. Wang Lin remembered that there used to be a cave here. He cultivated the underworld ascension method in that cave. He didn't stop and walk toward the wall. As he closed in, cracks appeared on the wall, and when he arrived, the wall collapsed. It was as if there was a strange force pushing forward. There was nothing that could stop Wang Lin from moving forward, and popping sounds echoed through the tunnel. As he walked forward, the wall continued to collapse and a passage was opened. If a cultivator saw this strange scene, they would be greatly shocked. Even though a cultivator at the yin and yang stage could do it, it would be very difficult. Only those who had truly entered the second step and touched the edge of law could easily do this. As Wang Lin moved forward, he arrived at where he used to cultivate. He looked around and felt a bit melancholy. After silently pondering for a moment, Wang Lin continued to walk forward. Before him was a wall with countless small holes that released cold energy. However, compared to before, the cold energy was a lot weaker. As he moved forward, the walls collapsed. Wang Lin didn't stop. He continued to walk forward. It didn't take long before he arrived at the deepest part of the corpse sect. It was a huge underground cave. A coffin thousands of feet long floated in the middle of the cave. "Save me?" A faint voice suddenly echoed when Wang Lin entered. Wang Lin was familiar with this voice. However, the moment this voice appeared, it suddenly stopped. After a long time, the voice reappeared, but this time there was a hint of shock within it. You are that cultivator from back then." The voice was filled with unimaginable terror. Wang Lin's expression was calm as he approached the huge coffin. Although the coffin looked normal, there were countless restrictions covering it. This cascade of restrictions was not simple and gave off a powerful pressure. With Wang Lin's cultivation back then, he only felt his mind tremble without knowing the reason when he got close. However, now Wang Lin was able to clearly observe the restrictions on the coffin. "Impossible. How did you reach this level of cultivation in only hundreds of years? This. The weak voice was extremely shocked. It was obvious that he recognized Wang Lin, and that was why he was so shocked. He clearly remembered that the cultivator before him had come here twice. The first time this cultivator came here, he was only at the foundation establishment stage. He didn't care because the foundation establishment cultivator couldn't help him. Hundreds of years later, this cultivator came a second time. This time, this little cultivator was almost at the soul transformation stage. That time, this little cultivator came to take his blood and completely ignored his call for help. In order to delay for time, he even tempted the little cultivator by promising to become his mount. However, in the end, he failed to escape because that little cultivator was too cautious. He had always been angry about this, but he had no choice. However, now that this cultivator came the third time, he was shocked. He couldn't see through that little cultivator's cultivation. Forget this person. He couldn't even see through the cultivation of the two cultivators who were obviously servants. He could only feel a terrifying aura from the three of them. Wang Lin's expression was calm as he carefully looked at the coffin. He raised his right hand and casually pointed at the coffin. When his finger landed on the coffin, there was a loud bang that echoed across the cave and cracks spread like crazy from where Wang Lin touched. The cracks covered the coffin in almost an instant. This looked very easy for Wang Lin, but what the giant demon clan ancestor saw made him terrified. The moment Wang Lin raised his fingertip, the thousands of feet long coffin immediately collapsed and scattered in all directions. Large amounts of white mist came out and filled the area. Inside the white mist was a very large naked man floating in the air. His skin was completely ashen. Unlike an ancient god, there were no cracks on his skin. It was completely smooth. There was a purplish plant covering the giant's body, and it constantly squirmed. As it moved, the giant's body would visibly shrink, but then it would quickly return to normal. As this cycle continued, large amounts of cold, white mist would be released by the plant. There was a faint axe mark that would sometime flash between the eyebrows of the giant. "Save me, Senior. Save me. I, Lei Ji, am willing to become Senior's mount. Please save me, Senior." The giant's divine sense was weak, but this time there were no schemes hidden in his words, only the plead for help. Wang Lin looked at the purple thing that was wrapped around Lei Ji. He knew that the plant had taken root inside Lei Ji's body. It would only take several hundred years before Lei Ji's life force was all absorbed and he would turn into a corpse. Wang Lin calmly asked, How many of your giant demon clan members were caught by the corpse sect? Senior, on planet Suzaku, I'm the only one. However, in the Alliance star system, I know that a large amount of my giant demon clan members were captured by the corpse sect. The corpse sect has their eye on my giant demon clan's bodies. However, if they try to possess our bodies normally, our bloodline ability will disappear. Their purpose is to possess our bodies while retaining the bloodline ability. The purple vine in my body is a strange plant that the corpse sect is using to take my life force but not affect my bloodline ability. Then they will be able to possess my body without any problem. If Wang Lin didn't have this current cultivation, Lei Ji wouldn't have told the truth. But now he said it without any hesitation. Strength was everything in the cultivation world. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he looked at Lei Ji. His right hand reached out and Lei Ji's body trembled violently. The purple vine on Lei Ji's body began to move. In almost an instant, roots were being pulled out one by one and the vine rapidly contracted. Powerful pressure suddenly appeared. Wang Lin frowned as they looked at the purple vine. As the vines contracted, they let out a sharp scream. As the roots withdrew, an extremely ferocious plant hundreds of feet tall appeared in the air. There was a flower at the head of the planet. As the flower opened, it revealed rows of sharp teeth and drool came out. The vines were like the hands of the plants. A portion of them were connected to Lei Ji. The other vines also had flowers, and when those flowers opened, they all had sharp teeth as well. The sharp roar echoed and formed a storm that charged toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression was cold. There was a divine sense inside that plant. It was not simply a planet. Senior, the divine sense of a corpse sect vice hall master is inside the plant. My body was prepared for this vice sect head. If Senior didn't come, I fear that when all my life force is gone after hundreds of years, he can possess my body without any obstacles. Although Lei Ji's divine sense was getting weaker, he still struggled to speak. After Wang Lin heard this, it was as if a bolt of lightning had flashed across his mind and he understood. The corpse sect focuses on trafficking bodies. In this world, the best body is an ancient god's body. However, there are too few ancient gods right now, so the corpse sect took a step back and set their sights on the giant demon clan. This kind of body combined with the spells of a cultivator is not something an ordinary cultivator can deal with. If a Nirvana Scryer cultivator had this kind of body along with their spells, and the giant demon clan's bloodline ability, it would something even I wouldn't be confident in fighting against unless I fused with my original body. Wang Lin's expression became gloomy. The corpse sect had too much secrets. He didn't know if possessing the bodies of the giant demon clan was considered important in the corpse sect. In the end of the day, this matter allowed Wang Lin to see through some of the mysteries shrouding the corpse sect. As the All-Heaven army approached, Wang Lin believed that all of the corpse sect's secrets would be revealed. As the demonic plant let out a sharp roar, its vines charged toward Wang Lin like crazy, wanting to tear Wang Lin into pieces. Wang Lin smiled and spat out the celestial sealing stamp. It immediately grew and hundreds of thousands of golden runes flew out toward the plant. The celestial sealing stamp created a loud rumble as it smashed down toward the plant. Wang Lin raised his right hand filled with thunder intent. Thunder immediately appeared from the void and gathered in Wang Lin's right hand. While controlling the thunder of the heavens for his own use, a purple ball of lighting appeared in Wang Lin's right hand in a flash. He pushed it forward and the ball of thunder immediately shot out toward the plant. At this moment, countless golden runes surrounded the huge plant, and the celestial sealing stamp smashed down. There was an earth-shattering bang that caused the cave to shake. Large amounts of crack appeared on the cave walls and large amounts of dirt fell off. The moment the celestial sealing stamp fell, the ball of thunder arrived with a rumble. Bursts of angry roars came from the plant. This plant was heavily damaged, and as the thunder moved across the plant, mucus flew everywhere. Lei Ji was thrown away by the plant and landed on the ground with a thud. "Who made me awaken from my sleep? You have to pay the price with your life." A gloomy voice slowly came out from the planet. The moment the voice echoed, the aura of a Nirvana Scryer cultivator immediately spread out and formed a storm. This storm swept by the plant and forcibly shook the golden runes off. An illusory shadow appeared over the broken plant. This was someone wearing a black robe and completely covered in a dark fog. Wang Lin's expression was still calm as he looked at the black-robed figure and coldly said, "A mere Nirvana Scryer origin soul. I want to see how you're going to make me pay with my life." Wang Lin's right hand formed a seal, and with a point of his finger, the wither Dao pair on this right hand flew out. When the beast bone appeared, a ghostly light flashed within its eyes. A powerful evil aura spread out and gray light appeared on the plant. The black-robed man raised his head and looked at Wang Lin without even looking at the plant and flew away. The plant below him immediately collapsed and scattered. Strands of purple gas came out from the plant that collapsed and entered the black-robed figure. For an instant, the figure began to turn solid. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he took a step forward, and his two fingers formed a sword. He pointed forward and countless bolts of thunder appeared from the void, forming a thunderstorm. With Wang Lin's guidance, the thunderstorm closed in on the black-robed man. The black-robed man's expression was gloomy, and he immediately retreated while his hands formed a seal. A round, black screen appeared before him. The moment the thunderstorm arrived, a thunderous explosion echoed within the cave. The entire cave began to collapse on a large scale. The black-robed man let out a muffled groan and quickly retreated. "Far away, cultivator, if there is an issue, we can talk about it. This old man is Lu Qingyun, Corpse Sect Resentment Hall Vice Hall Master." The black-robed man was extremely shocked. He had just awakened, so his mind was still a blur. However, after he became sober, he found that the person who awakened him was a Nirvana Scryer cultivator. If he still had his body, he wouldn't have been afraid, but now he no longer had a body. Also, this person wasn't the only Nirvana Scryer cultivator. The big-headed boy was also a Nirvana Scryer cultivator, and although the puppet wasn't, it was at the peak of the corporeal yang stage. The more he looked at the three, the more shocked he became. Not to mention the fact he didn't have a body. Even if he did, he would have to immediately escape when facing them. The only possible way for him to fight would be if he could successfully possess the giant demon clan body, as he would be able to send someone away. Then he would use the power of the body to fight another and use his own spells to fight the last one. However, all of this was merely in his mind. The black-robed man wryly smiled in his heart and quickly said, "Fellow cultivator, I'm afraid this is a misunderstanding. I have just awakened and said some words that might have offended fellow cultivator, so I hope you will forgive me. If fellow cultivator likes this giant demon clan body, I can gift it to you as a token of friendship." As he spoke, he continued to retreat. Wang Lin didn't say a word as he moved like lightning after the black-robed man. Faint ripples appeared under his feet and his eyes shined as he chased after the black-robed man. Early-stage Nirvana Scryer Origin Soul. A weakened Nirvana Scryer Origin Soul. With this, I'm confident in allowing Ta Shan's body to reach the Nirvana Scryer stage. Lu Qingyun's eyes were filled with caution, and he secretly complained. The reason he chose this half-abandoned planet was because there was nothing of value here to attract cultivators at this level. The plan was to quietly spend thousands of years here to possess this body, and then return to the hall to compete for the position of Hall Master. However, he never would have imagined to attract a cultivator of this level here at the final moments. His mind quickly turned, and he immediately thought that this was a scheme by the other Vice Hall Masters. The three of them must have received some unknown benefits to come and destroy his base. They must have planned to attack him while he was still in his origin form state and wiped him out here. Damn it! In order to not attract the attention of the other Vice Hall Masters, I was extremely cautious. I didn't even send any cultivators under me to protect me and only secretly manipulated some things. I didn't expect my location to still be found. Lu Qingyun was gloomy, and as he retreated, he carefully looked at Wang Lin's group. The more he looked at them, the more unfamiliar they appeared. He was a Vice Hall Master of the Corpse Sect. Perhaps he hadn't seen all the Yin and Yang cultivator in the Alliance star system, but he had seen almost every cultivator who had reached the Nirvana Scryer stage. After all, not many cultivators could reach the Nirvana Scryer stage in the Alliance star system. In particular, that big-headed boy made him feel very confused. The big-headed boy's cultivation was at the Nirvana Scryer stage, but he couldn't feel any domain from him. Instead, he felt a powerful source of celestial spiritual energy. This celestial. Lu Qingyun's eyes widened and he retreated even faster. You can't escape. Ripples appeared under Wang Lin's feet and he suddenly disappeared. This almost made Lu Qingyun lose his wits. He screamed, "Spatial bending!" His origin soul immediately collapsed into countless specks of light. The specks of light scattered and escaped upward like crazy. Those other Vice Hall masters sure paid big this time. To be able to invite a Nirvana Scryer cultivator who can use spatial bending, the price they paid must be unimaginable. Lu Qingyun was shaken, but at this moment, he was too busy to ponder it. Despair began to fill his heart. A cultivator who had mastered spatial bending was invincible among cultivators of the same level. They could advance and retreat as they wished. Fighting against someone like that was a nightmare. His origin soul turned into a ray of light and quickly escaped. However, Wang Lin stepped out from the void and mercilessly slammed his hand down. The world suddenly shook, and the powerful force caused the pieces of Lu Qingyun's body to fuse once more. His face was pale and he was about to retreat. A foolish laughter suddenly entered his ears. The big-headed boy shook his big head and blocked Lu Qingyun's path. In the distance, Ta Shan quickly closed in. Lu Qingyun bitterly smiled. He knew that he couldn't escape from a cultivator who had mastered spatial bending. He let out a sigh and said, "Fellow cultivator, there is no life or death feud between us. Can you leave me a path to survival? I'll definitely repay you." Wang Lin looked at Lu Qingyun and slowly asked, "How will you repay me?" Lu Qingyun clenched his teeth and said, "I have the origin soul of a Nirvana Scryer cultivator. How about that?" This was the origin soul of his mortal enemy. Many years ago, he used the power of the corpse sect to destroy his enemy's body and took the origin soul. He originally wanted to use it to refine a puppet, but at this moment of life and death, he was willing to give it up. Wang Lin's expression remained neutral and he calmly said, "Oh, bring it here." Lu Qingyun's eyes lit up as he looked at Wang Lin and said, "Fellow cultivator, if I take it out and you still don't let me go." Before he finished speaking, Wang Lin frowned and coldly looked at Lu Qingyun. He coldly said, "I'll give you 3 breaths of time to consider." Lu Qingyun silently pondered before letting out a sigh. He touched between his brows with his right hand. There was a ripple and then a mirror appeared. After the mirror appeared, there was a flash of light and the origin soul of a middle-aged man slowly appeared. Lu Qingyun no longer hesitated. He sent the origin soul forward and it landed in Wang Lin's hand. After carefully looking at the origin soul, Wang Lin nodded. This origin soul was indeed that of a Nirvana Scryer cultivator. However, the mind was already gone, so it was only a shell of an origin soul. After taking the origin soul, Wang Lin shook his head. "This isn't enough to trade for your life." Li Qingyun wryly smiled. He knew that the thing he gave was far too little compared to what the other Vice Hall masters must have paid. After pondering a while, his face was filled with uncertainty. A moment later, he suddenly jerked his head up as he clenched his teeth and said, "Fellow cultivator, there is one thing I'm sure you will be satisfied with." As he spoke, there was a flash of viciousness in his eyes. His right hand touched the mirror that had appeared and a powerful pressure suddenly came out of it. Bang bang, bang bang, the sound of a heart beating came from the mirror, and after that, a corpse floated out. This corpse was completely red, and the moment it appeared, a monstrous flame filled the world. This flame was so intense that even the big-headed boy's expression changed. "This is the Fire Spirit Corpse, rank 12 on my corpse sect's corpse ranking. If one can successfully possess this corpse, then no fire spell in the world would be able to harm you. In addition, you would be able to control the fire of the world. The value of this corpse is extremely high and should be enough to exchange for my life." As Lu Qingyun spoke, he immediately threw the corpse at Wang Lin. The fire corpse was very fast and arrived near Wang Lin in an instant. However, as it got close, it suddenly opened its eyes and revealed a crazed light. Lu Qingyun's expression turned ferocious and he shouted, "Explode!" The fire corpse collapsed. The power didn't affect planet Suzaku. It was all trapped in this small area. This way, its full power could be displayed. An unimaginable amount of flames suddenly charged into the sky and spread. In an instant, all the clouds disappeared and cracks appeared in the sky. This flame was too powerful, so Tashan had to retreat. Even the big-headed boy's expression was pale as he retreated. He knew that if the fire corpse had collapsed before him, he would not have been able to escape. He could have never guessed that Lu Qingyun would dare to fight when he was at such disadvantage. This was the first time the big-headed boy had gained a deep impression of Alliance cultivators. A mad laughter came from Lu Qingyun. Then his ferocious figure flashed and he charged straight for the sky. With his personality, he would naturally compromise. Everything he had done was deliberate to confuse the others for this moment. If the collapse of the fire corpse spread out, it couldn't even be enough to affect the planet. However, if he were to concentrate the power, even though it still wasn't enough to affect the planet, he was confident no one of the same cultivation level as him could withstand it. Although it pains my heart to lose the fire corpse, to use it to destroy a cultivator that can use spatial bending was well worth it. After this person dies, the other two can't catch me at all. As Lu Qingyun laughed, he headed for the sky. He planned to return to the corpse sect as soon as possible to choose a body. As for the other Vice Hall Masters, he intended to get his revenge on them. "You can't escape." The cold and relentless voice was like the cold wind when it reached Lu Qingyun's ears. His body trembled and his eyes were filled with disbelief. His body stopped moving. Wang Lin's figure appeared before Lu Qingyun. He was calm and there were no injuries on his body. The image of a furnace slowly disappeared around Wang Lin. Not only was Lu Qingyun filled with disbelief, even the big-headed boy in the distance also gasped and his eyes became filled with shock. He knew that Wang Lin was strong, but he didn't think Wang Lin could have escaped without a scratch. He no longer dared to go against Wang Lin anymore. He was now even more afraid of Wang Lin. Wang Lin coldly looked at Li Qingyun, took a step, and then disappeared. Lu Qingyun was terrified as he anxiously said, "Fellow cultivator, it was a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. This time, I'll really give you a treasure to trade for my life." "I have." Without waiting for him to finish, Wang Lin's figure appeared behind Lu Qingyun just as he turned around to escape. Both of Wang Lin's fingers contained the thunder of the heavens. As the thunder rumbled in the sky, Wang Lin pressed down on the center of Lu Qingyun's back. There was a loud bang and Lu Qingyun was knocked away. His face was pale and his body was no longer solid. It was rapidly dissipating. Wang Lin had clearly seen through Lu Qingyun's trick. He had grown up in the Alliance star system and had witnessed too many sinister schemes. If he believed Lu Qingyun, then he wouldn't be Wang Lin. When Lu Qingyun took out the fire corpse, Wang Lin had already noticed something wrong and activated the ancient god furnace. The moment the fire corpse collapsed, he easily avoided everything with the ancient god furnace. Wang Lin had his reasons for giving Lu Qingyun this opportunity. He knew that as the Vice Hall Master of the corpse sect, Lu Qingyun must have had some life-saving measures. If Wang Lin had just attacked, then, during the heat of battle, it would have been difficult to kill this person without suffering injuries. Thus, Wang Lin simply waited for Lu Qingyun to use his ace so he could easily avoid it. The moment Lu Qingyun used his ace would also be the moment he died. In truth, everything was as Wang Lin expected. This time, he didn't hold back. After attacking, he merged with the world once more and charged directly at Lu Qingyun once more. Lu Qingyun was very smart. As his origin soul was dissipating, he let out a wry smile and realized what Wang Lin was thinking. He secretly regretted his actions. Wang Lin's figure appeared once more, and as he pointed with his finger, countless bolts of thunder shot out. Thunder rumbled in the sky as bolts of lightning descended on Lu Qingyun. Then Wang Lin's fingers continued to land on Lu Qingyun. Each finger caused Lu Qingyun's origin soul to almost collapse, and he continued to retreat. Seeing that he had almost no chance to escape, Lu Qingyun's eyes revealed a flash of viciousness and he shouted, "If you want to kill me, Then be buried with me. There was madness in Lu Qingyun's eyes as he chose to self-destruct without any hesitation. This wasn't all of his origin soul. With his cunning, he would never take this risk. Back then, he split off a small portion of his origin soul to save his life in a moment of crisis. At this moment, he decided to give it his all. A destructive aura came out from his origin soul. He had a ferocious expression as he was about to explode. The self-destruction of a Nirvana Scryer cultivator was far more powerful than the fire corpses. Once he exploded, planet Suzaku would collapse. All life on the planet aside from a select few would die. Its effect, the cultivation planet crystal, would be unimaginable. This was one of the main concerns Wang Lin had that prevented him from attacking right away. Seeing that Lu Qingyun chose to explode, Wang Lin was calm and softly said, "Celestial spell, stop." In an instant, the stop spell suddenly appeared. This spell's power was increased after infusing it with the celestial origin energy from Qing Shui. Lu Qingyun's exploding origin soul was frozen in place. Wang Lin arrived in front of Lu Qingyun's origin soul. As he grabbed the origin soul, ripples appeared under his feet. Then he disappeared without a trace. Ripples appeared somewhere in the Alliance star system far away from planet Suzaku. Wang Lin appeared and quickly placed restrictions on Lu Qingyun's origin soul. Then his left hand mercilessly slapped Lu Qingyun's origin soul. The origin energy in his body surged out and shook Lu Qingyun's origin soul. This caused the destructive aura coming from Lu Qingyun's origin tool to immediately dissipate. After placing countless restrictions on the origin soul to completely stop its self-destruction, Wang Lin threw the origin soul into his bag. He then turned around, ripples appeared under his feet, and he disappeared into the sky. The big-headed boy's pupils contracted and his fear of Wang Lin became even stronger in his heart. He knew that if he was facing that collapsing Nirvana Scryer origin soul, he wouldn't have been able to deal with it so easily. If he was careless, he could have even been injured. In particular, when Lu Qingyun chose to self-destruct, the big-headed boy's scalp tinged. However, what shocked him even more was Wang Lin's calm expression that made it seem as if everything was going as planned. Wang Lin's actions were extremely fluid as he took away the origin soul. All of this shocked the big-headed boy. He truly respected Wang Lin at this moment. Serving as this person's servant is not an insult to my status. The big-headed boy took a deep breath. Ripples appeared in the sky before him and Wang Lin appeared. Wang Lin didn't say anything to him before looking down on the earth and saying, "Lei Ji, come out." The earth shook as Lei Ji's huge body slowly flew into the air. At this moment, he was still a bit weak. When he saw Wang Lin, his eyes contained a trace of awe. He was watching the battle just now, and he was very shocked by Wang Lin's strange spell and constantly calm expression. He stood there and respectfully said, "Lei Ji greets Master. From now on, you are my mount. If you have any rebellious thoughts, your origin soul will be destroyed." When Wang Lin's eyes fell on Lei Ji felt as if two rays of sword energy had just pierced his eyes. His mind trembled and he quickly nodded. Wang Lin slapped his bag of holding and took out a bottle. He threw it at Lei Ji and said, "Take out some of your heart blood and fill this bottle." With that, Wang Lin began to walk forward. Ta Shan and the big-headed boy followed behind Wang Lin. Lei Ji held the small bottle and let out a sigh. Popping sounds came from his body and his body immediately contracted. He went from being thousands of feet tall and shrank until he was only 30 feet tall as he followed Wang Lin. At the same time, his heart ached as he pointed at this heart with his right hand. Blood flew out of his heart and made its way into the small bottle. Wang Lin had saved this giant demon clan ancestor for the trace of ancient god aura in his blood. Although Wang Lin's cultivation level was higher during his return to the Alliance star system, the danger he sensed was also increasing. He needed to refine his spells on planet Suzaku, and the first were his ancient god spells. With this blood, Wang Lin would be able to use some of the ancient god spells. Even his original body would be able to use them. At this moment, there was a sea of flames in the far eastern side of the Alliance star system. There was a planet inside the sea of flames that was completely red. It was covered in flames as if it was a burning cultivation planet. This planet was named the Holy Vermilion Bird Planet. The only things near it were the remains of a star that were scattered all over the place. It was as if this place had spent countless years burning. A ray of red light came from the distant stars. It was a young cultivator riding a firebird. He went into the sea of flames and disappeared. There was a towering vermilion bird statue that pierced the heavens on that planet. This statue emitted endless heat, and there were 3 elders sitting on top of the statue. At this moment, the youth's figure appeared thousands of feet away as if he couldn't withstand the heat. The moment he appeared, he started sweating like crazy. Report. The All-Heaven Army has occupied 60% of the western region. There are 11 teams coming from 11 different directions. The leaders are the newly bestowed 108 Celestials. The one taking the lead is the Vice Thunder Celestial, Su Ting. Is there any trace of Su Mu? After a moment of silence, one of the old men above the vermilion bird spoke. Although his voice was soft, the temperature suddenly rose as if there was a change in the laws. The youth quickly retreated hundreds of feet before he was barely able to hold on and said, All-Heaven Thunder Celestia Su Mu's location is still unknown. We are currently searching for him. Another old man smiled. In less than 2 months, they only managed to take 60%. The All-Heaven cultivators are pretty strict. The last old man calmly said, Let's see how the plan of the Cultivation Alliance works out. It should give the All-Heaven cultivators a profound lesson. Unfortunately, the Holy Emperor isn't here, or else my Holy Vermilion Bird Planet would also be able to obtain great benefits. On planet Suzaku in the Great Wang Dynasty Imperial Palace, all the Wang clan members had gathered in the square. They were all kneeling on the ground, and their expressions were changing between excitement and fear. It was completely silent. Before them was the Imperial Ancestral Hall. There were countless tablets hanging in the hall. However, it was not luxurious and instead was very simple. Wang Lin was standing inside the Ancestral Hall and was looking at the unfamiliar names on each of the tokens. Finally, he saw the tablet at the top which said, Ancestor Wang Zhua. Wang Lin silently pondered as scenes of Wang Zhua from back then flashed before his eyes. Now that he had returned, they were separated by the heavens. Wang Zhua had indeed fulfilled his promise to Wang Lin. He allowed Wang Lin to cultivate in peace while he guarded the Wang family descendants until his lifespan ended. Wang Lin let out a sigh. He felt like planet Suzaku was very unfamiliar when he returned this time. Even when it came to his own descendants, he felt no affection toward them. The only thing he felt was melancholy and pain in his heart. He couldn't find a trace of affection among these people. For the first time, he personally felt that the passage of time was like a ruthless river that washed away all his good memories of the past. Outside the ancestral hall, the Wang family descendants didn't even dare to breath hard. Their heartbeats all accelerated as they carefully looked at the unfamiliar but yet familiar ancestor. The 8 elders were in front of all the Wang family descendants, and they were kneeling as well. As they silently looked at Wang Lin, it was as if they could feel the age and sadness from him. Wang Lin's gaze went down starting at the top tablet and then fell on one of the tablets. This tablet said, Ancestor Wang Yu. Wang Lin had same vague impression of the name Wang Yu. Back when the Forsaken Immortal clan was in war with Suzaku, they were capturing young children that could cultivate. One of them was Wang Yu. That child's life also ended. The sadness around Wang Lin became even stronger. He felt a very complex emotion in his heart. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of years had passed. Looking back, the passage of time had caused everything to change. It was very difficult to find even one person he knew. As he pondered, he turned around and walked out of the ancestral hall. Looking at the people kneeling in the square, although they all contained his bloodline, he didn't feel like they were relatives. All of you are now on your own. No more cultivators will get involved with the mortal world. As for the Great Wang Dynasty, if anyone has the skill, then you can keep the inheritance for thousands of years. If all of you are muddled-headed and ruthless, then there is no need for this wealth. Although the things from before were because you were all affected by the resentment, this dynasty is filled with sadness. If this was caused by my Wang family, then all of you should just be civilians. After dealing with the karma of the Wang family, Wang Lin coldly looked at all of his descendants and then waves his sleeves before flying into the air. Ta Shan and the big-headed boy followed. The 30-foot-tall Lei Ji followed as well. After Wang Lin left, the square was completely silently. After a long time, the 8 elders stood up with gloomy expressions. They mercilessly looked around at the surrounding people and one of them coldly said, "We were wrong to anger our ancestor. From today onward, there will be new clan laws, and anyone who violates them will be killed." Wang Lin moved between the heavens and earth. After dealing with his descendants, the melancholy in his heart didn't decrease. He walked to the cloud sky sect. As he moved, his expression changed and he looked into the distance. He saw a centipede thousands of feet long quickly flying through the air with several cultivators on its back. One of the cultivators had the air of a celestial. He was wearing a yellow robe and had a sword on his back. The gentle wind caused the man's clothes to flutter and made him look every elegant. Sect Master Huanglong. When Wang Lin saw this person, his eyes immediately narrowed and shined. The portrait he saw in the demon spirit land immediately appeared in his mind. The centipede was very fast and disappeared in the blink of an eye over the horizon. However, Wang Lin could clearly feel a gaze looking at him from the back of the centipede. "Little fellow is not bad." A light chuckle entered Wang Lin's ear following that gaze. The laughter faded and finally disappeared without a trace. Wang Lin frowned slightly and looked at where the centipede disappeared. After pondering for a moment, Wang Lin headed toward the Cloud Sky sect. This whole matter was too strange, and Wang Lin didn't want to act carelessly. Tai Yan was still sitting in the square waiting for Wang Lin in the Cloud Sky sect. He knew Wang Lin would definitely come here. He didn't have much time left. His cultivation had degraded to the peak of the late stage of soul formation and could no longer break through back to soul transformation. He had slowly consumed all his lifespan. Originally, with his qualifications and Wang Lin's enlightenment, he shouldn't have ended up like this. However, an accident happened 100 years ago, but that accident was by his own will. On this day, a person slowly appeared in the sky before Tai Yan. Wang Lin stepped out and looked at the familiar scene, and finally, his gaze fell on Tai Yan. At this moment, Tai Yan stood up and his face was filled with excitement. He looked at Wang Lin, took a deep breath, and respectfully said, "Tai Yan greets benefactor." Wang Lin calmly asked, "Where is Zhou Ru?" Tai Yan revealed a complex expression. After silently pondering for a moment, he wryly smiled. "That child Zhou Ru left planet Suzaku 100 years ago." Wang Lin looked at the sky and the melancholy became even stronger. He let out a sigh as he looked at Tai Yan and said, "Is that the reason why your lifespan is ending and your cultivation degraded?" Tai Yan silently pondered and then nodded. It would be impossible for Zhou Ru to leave planet Suzaku with her cultivation. In order to help her fulfill her wish, he had used his own life along with Zhou Wutai's help and a large amount of celestial jades to help Zhou Ru just barely reach the soul transformation stage. Nonsense. Wang Lin frowned as he looked at Tai Yan but didn't say anymore. He slapped his bag of holding and large amount of celestial jades flew out and started hovering in the sky. Then Wang Lin's right hand reached toward the void. Popping sounds echoed while a large amount of celestial jades collapsed. The dense celestial spiritual energy condensed into balls in Wang Lin's hand. The surrounding area was filled with celestial spiritual energy. Holding the ball of celestial spiritual energy, Wang Lin pressed it into Tai Yan's body. Tai Yan's body trembled. He felt as if there was a fire burning inside his body. He took out more celestial jades and threw them out until they formed a small hill in the square. Wang Lin turned around and walked into the air. "Your cultivation degraded because of Zhou Ru. This is karmic cause. Now I helped you recovered your cultivation. This is karmic effect. As for these celestial jades, consider them my thanks for taking care of my Wang family descendants. From now on, don't bother with matters of my Wang family. Go cultivate in peace." Tai Yan's body trembled greatly. As the celestial spiritual energy surged through his body, his cultivation quickly recovered. He nodded toward Wang Lin's disappearing figure. 9 rays of light broke through the sky and quickly fell before Taiyin. The 9 swords gave off a powerful burst of sword energy that swept the area. I gift these swords to you. Wang Lin's voice seemed to come from the distant void. It was like the ethereal clouds. After dealing with the karma at the Cloud Sky sect, Wang Lin flew into the sky. The yin and yang fishes appeared and slowly rotated above his head. After dealing with the karma of his descendants and the Cloud Sky sect, his understanding of karma suddenly increased. The enlightenment in my domain is the focus of the second step. According to the karma domain, everything that has karmic cause must have karmic effect. Only a complete karma can form a cycle, and only by completing countless cycles can I truly complete my karma. I didn't expect that me returning to planet Suzaku would be in line with this. Wang Lin let out a sigh and closed his eyes. His divine sense covered the entire planet. Karma domain. I must repay all those that had helped me. I must close all karma with those I wronged. While pondering, Wang Lin's divine sense was like a storm that continued to spread across planet Suzaku. Not long after, Wang Lin's divine sense existed everywhere on planet Suzaku. Planet Suzaku, rank 5 cultivation country of Zhao, the He Huan sect. A beautiful woman was sitting in a cave cultivating in the back mountain of the He Huan sect. The spot she was cultivating in was a special place for the inner sect members of the He Huan sect. This place had several times more spiritual energy than outside. As she was cultivating, a chuckle came from outside the cave. Junior Sister Zhang, don't forget your promise. Since I let you cultivate in my cave for 1 month, you will have to be my cultivation partner for 3 days. Only 4 more days until 1 month has passed. This voice was filled with the intent to tease. After the laughing, the voice gradually left. The woman opened her eyes and let out a sigh. She was an outer disciple of the He Huan sect. The spiritual energy outside was too thin to reach the 9th layer of qi condensation. She could only make her breakthrough here. In the family tree, the family's ancestor Zhang Hu was also a cultivator. 1,000 years ago, he entered the Heng Yu sect. Unfortunately, after 1,000 years, all of that is gone. So I could only become an outer disciple of the He Huan sect. The woman had just closed her eyes to continue cultivating with a hint of bitterness when she looked ahead. Her eyes were filled with shock. She saw a young man in white silently appear. This young man looked normal, but there was an unspeakable aura coming from him. Wang Lin calmly looked at the woman before him. He slapped his bag of holding, causing spirit stones and celestial jades to fly out. There was even a flying sword. I knew your ancestor. The karmic cause of the past forms the karmic effect of today. Under the woman's dumbfounded gaze, Wang Lin let out a melancholy sigh and left. Zhang, who had already died. With Wang Lin's cultivation, he was able to detect a trace of Zhang Hu's bloodline in this woman. Rank 4 cultivation country Huafun. A very beautiful woman in a palace dress was sitting in the hall of the war god temple. This woman was at the late stage of soul formation. There were celestial jades placed next to her. It was obvious she was attempting to reach the soul transformation stage. Before her sat a young man. Although he was a young man, he gave off an ancient aura. He was at the late stage of soul formation as well. While looking at the woman, he let out a sigh and said, Junior Sister Zhou, there aren't enough celestial jades to allow both of us to continue absorbing. You should go first. If you can reach the soul transformation stage, then our country of Ho Fun can be promoted. The woman silently pondered. A moment later, she looked at the man and softly said, Senior Brother Yang, if I can reach the soul transformation stage, then the two of us should become a cultivation pair. After she spoke, she let out a sigh. For some reason, she couldn't help but think of a person from the past. The man bitterly smiled and shook his head. I don't have much lifespan left, so you don't need to do this. I'm doing this of my own will. Besides, I've heard that he has returned to planet Suzaku. As the two people pondered, a person silently appeared in the hall. Yang Xiong, Zhou Zihong, how have you two been? A melancholy voice echoed in the hall. The man and woman were startled and immediately looked over. Wang Lin looked at the two familiar figures that hadn't changed at all. This was due to the spirit liquid he gave them back in the foreign battleground. Wang Lin. Wang Lin smiled as he looked at the two of them, but he didn't say much. He slapped his bag of holding and large amount of celestial jades flew out and filled the hall. For the two of you to be able to tie the knot, consider these celestial jades a gift from me. Wang Lin's words were filled with sincerity. He then took out some pills before he turned around and left. In the rank 5 cultivation country that the giant demon clan controlled, Qi, whose appearance hadn't changed much, but now he gave off an ancient aura. The giant demon clan members had much longer lifespans than normal cultivators, and Qi, who had already become the patriarch of the giant demon clan. He had reached the late stage of soul transformation and was only one step away from ascendant. However, given his powerful body and bloodline ability, he even dared to fight ascendant cultivators. During these hundreds of years of time, Qi, who had become even more dependable and now held a certain position on planet Suzaku. The giant demon clan was a backbone force of planet Suzaku. However, the passage of time couldn't wash away the melancholy he had for a friend. With his status, he naturally knew of Wang Lin's return. He even saw the battle between Wang Lin and the big-headed boy. His heart felt very complex emotions. On this day, while he was cultivating, he suddenly opened his eyes and his body trembled. Before him, Wang Lin's figure looked toward him. Brother Qi, who, long time no see. Sang Niu. Qi, who had a bitter expression as he looked at Wang Lin and wasn't able to say anything for a long time. Don't mention things of the past anymore. As he spoke, Wang Lin slapped his bag of holding and large amount of celestial jades flew out, forming a small hill. At the same time, he took out a small bottle containing Lei Ji's blood. The celestial jades are to help you reach the ascendant stage. The small bottle contains the blood of your giant demon clan ancestor. It can help your bloodline ability. Goodbye, Qi Hu. Wang Lin let out a sigh and left. Qi Hu stared at where Wang Lin disappeared. The complex emotion in his eyes became even stronger. A very old man was sitting in a place filled with skeletons in the Sea of Devils. He was at the late stage of soul formation. At this moment, he absorbed large amount of energy, and his face revealed a painful struggle. The veins on his face bulged, revealing red lines. As he absorbed energy, the black lines were suppressed. After a long time, he let out a long sigh. His face looked every tired and he was covered in sweat. Scarlet blood ancestor, if I, Li Qiqing, don't get my revenge, then I'm not human. His face revealed a hideous expression and an unimaginable hatred had built up inside him. This hatred was almost monstrous. There was a pale blue circle within 1,000 feet of him. His cultivation had drawn the attention of some of the beasts in the Sea of Devils. The monsters quickly closed in, but they let out miserable screams when they touched those blue traces. Their bodies quickly withered. Just at this moment, the old man's eyes suddenly opened and his body moved in a flash. He appeared next to the demonic beast and grabbed onto it. He pounced on the beast, bit down on its neck, and mercilessly sucked. The demonic beast's body withered at a visible rate and soon became a mummy. The old man's body flashed and appeared next to another beast. This continued, and soon all the demonic beasts died. The old man's face turned slightly red. He took a deep breath as he returned to where he was cultivating. He looked out at the Sea of Devils and his eyes revealed a powerful sense of hatred. Scarlet blood ancestor, if it wasn't for you hunting my sister, how could she have met that Wang Lin? Li Qiqing was Li Muin's brother and also her only family member. This scarlet blood ancestor was the cultivator that was hunting Li Muin. Li Qiqing's hatred for this person was extremely strong. He was able to find that this scarlet blood ancestor had come to the Sea of Devils, which was why Li Qiqing had secretly come as well. He originally wanted to get revenge, but his cultivation level wasn't high enough and he instead was affected by a blood rune. Now he was living a life no better than death, but the hatred was even stronger. A flash of coldness appeared inside his eyes and he took a deep breath. He knew that every time the blood rune activated, the scarlet blood ancestor would know his location. so he had to leave quickly. However, his pupils suddenly shrank. All the hair on his body stood up, and he looked straight ahead. He saw Wang Lin's figure appear dozens of feet away from him. Wang Lin revealed a complex emotion when he looked at this old man. Li Qiqing stared at Wang Lin. After a long time, his body jerked and his eyes revealed a look of disbelief. He took a few steps back and shouted, "Who the hell are you?" He had seen Wang Lin a long time ago, and during these hundreds of years, he had seen Wang Lin's statue, so how could he not recognize Wang Lin? However, suddenly seeing Wang Lin made his mind tremble. He didn't know that Wang Lin had returned to planet Suzaku. While Wang Lin silently pondered, he slapped his bag of holding and the heaven-avoiding coffin flew out. Li Muin was lying inside, and there was still a smile on her face. Li Qiqing's body trembled as he looked at the coffin. At this moment, everything before him disappeared, and the only thing that existed was his little sister in the coffin. He hadn't seen her in hundreds of years, his only remaining loved one, little sister. Tears came from Li Qiqing's eyes. The ruthlessness that was in his eyes a moment ago disappeared and was replaced with familial love. Before father and mother left, they made me promise to take care of you. Big brother was useless to not be able to take care of you. Li Qiqing's face was filled with sadness as he looked at the woman in the coffin. A heart-wrenching pain filled his body. Wang Lin didn't speak and silently stood on the side. Time seemed to last forever as it slowly passed. All kind of thoughts drowned Li Qiqing's mind as he sat next to the coffin looking at his little sister. Just at this moment, a roar came from the distance and 3 rays of sword energy came with it. The sword energy in front was red and an old man was standing on top of it. This person was at the late stage of soul transformation. His face was filled with arrogance, and the 2 middle-aged men behind him looked at the old man with respect. Li Qiqing, I want to see where you can run off to now. The old man sneered as he closed in. He immediately saw Li Qiqing and the coffin with Li Muin inside. Along with them, he also saw Wang Lin. This strange scene caused him to stop and his eyes lit up. He carefully looked at the coffin and noticed rich, celestial spiritual energy coming from within it. Greed immediately appeared in his eyes. However, when his gaze fell on Wang Lin, he was immediately startled. He felt like this person looked familiar. While he was pondering, Wang Lin coldly looked at him. This gaze caused the old man's mind to tremble violently. The sword energy under his feet collapsed and he subconsciously took a few steps back while coughing up blood. His eyes were filled with terror. But at this moment, he recognized Wang Lin. Wang Lin! The old man gasped and lost his wit as he turned to escape. While he ran, he grabbed his 2 disciples and threw them without hesitation in order to stop Wang Lin's pursuit. He shouted, "Explode!" The Scarlet Blood Ancestor was a cautious person, and he had planted controlling seals in all the disciples under him. Under his control, the 2 disciples' bodies exploded into a mist of blood that charged toward Wang Lin. Taking this opportunity, he escaped while trembling. His mind was blank. The only thought in his mind was to escape. His scalp was numb and his heart was filled with fear. He always had a thorn in his heart, and that thorn was back when he chased after a female cultivator near the border between the Sea of Devils and the country of Hofun. He met a junior who saved that female cultivator and then escaped into the Sea of Devils. Originally, he wouldn't care about it at all. But as time passed and the name, Xianxia, became more famous, he trembled. He recognized Xianxia as the junior that saved the female cultivator and escaped into the Sea of Devils. What made him even more shocked was the series of events that followed. This Xianxia shined during the war between the Forsaken Immortal clan and the country of Suzaku. Afterward, he found out that the current Suzaku position was given to Zhou Wutai by Xianxia, who was Wang Lin. All of this made him very cautious, and it wasn't until Wang Lin left planet Suzaku that he finally relaxed. However, he would have never expected to meet Wang Lin today. He shouldn't be able to remember me. The man's mind trembled, but he continued to hope for a miracle. "It's you." A flash of cold light appeared in Wang Lin's eyes. With Wang Lin's intelligence, he was immediately able to see through what had happened. This person had come here to kill Li Muan's brother, and their feud was very likely related to what happened back then. Killing intent flashed through Wang Lin's eyes. He waved his hand, and the impact from the blood mist created by the two cultivators exploding was pushed right back toward the old man. The old man was terrified and he wanted to teleport, but it was too late. He was caught by the blood mist and bursts of screams came from inside the blood mist. Wang Lin waved his right hand. There was a boom as more blood mist appeared. Eventually, all of the blood dissipated into nothing. From start to end, Li Qiqing didn't raise his head, as if he wasn't aware of his surroundings at all. In his eyes, there was only Li Muan. Time passed. After a long time, Li Qiqing took a deep breath and became sober. He carefully looked at Li Muan inside the coffin, as if he wanted to engrave his sister in his heart. Then he stood up and walked off into the distance without even looking at Wang Lin. With the death of the scarlet blood ancestor, the red lines on Li Qiqing's face were broken. Wang Lin looked at Li Qiqing's figure but didn't speak. He understood Li Qiqing's thoughts. Li Qiqing's indifferent actions meant that he didn't want to have any ties with Wang Lin. After letting out a sigh, Wang Lin put the heaven-avoiding coffin in his bag and then flew into the sky. All karma has been dealt with. Wang Lin floated in the air and looked at planet Suzaku below him. This planet was considered half-abandoned, as the spiritual energy was very weak. Zhou Wutai, since you're the Suzaku, then I'll use planet Suzaku to complete my karma with you. Wang Lin's eyes were calm as ripples appeared under his feet and he disappeared. Wang Lin's figure appeared next to an uninhabited planet in the Alliance star system. While looking at the planet before him, he raised his right hand. His early-stage Nirvana Scryer cultivation appeared without reservation and his eyes lit up. Then his right hand reached out and mercilessly pulled back. The planet trembled violently. A moment later, an ancient aura came from the planet, as if there was a giant, invisible hand pulling it. Planet soul extraction. Wang Lin didn't exact it all but stopped after taking of it, although losing of the planet soul would affect the planet, it wouldn't be too drastic. Along the way, Wang Lin extracted the souls of several planets. Even with his cultivation, he felt tired. Unfortunately, the big-headed boy couldn't merge with the world, so only he could do something like this. One day later, Wang Lin merged with the world, while holding the planet souls he had extracted and returned to planet Suzaku. The moment he appeared over Suzaku, an ancient aura came from his right hand. In his palm were 7 balls of light. Each ball gave off an ancient aura. These were the planet souls he had extracted. After taking a deep breath, Wang Lin's left hand picked up a ball and flicked it. This ball of light flew at an extremely fast speed and instantly fused with planet Suzaku. Planet Suzaku suddenly trembled. This wasn't the planet itself trembling, but the soul of the planet. At this moment, a large amount of spirit veins appeared deep inside planet Suzaku. It began to slowly recover its vitality from its half-abandoned state. Wang Lin didn't stop. He picked up the second ball of soul and flicked at the planet. Planet Suzaku's soul trembled even more and spirit veins began to form like crazy. Those mountains that already existed were suddenly filled with spiritual energy. All the mortals only felt a warmth coming from the earth. They felt refreshed and all their illnesses went away. The 3rd, 4th, and 5th souls were all thrown by Wang Lin into the planet. At this moment, the cry of a phoenix that only very few cultivators could hear came from planet Suzaku. It was as if Suzaku had regained vitality. Inside the earth, spiritual energy reappeared in dried-up spirit veins. At this moment, the amount of spiritual energy on planet Suzaku reached a certain height. Not only this, but all the cultivators felt the spiritual energy on the planet become active. It even caused the spiritual energy inside their bodies to active on its own. Feeling the surrounding spiritual energy, Wang Lin threw the 6th ball of soul into planet Suzaku. At this moment, the mountains became greener, the water became more clear, and a fragrance seemed to come from the planet. Ripples of vitality echoed across planet Suzaku. When the last ball of soul was thrown into the planet by Wang Lin, the trembling of planet Suzaku's soul reached its peak. Even the talent of those mortals who didn't have obvious talent to cultivate became much stronger. In addition, countless low-level cultivators were able to immediately break through a bottleneck during this massive increase in spiritual energy on the planet. A large number of cultivators from various sects gave up everything they were doing and began to immerse themselves in cultivation. They were absorbing the spiritual energy from the planet like crazy. Although planet Suzaku hadn't reached the quality of a top-quality planet, it was no longer half-abandoned. Its spiritual energy had reached the peak of its prime. Zhou Wutai stood on top of Mount Suzaku as he looked at the sky with a complex gaze. He exhaled deeply and muttered, "Thank you, Brother Wang." In the country of Suzaku before a sect, an old cultivator that looked exactly like Huanglong smiled and shook his head. To use the soul of 7 planets to replenish the vitality of one is not cost-effective. However, this obviously shows how much this child cares about his homeland. Which is good. I don't know what he will choose in the battle between the All-Heaven star system and the Alliance star system. Wang Lin looked at the earth before taking a step and disappearing. When he reappeared, he was in a valley. The valley looked exactly the same as when he left. The karma has been dealt with, so it is time to leave. However, before leaving, I must head to that place in the Forsaken Immortal clan. Unfortunately, I still can't find a way to increase the celestial origin energy in my body. Otherwise, I could study magic arsenal. Wang Lin's gaze was calm as he looked into the distance. In the Alliance star system, there was an isolated system where there were countless black buildings. These buildings all had different styles, and they looked like large swords that were stabbed into the void. There was a tower at the center. This tower was tens of thousands of feet tall. There were black chains all over the tower connecting it to the surrounding buildings. The Cultivation Alliance was split into 2 sects, 4 temples and 8 domains. This was the Slaughter Domain. A ghostly figure appeared from the void. It moved like lightning and arrived above a building. This figure knelt down, revealing himself to be an old man. He bowed toward the center tower and said, "Traces of the All Heavens' new Thunder Celestial, Sumu, have been found. Soul Killer Duo, bring Sumu's head to me. This will be a gift to the All Heaven Cultivator from the Slaughter Domain." An ice-cold, eerie voice came from the tower. An old man was sitting next to the huge pit where the Forsaken Immortal clan was once sealed on planet Suzaku. This old man wore a red robe and had a head of red hair. There was a plant flashing on his forehead with 11 leaves stretched open. However, on top of the 11th leaf there was another half-leaf. If this half-leaf completely opened, this old man would instantly become a 12-leaf Forsaken Immortal clan member. In the Forsaken Immortal clan, a 12-leaf clan member was equivalent to an illusory cultivator. The old man quietly sat there. He was motionless as if he was eternal. On this day, rays of light flew across the sky, and the old man opened his eyes as he looked into the sky. Just as he was about to speak, his body trembled as he stared at one person among the 4 rays of light. Wang Lin landed on the ground and looked at the deep pit and the old man staring at Tashan. After pondering for a moment, he slowly said, "Long time no see, Senior Yun Keizi." The old man was Yun Keizi, and his eyes were filled with shock. He withdrew his gaze from Tashan and a storm set off in his heart. He looked at Wang Lin and bitterly said, "I merely started cultivating before you, no need to call me senior." Fellow cultivator Wang Lin, is he a member of my Forsaken Immortal clan? Yun Keizi pointed at Tashan. Tashan's expression was cold. He didn't even look at Yun Keizi. "He is a member of the chosen Immortal clan." Wang Lin let out a sigh and walked into the deep pit. Tashan followed, and as for the big-headed boy, he smiled foolishly at Yun Keizi before following Wang Lin in. When he saw the smile of the big-headed boy, a pressure from his soul exploded forth. His face turned pale and the complex emotion on his face became even stronger. Lei Ji followed after. He was extremely respectful to Wang Lin, especially after seeing Wang Lin's spells. Wang Lin was able to change the spiritual energy of planet Suzaku, which shocked him greatly. He had heard of this spell before. Only cultivators whose names spread far across the Alliance star system could sow something like this. Yun Kazi wryly smiled and his body flickered as he entered the deep pit. Along the way, Wang Lin didn't move that fast. He slowly moved through the Immortal graveyard. The forsaken Immortal clan had moved out of here, and there was no one left. As he descended layer by layer, Wang Lin remembered that the deepest he went was the 11th layer. There, he met the third ancestor of the forsaken Immortal clan, and was hunted by her until he took out the scroll that sealed the woman from the Xiang family. Only then was he able to escape that crisis. Through the horror displayed on the face of the forsaken Immortal clan third ancestor's face, Wang Lin knew that the scroll was somehow connected to the forsaken Immortal clan. The deeper he went down, the darker it became, as if there hadn't been people here for hundreds of years. There were no signs of life, only rich yin energy. If it was before, Wang Lin would feel discomfort from this yin energy, and as he descended, he would eventually be unable to move forward due to the yin energy. However, this yin energy was really insignificant. He didn't even need to activate his origin energy. This yin energy seemed to possess intelligence and didn't dare to approach him at all. As he descended, the yin energy formed a vortex before him, as if it was opening a passage for him. As he moved, Wang Lin pondered. The forsaken Immortal clan and the chosen Immortal clan were obviously the same people. He was even more certain now after seeing Yun Kazi's response to the big-headed boy. This clan wasn't afraid of celestial spiritual energy from celestial jades, but once celestial origin energy came from a celestial, a force would come from their soul to make them yield. The key to all of this was celestial origin energy. Thinking of celestial origin energy, Wang Lin felt bitter. The celestial origin energy he had was a gift from Qing Shui and was not unlimited. Every time he used a celestial spell, it would consume some of it. If he couldn't find a way to replenish it, it would eventually be exhausted. The celestial spells Qing Shui gave him, Summon the Rain and Magical Arsenal, all had high celestial origin energy requirements. If he didn't have enough, he wouldn't even be able to learn them, much less use them. This was also why Qing Shui wanted Wang Lin to enter the celestial pool and why he gifted Wang Lin the celestial origin energy. However, there were too many disadvantages to entering the celestial pool, so Wang Lin wasn't willing to choose it. Although he had celestial origin energy in his body, there weren't a lot of ways to replenish it. Even if he were to absorb celestial spiritual energy from celestial jades, he still wouldn't be able to from celestial origin energy in his body. After taking the big-headed boy as his servant, Wang Lin tried, but it still didn't work. Left with no choice, Wang Lin could only conserve his use of celestial origin energy. Not long after, Wang Lin arrived at the 11th layer for the second time. This 11th layer wasn't large. There were many gulches on the floor with red liquid flowing through them. In Wang Lin's eyes, they form a blood symbol. The 11th layer was empty, with only the sound of the liquid moving. Yun Kazi slowly said, "This one of the forsaken Immortal clan's ancestral marks. This place had a total of 19 layers. Aside from the earliest ancestors, the descendants could only reach the 16th layer. No one could enter the last 3 layers." Wang Lin nodded. Then his divine sense spread out and found the entrance to the 12th layer. In a flash, he charged toward that entrance. 12th layer, 13th layer, 14th layer, 15th layer, 16th layer. With Wang Lin's cultivation, he faced no obstructions and directly arrived at the 16th layer. There were also blood-red tattoos on the floor of the 16th layer, but they were much more complex. Just looking at them would make one confused. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed as he looked at the 13 coffins placed here. Each had a tattoo flashing above it. There was a black pool of water at the very center. It gave off waves of yin energy that filled the layer. Red liquid was coming from the tattoos and flowed into the pool, forming a cycle. What was strange was that the red liquid became black once it entered the pool, but once the black liquid flowed out of the pool, it turned red again. This place is a bit interesting. Wang Lin moved next to the pool of water and carefully looked at it. Yun Kazi silently pondered for a moment and then said, "Only the ancestor who had reached the 12-leaf stage could enter back then. These coffins should all be ancestors of my forsaken Immortal clan. Rumor has it that the 18th layer has the origin of my forsaken Immortal clan. As for the 19th floor, it was rumored to hold the remnant souls of my forsaken Immortal clan's first ancestor, fellow cultivator Wang. If you can break into the 18th layer, please look at our past and allow me to comprehend my ancestor's origin. He looked at Wang Lin. The little boy from the past had disappeared and was replaced with a powerful cultivator who could easily shake planet Suzaku with a stamp of his foot. During these last few days, he wondered if this powerful cultivator exists if he hadn't helped Wang Lin reach the soul formation stage. Wang Lin looked at Yun Keizi and nodded. He owed Yun Keizi even though he found out that Yun Keizi had other motives. The Yin energy coming out from the black water was very powerful, and there was seal on it. From Wang Lin's view, not even someone at the peak of the corporeal yang stage could break this seal. In addition, there were certain bloodline requirements on the seal. If one didn't have the forsaken immortal bloodline, it was even more difficult to enter. No wonder no one could enter the 17th layer. This kind of powerful seal is not something an ordinary cultivator can open. Wang Lin pondered as he stared at the black pool. He naturally had his own reasons for coming here. The reason was the yellow talisman the Yao family member took out when battling Wang Lin. There was a very strange power within that talisman that completely sealed the power inside his body. Even today, Wang Lin clearly remembered what happened. He still had one more talisman on him. After pondering for a bit, Wang Lin calmly said, "Big head, use all your power and display your most powerful celestial spell at the pool." The big-headed boy didn't waste time. The celestial origin energy in his body began to move. A storm of celestial origin energy erupted from his body and created a huge pressure. Yun Keizi was the first that couldn't withstand it. He subconsciously retreated and his face turned pale. It was as if there was a power coming from his soul forcing him to yield. If he didn't yield, he would be torn apart. Under this force, Yun Keizi let out a roar. The veins on his face popped and he struggled desperately. Fortunately, the big-headed boy wasn't targeting Yun Keizi, so this allowed him to struggle. As the big-headed boy's celestial origin energy cycled, he pointed at his head. His head immediately grew twice as large and red tendons flew out, creating a huge impact at the pool of water. There was a heaven-shattering bang as a ripple was set off inside the pool, and it began to slowly rotate. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He clearly saw that the seal on the pool of water was showing signs of breaking under the big-headed boy's attack. However, the signs were not obvious. Just as they were about to disappear, Wang Lin's two fingers formed a sword. Then thunder filled his eyes and the heaven's thunder seemed to gather like crazy toward his finger. As he stepped forward, he pointed at the pool of water. This caused countless bolts of lightning to shoot out from Wang Lin's fingers, and they flew like dragons toward the pool of water. There was a loud bang and large amount of cracks appeared on the floor of the 16th layer. Large amounts of Yin energy came out from the crack and a huge wave was set off in the pool of water. The pool floated into the air and changed into a black tattoo within the moving thunder. This tattoo was too complex, and it was so dense that it was impossible to clearly see what it looked like. However, Wang Lin didn't care what it looked like. He didn't want the seal's approval. He wanted to break it open by force. Popping sounds came from the tattoo as the thunder moved around it. Every time two bolts of thunder collided, the tattoo would tremble. As it trembled, it began to shatter and layers of seals collapsed. Wang Lin's eyes turned cold as he raised his right hand and the Wither Dao pair suddenly appeared. After the beast bone came out, there was a flash of light and an evil aura filled the area. The collapsing tattoo suddenly trembled as a gray light appeared and began it to turn to stone. At this moment, Tashan stepped out and threw a punch. A loud bang echoed within the 16th layer and then the tattoo collapsed. As the thunder moved, there were a series of popping sounds as the tattoo turned into countless specks of black light and dissipated. At the moment it disappeared, a transfer array appeared in the pool. The transfer array gave off a strange glow. There was a man who looked like Huanglong in a sect on planet Suzaku. He was talking to a few low-level cultivators with a smile on his face when he suddenly looked into the distance. This was also the instant the passage to the 17th layer opened. After a long time, he withdrew his gaze and thought, "Forget it. There is nothing he can't see on the 17th layer. That little guy's cultivation has reached a point where he can know certain secrets. However, the 17th layer is his limit. He won't be able to enter the 18th layer. In the 16th layer of the Immortal graveyard, Ta Shan stepped into the transfer array and disappeared. Wang Lin waited a moment to confirm there was no danger before stepping in as well. The big-headed boy, Lei Ji, and Yun Keizi quickly entered the transfer array as well. The 17th layer of the Forsaken Graveyard was completely dark without any light and was filled with a powerful death aura. At this moment, the light of a transfer formation suddenly appeared at the center. With the help of this light, the surroundings became visible. This was an area thousands of feet wide with chains hanging everywhere. There were corpses hanging on the chains, and what the chains gave off was celestial spiritual energy. These corpses were all celestials. But this celestial spiritual energy had no vitality and was filled with death, as if these corpses had been here for countless years. In an instant, the light from the formation disappeared and several people appeared. Ta Shan was the first person to enter this place. After he entered, his eyes lit up and he looked around. Even with his indifference, his pupils shrank as he looked around. This place was completely dark, but it couldn't obstruct divine sense. When Wang Lin appeared, he spread out his divine sense and his expression became gloomy. Not only him, but the big-headed boy's face turned pale after seeing everything. He had entered the celestial pool and lost his domain to truly become a celestial. So the shock he got from seeing the 17th layer was far beyond what the others felt. What horrified him even more was that his powerful celestial origin was trembling, as if there was a strange force suppressing it. Under this suppression, the big-headed boy seemed to be able to hear mournful cries. His face turned pale and his body trembled as he coughed out a mouthful of blood. Fortunately, Wang Lin noticed what was happening to the big-headed boy and placed his right hand on the big-headed boy's back. Wang Lin injected a large amount of origin energy, which allowed the big-headed boy to become sober. He looked at the surroundings with deep awe. Yun Keizi was completely different from the big-headed boy. He clearly felt the aura of his ancestors here. The tattoo on his body began to move on its own. It quickly shrank and began to degrade. The tattoos on his body moved like flowing water. It was as if there was an invisible force squeezing the tattoos to gather toward Yun Keizi's chest. What surprised Yun Keizi was that his original respect for the big-headed boy had now changed. It was as if there was a force suppressing that respect. Wang Lin was also affected. After entering, Wang Lin immediately realized that the celestial origin energy given to him by Qing Shui was suppressed. It was as if it had been submerged in water and began to move a lot slower. The surroundings were completely silent and dark. However, for Wang Lin and company, they could clearly see everything. This 17th layer wasn't very big, and there were countless chains hanging from the surrounding the walls, locking the corpses in place. These corpses were all like mummies, and their pelvises were pierced by the chains. Some of them even had chains going through their shoulder blades. These corpses were densely packed. There were at least 100. There were traces of being whipped on all these corpses. It seemed they all had suffered unimaginable torture before they died miserably. There were tattoos flashing on their bodies. Every time the tattoos flashed, the celestial spiritual energy coming from their bodies would become even stronger. As for why celestial spiritual energy was leaking from their bodies, it was because their origin souls were sealed inside their bodies by a powerful spell. Their bodies had died, so endless death aura was eroding their origin souls. Their origin souls, however, kept their consciousness but couldn't leave the bodies. They could only watch helplessly as their bodies dried up and let the death aura invade them until they were wiped out. This kind of torture released a powerful hatred for celestials. This hatred was absolute and shocked Wang Lin greatly. This? Yun Keizi stared dumbfoundedly at everything before him and couldn't say a word for a long time. These are celestials. When they were alive, their cultivation levels were all a bit higher than mine. The big-headed boy felt most connected to this place, and he felt inexplicably disturbed here. Just at this moment, there were sounds of chains colliding. One of the mummies began to move and a tattoo flashed. The tattoo penetrated into the mummy and fused with it. At this moment, the mummy suddenly opened its eyes. There was no light in its eyes, and its eye sockets were completely hollow. However, unimaginable hatred and killing intent exploded from those eyes. "Celestial! Die!" A roar echoed, and the chain on the corpse suddenly turned transparent. In almost an instant, it dissipated. Without the chain, the mummy immediately rushed out. A strange celestial spiritual energy formed a storm as it charged at the big-headed boy. The big-headed boy's face turned pale, and he subconsciously took a few steps back. His eyes revealed a vicious gaze as his hand formed a seal, and his celestial origin energy activated. He was about to use a celestial spell. However, just at this moment, something strange suddenly occurred. The moment the big-headed boy's celestial origin energy activated, it began to scatter and dissipate. The rate of dissipation was far faster than what the big-headed boy had expected. Before he even used his celestial spell, a large amount of his celestial origin energy dissipated. This made him almost lose his wits. Seeing the mummy closing in, Wang Lin's eyes turned cold and he took a step forward. His finger pressed down on the void and the origin energy in his body surged. There was a bang and the mummy was knocked back dozens of feet. Ta Shan charged out like lightning and his right hand formed a first. A tattoo appeared on his fist, and when the mummy saw the tattoo, it immediately became respectful and retreated as if it didn't dare to exchange blows with Ta Shan. Yun Kazi stared at the scene before him. At this instant, it was as if lightning had struck him. He recalled a rumor from long time ago. This is my Forsaken Immortal clan's torture chamber. Rumor has it that when the oldest Forsaken Immortal clan ancestor came to planet Suzaku, he opened up a layer outside the last two and named it the torture chamber. If people not from my Forsaken Immortal clan entered, they would immediately be killed. I didn't expect this to be real. As Yun Kazi's voice echoed, the chains began to echo once more. At this moment, all of the corpses being held by the chains suddenly opened their eyes. Vicious gazes came from their faces, and as they let out roars, the chains that were holding them disappeared, allowing them freedom. Each one of them was like a ferocious beast, and they charged straight at Wang Lin, the big-headed boy, and Lei Ji. Wang Lin's eyes became cold. As he let out a cold snort, his hand formed a seal and he shouted, "Call the wind!" After he spoke, a black wind appeared around his right hand and suddenly filled the 17th layer. A monstrous gust of black wind swept forward like crazy. As the black wind roared, two black dragons formed and roared. They blasted out endless cold wind that spread out with Wang Lin as the center. The corpses immediately stopped and retreated. Although they were powerful before death, they were being controlled by a mysterious power after death and thus were far weaker than before. However, there were a lot of corpses, so they couldn't be underestimated. As the black wind roared, tattoos began to flash on the corpses. A seal was suddenly formed, and although the seal was invisible, it immediately pressed down. This wasn't the first time Wang Lin had seen this kind of seal. It had brought him a great deal of trouble during his war with the Yao family. He immediately realized this, and his expression changed. Wang Lin quickly took a step forward as ripples appeared under his feet and he disappeared without a trace. The black wind roared as the two black dragons swept from both sides and caught countless corpses. It was as if these corpses were being tied up. There were a few corpses that directly collapsed. Wang Lin's figure appeared next to one of the corpses. His eyes were ruthless as his finger filled with thunder intent pressed down. When his finger pointed down, countless thunderbolts appeared from the void and gathered on his finger. Wang Lin's finger landed on the skull of the corpse. The corpse's body trembled violently, and his empty eyes showed a moment of clarity. There was a hint of relief as his body collapsed and disappeared. And as soon as he disappeared, celestial origin energy left his body and entered Wang Lin's body. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed, and after observing, he found that it didn't harm him. Instead, it fused with the celestial origin energy Celestial Lord Qing Shui gave him. This discovery made Wang Lin ecstatic. Wang Lin couldn't find a method to increase the celestial origin energy in his body. Every time he used celestial origin energy, it would be consumed. After enough time had passed, it would be all used up and the celestial core would collapse. In addition, the most important use was to learn Summon the Rain and Magic Arsenal. Summon the Rain was not as bad, but Magic Arsenal was impossible to use or study without celestial origin energy. This was why Wang Lin hadn't studied these two celestial spells. Right now, his eyes lit up and his body flickered. The black wind surrounded the area and he shouted, "Ta Shan, Senior Yun Kazi, guard the center. I'll deal with these out here." Wang Lin took a step and merged into the void. When he appeared, he was next to another mummy. His fingers on his right hand formed a sword and his eyes revealed thunder intent. The mummy turned around and spewed out death aura, and there was a tattoo flying toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin frowned slightly as he retreated and merged with the world to avoid the attack. He appeared next to another mummy and his fingers descended. The moment the mummy turned around, Wang Lin's attack landed on it. The mummy exploded and a large amount of celestial origin energy appeared and entered Wang Lin's body. After he killed one of them, a large amount of the mummies charged out toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes revealed a strange light as he stared at the mummies. He could feel powerful celestial origin energy from them. Although these people were powerful when they were alive, their actions were sluggish after death. As a result, it wasn't difficult for Wang Lin to kill them with his early-stage Nirvana Scryer cultivation. However, at this moment Wang Lin was considering how to gain the most benefits. Killing them for their celestial origin energy was only one of his goals. He had an even more bold idea in mind. His heart beat rapidly as he retreated to dodge the attacks of the mummies, and he quickly went through the almost crazy idea he had. A moment later, Wang Lin revealed a decisive look and his eyes revealed a strange light. He had obtained the inheritance of Summon the Rain and Magic Arsenal from Qing Shui. Deep in his heart, he preferred Magic Arsenal over Summon the Rain. Although he didn't have any deep understanding of Magic Arsenal from the inheritance process, he had some enlightenments. Magic Arsenal's purpose was to imprison the soul fragments of everyone you killed to prevent them from entering the reincarnation cycle and use them for yourself. That was the essence of Magic Arsenal. However, this kind of spell was definitely not this simple when learning it. You must be able to extract the souls of the people you killed and store them in a fake reincarnation cycle formed by your celestial origin. Only then can you imprison them. More importantly, you must have your own mysterious space created by the celestial spell. This mysterious space was a spell created by Celestial Emperor Bai Fan. When Celestial Emperor Bai Fan used it, it would become a realm. He called it the Mysterious Soldier Realm. This realm would store those soul fragments and refine them like a furnace. This became the base for power of Magic Arsenal. However, this realm was made for Bai Fan, so it was different for others to learn it. Although it wasn't difficult for Qing Shui to learn it with his talent, he didn't. Instead, he opened another path and created his Slaughter Realm. He didn't need a place to store the souls. He simply used his monstrous killing intent to restrict them, creating a Slaughter Realm. None of the people he killed could escape his control. Qing Shui's arrogance made him call this his own creation, Celestial Spell Confinement. After Magic Arsenal was passed to Wang Lin, he didn't consider using the Mysterious Realm nor Confinement. Wang Lin thought that his own version of this celestial spell should use his own life and death Tao to form his own reincarnation cycle. Right now, these mummies moved Wang Lin. These mummies weren't without souls. Their souls were trapped inside their origin souls, which had fused with their bodies after being imprisoned for countless years. If he could incorporate all of them into his own reincarnation cycle, then he would have a lot of soul fragments to use when he uses Magic Arsenal. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. As he stepped forward, he pointed up and shouted, "Reincarnation Underworld River!" In an instant, it was as if a mysterious force had emerged in the world and charged in. The Underworld River appeared above Wang Lin, and the resentment inside it was monstrous. This Underworld River coiled around Wang Lin and moved with him. He took a step out and his arms stretched open. His eyes were filled with thunder intent as a swirl appeared between his brows. His ancient thunder dragon origin soul flew out and let out a roar. Roar! He was exercising his control over thunder. This roar was earth-shattering. Even though he was in the 17th layer of the Immortal graveyard, this thunderous roar caused an unimaginable change on planet Suzaku. Large amounts of thunderclouds suddenly appeared in the sky. They were filled with lightning, and all of them suddenly descended, heading straight for the Immortal graveyard. There was too much thunder. As it gathered, the deep pit in the forsaken Immortal clan was filled with boundless thunder. The pit was like a funnel, and all of the thunder was charging into it. Not only on planet Suzaku, large changes even occurred in the space around planet Suzaku. Many thunder dragons formed in the void and charged toward planet Suzaku. Countless bolts of thunder within tens of thousands of kilometers around planet Suzaku charged toward planet Suzaku. If one looked from a distance, they would think that the area within tens of thousands of kilometers around planet Suzaku had become a thunder hell. The endless thunder created endless rumbles that echoed across the stars. The thunder condensed and rushed into the deep pit in the forsaken Immortal clan. It was as if the thunder was on a pilgrimage and was here to worship the ancestor of all thunder. All of this thunders charged out without any hesitation. At this moment, every sound on planet Suzaku disappeared and was replaced by thunder. The only sound left was the rumble of the thunder. This was like the end of the world, and it caused the expressions of all the cultivators on planet Suzaku to change greatly. The shock coming from the depths of their souls made them tremble. They were like ants trembling before the might of heavens. As for the mortals, they all knelt on the ground. Not only planet Suzaku was affected. At this moment, there was a group of 100 cultivators moving through space, and the leader was the six-fingered cultivator. As he moved, his expression immediately changed greatly and he stared ahead. With his cultivation, he could vaguely feel that the thunder ahead was extremely dense, almost to a point beyond imagination. His scalp felt numb. In his mind, he could only remember when Sumu used the thunder in one line to heavens and killed the big-headed boy. Could it be that Sumu is ahead? Forget it. Let's change directions. It's better not to meet that person. The six-fingered cultivator wryly smiled as he changed directions and took a detour. This power of thunder was extremely powerful, and it went into the deep pit. A thunderous rumble echoed as it went from the first layer until it arrived into the 17th layer Wang Lin was in. In almost an instant, the entire 17th layer was filled with thunder. It had reached an unimaginable degree as the thunder roared. Thunder rumbles continued to echo in the 17th layer. Almost every single mummy was surrounded by countless bolts of thunder. When the thunder landed, the impact caused the entire place to tremble. With a bang, one of the mummies collapsed and its celestial origin energy flew out toward Wang Lin. Then the underworld river swept by and extracted the soul. It was like a soul returning to the afterlife. This scene occurred repeatedly in the surroundings. In the end, when the thunder had reached an unimaginable density, all of it suddenly collapsed and exploded. This explosion created an extremely powerful thunderstorm. As it swept the area, all of the mummies collapsed and a large amount of celestial origin energy rushed into Wang Lin's body. The celestial origin core inside his body grew like crazy. In just a moment, it grew several-fold and was now the size of a baby's fist. In addition, as the underworld river filled the area, the souls were pulled out into the underworld river. The resentment in the river became much stronger. There were hundreds of celestial souls who were struggling or showing relief in the underworld river. This scene was so strange that if a mortal saw it, they would be scared out of their mind. When all the thunder collapsed on top forming the thunderstorm, all the power was condensed into one spot. This caused an unimaginable impact that shook the entire 17th layer. There was a heaven-shattering bang and the 17th layer collapsed. Rays of light came from below and the collapse forced open the passage to the 18th layer. Yun Keizi's mind was completely blank as he witnessed this. He had already regarded Wang Lin very highly, but now he found that he had underestimated Wang Lin. The spell that could open the 18th layer had shaken his mind and left him terrified. The big-headed boy's body trembled. The spell that killed him in one line to heaven made him tremble, and his fear toward Wang Lin grew even stronger. Tashan still showed no expression, but Lei Ji gasped. The thunder before him had shaken him. To become the mount of someone so strong. Not only did he not feel unwilling, he felt a sense of honor. The cultivation world respected the strong. The moment the 18th layer was opened by the force of thunder on planet Suzaku, the old cultivator that looked like Huanglong was startled. He took a step and disappeared. The 18th layer can't be entered. In the 17th layer of the Immortal graveyard on planet Suzaku. The moment that Tashan was about to step into the 18th layer, an extremely dignified voice echoed within the 17th layer. The 18th layer can't be entered. This sound was so powerful that Tashan's body was pushed back dozens of feet. It was as if he had been hit by a powerful impact, and he coughed out a large mouthful of blood. The big-headed boy was also forced back. As for Lei Ji, he felt a buzz and his mind went blank. He only knew that he was being constantly pushed back. Yun Keizi was also the same. He had the lowest cultivation level and was thrown back until he hit a wall. He coughed out a large mouthful of blood and became dispirited. Wang Lin's eyes turned cold. The moment the voice appeared, his origin energy activated and was forced back a few dozen feet before he could steady himself. His face was pale as he looked ahead. A ripple echoed in the air and the old cultivator that looked like Huanglong stepped out. The moment he appeared, a crazy high temperature appeared. In an instant, all of the cracks that had appeared were sealed and the path to the 18th layer was closed. The old cultivator had the air of a celestial and gave off a pressure without being angry. One could feel a powerful aura coming from him just by looking at him. However, that aura immediately disappeared and was contained within this old cultivator, which made him feel even more dangerous. After he appeared, he waved his sleeve. Yun Keizi, Tashan, the big-headed boy, and Lei Ji only felt a powerful gust of wind. They disappeared and were directly sent outside of the Immortal graveyard. Wang Lin's pupils shrank and hundreds of ideas flashed through his mind. This old cultivator had sent everyone except him away, so there was some profound meaning to his actions. His eyes flashed indiscernibly before he immediately bowed and respectfully said, "Hangyu sect disciple Wang Lin greets sect master." The old cultivator looked at Wang Lin with a smile that was not a smile and asked, "Who is your sect master?" Wang Lin's expression was neutral as he said, "If senior won't admit it, then just take it that junior is mistaken." The old cultivator laughed and said, "You're an interesting little fellow. Why do you think I'm the sect master of the Hangyu sect?" Wang Lin calmly said, "Junior went to the demon spirit land and saw a painting that contains senior's image." The old cultivator pondered a bit and smiled. "Little fellow, you can't just call anyone sect master. The dignified thunder celestial of the all-heaven star system, Sumu. When did I have such a disciple?" Wang Lin's mind trembled, but his expression didn't change. He said, "Junior has mistook you for someone else." The old cultivator revealed a look of admiration, as he was very satisfied with Wang Lin's reaction and response. His eyes lit up and he said, "We can talk about whether you're mistaken or not later. Do you know that you almost made a terrible mistake? That 18th layer is not somewhere you can enter, especially not with someone from the chosen Immortal clan. If he obtained the source origin, forget planet Suzaku, even the entire Alliance star system would face a catastrophe." Wang Lin's expression was respectful. There was no trace of rebellion on his face, as if he was earnestly being scolded. The old cultivator looked at Wang Lin. After pondering a bit, he said, "Wang Lin, I want to ask you, do you sincerely think of me as the former Hangyu sect master and sincerely think of yourself as a Hangyu sect disciple?" Wang Lin silently pondered. He had a lot of regret toward the Hangyu sect. After all, the Hangyu sect was his first sect and his first step into the cultivation world. Wang Lin looked at the old cultivator and calmly said, "The Hangyu sect was Junior's first sect and planet Suzaku is my home." "Oh." The old cultivator's eyes lit up and he said, "So what is the deal with being the Thunder Celestial Temple's Thunder Celestial?" His voice was like thunder and seemed angry. "Various things forced me into that situation." Wang Lin stared at the old cultivator with clear eyes. The old cultivator's gaze seemed to be able to penetrate Wang Lin's heart. After a long time, his expression softened and he said, "This old man doesn't care about your identity in the all-heaven star system or how many sects you join. The one thing you need to remember is that although you are a cultivator of the Alliance star system, you are a person from planet Suzaku. You are a disciple of the Vermilion Bird branch of the Four Divine Sect. As long as you remember this, I'm always your sect master." Wang Lin's expression was calm as he nodded. This battle with the All-Heaven Star System is the battle of the Cultivation Alliance. It has nothing to do with my Four Divine Sect. The old cultivator seemed to have said this very casually. Wang Lin's expression changed and he looked at the old cultivator. The old cultivator no longer talked about this but looked at Wang Lin. After pondering for a bit, he said, "Wang Lin, since you have seen the 17th layer, you should have some speculations in your heart. With your current cultivation, you can enter the 18th layer to comprehend what's inside with my help. Whether you will obtain anything will depend on your own luck." As the old man spoke, he didn't ask whether Wang Lin was willing and waved his sleeve. Wang Lin felt a powerful force surround him. Although he was still cautious in his heart, he didn't resist and still had a respectful expression. Taking Wang Lin, the old cultivator took a step and high temperature suddenly appeared around him. Then a circle of what looked like magma appeared under him. Black flames shot into the air and surrounded the old cultivator. A moment later, the old cultivator's figure disappeared. Even Wang Lin disappeared without a trace. Wang Lin only felt a wave of heat, and it even contained a trace of source origin. Wang Lin was aghast by the flame that surrounded him, but he became even more cautious. His eyes blurred. When his vision cleared, he found that he was inside a secret chamber that was around 1,000 feet wide. The surroundings were completely dark aside from a flickering flame at the center. This made this place somewhat gloomy. It was as if there were ghosts hiding in the darkness that circled the flame and wanted to devour it. However, they would be knocked back by the flame every time. This place is the 18th layer. That fire is a fragment of their ancestors' source origin. You can try to comprehend it, and whether you gain anything will depend on your luck. The old man's voice echoed in the room. Wang Lin silently pondered for a moment and then his eyes fell on the flame. The moment his eyes fell on the flame, his mind trembled. It was as if a mysterious force had come from the flame and rushed into Wang Lin's mind. The flame contained a desire for life and understanding and enlightenment of power. There was also a trace of the scent of blood. At this moment, the flame flickered violently. Wang Lin felt a thud and then a large amount of information rushed into his mind. There was too much information, and it was extremely messy, as if it was endless. The information bombarded Wang Lin as if it wanted to make his head explode. In an instant, something happened to Wang Lin's eyes. A sun appeared in his left eye and a moon appeared in his right eye. His karma domain quickly filled his body. The yin and yang fishes appeared in his mind. As they rotated, all of the distracting thoughts were removed from his mind. Finally, a scene that shook Wang Lin's mind appeared. At this moment, the old cultivator's figure appeared next to Wang Lin. He carefully looked at Wang Lin, revealing a look of admiration, and he muttered, "Not bad. This little fellow was about to gain insight from this level of source origin. After some observation, I can let this little fellow enter the Vermilion Bird series." At this moment, Wang Lin was immersed in a starry sky. What he saw were countless celestials using various kinds of magical treasures. Before them were yellow talisman tens, hundreds, thousands, and even tens of thousands of feet long. Every yellow talisman had various strange people standing on them. They weren't dressed too differently from cultivators, but they had the chosen Immortal clan plants tattooed on them. The difference was the amount of leaves on the tattoos. Each of them had a tattoo flashing between their eyebrows. This was a war. As both sides battled, there were flashes of tattoos. As for those with tattoos, their spells were strange and unpredictable. They were tattoo-oriented and could often seal the heavens and earth, causing the world's origin energy to tremble. Not long after, an old man on one of the yellow talismans that was tens of thousands of feet long charged out. The old man had many leaves on his tattoo, along with a golden leaf. He opened his arms and the tattoos around him charged out. At this moment, space itself trembled and the celestials all exclaimed. They were surrounded by countless tattoos and suddenly lost their celestial origins. Just at this critical moment, a flash of black light came from the distance. A figure appeared, but it was surrounded by a black light, making it impossible to see his appearance. The person arrived and began battling the old man. In an instant, the person surrounded by the black light grabbed hold of the area between the old man's eyebrows. He mercilessly pulled out a mass of flame filled with vitality. The moment the flame was pulled out, it immediately collapsed into countless specks of fire. One of them charged straight at Wang Lin and instantly imprinted between Wang Lin's eyebrows. Wang Lin's forehead burned and his body trembled. It was as if a powerful impact was forcing his body to retreat. This force was too strong, as if it could penetrate time itself. He felt a thud as he opened his eyes and awakened. The moment he awakened, he immediately looked at the flame. The more he looked, the more similar it looked to the flame between the eyebrows of the old man covered in tattoos. The scene from before was like a dream, but the heat coming from between his eyebrows reminded him that everything before was very real. Wang Lin subconsciously touched between his eyebrows, but there was nothing there. At this moment, a large stone was rapidly flying through the starry sky, charging toward the western part of the Alliance star system. On the stone stood a person in red, and his eyes were ruthless and cold. He stared into the distant stars and muttered, "All heaven thunder celestial Sumu. I hope you're not too weak." "Very good." The old cultivator's voice echoed inside the chamber. Ripples appeared and the old cultivator walked out. He carefully looked at Wang Lin, especially between Wang Lin's eyebrows, and calmly asked, "You saw it?" Wang Lin got up, clasped his hands and said, "I saw some scenes." The old cultivator faintly smiled while he raised his right hand and reached toward the flame. The flame flashed and then was caught in the old cultivator's hand. This thing was formed by the essence source origin of an peak golden leaf Fu clan member. Comprehending this source origin would benefit your cultivation greatly. This is also a test that one must face to become an inner disciple of the Vermilion Bird branch of the Four Divine Sect. If you can gain comprehension, you can become an inner disciple. With that, the old cultivator seemed to gain a trace of that flame's power and his face turned slightly red. After a long time, he returned to normal and waved his sleeves. Wang Lin disappeared on the spot. Do what you ought to do. With this old man here, no one can touch planet Suzaku. After sending Wang Lin away, the old cultivator's eyes revealed a strange light and he muttered, "Fu clan. This old man will definitely open the last layer." Wang Lin's body appeared on the top of a mountain on planet Suzaku, and his face was pale. He looked toward the direction of the forsaken Immortal clan and began to ponder. That old cultivator's cultivation level is very high. I fear he is an old monster on level with Master Flamespark or even stronger. What kind of purpose does this person have for staying at planet Suzaku for a long period of time? First of all, I can confirm that opening the last 2 layers of the forsaken Immortal clan are one of his goals. I just don't know if he is aware of the land of the ancient god. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and then he quickly left. That person's identity is strange, but he is someone from the Vermilion Bird branch of the Four Divine Sect. However, his words had some deeper meaning to them. Forget it, there are too few clues to speculate. It is time to leave. Wang Lin made up his mind. He spread out his divine sense and found Ta Shan and company. After sending out a message, Wang Lin looked at the earth below him. He knew that he had dealt with the matters at planet Suzaku and that he couldn't stay here for long. After all, Tuo-san was still here. While he pondered, he let out a sigh. Then his body flickered and he quickly charged into the sky. At the same time, Ta Shan, the big-headed boy, and Lei Ji quickly flew out from different parts of planet Suzaku. Zhou Wutai stood on a peak as he looked up at the horizon. His expression was somber, and after a long time he left. Similarly, at the border of the Sea of Devils and the country of Hofun, Li Qiqing looked up at the sky. After a long time he muttered, Little sister, following him is your choice. Your brother blesses you. In the Cloud Sky sect, Tai Yan awakened as if he had noticed something and looked up. He knew that after Wang Lin leaves this time, it would likely be a very long time before he returns. Wang Lin's figure appeared in the space outside planet Suzaku, and a moment later, Ta Shan and company appeared. Ta Shan took a step and merged with Wang Lin's shadow. As for the big-headed boy, he had recovered a bit and respectfully stood there. Lei Ji's eyes turned, and without waiting for Wang Lin's order, popping sounds came from his body. In an instant, he grew into a giant thousands of feet tall and a powerful pressure shrouded the area. The reason many powerful cultivators liked to use the giant demon clan members as mounts was because of their powerful bodies and pressure. They were comparable to almost all demonic beasts. In addition, the giant demon clan's bloodline ability made the powerful cultivators extremely fond of them. Lei Ji's body trembled and he knelt down. A thunderous voice came from his mouth. Master, Lei Ji is completely willing to become your mount. Looking at the giant body, Wang Lin entered a trance for a moment. Riding the giant demon clan as a mount was indeed very eye-catching. No matter who saw this, they would be shaken. Wang Lin revealed a smile. With one step, he landed on Lei Ji's back, and the big-headed boy quickly followed. He was not tall, and although his head was big and ferocious, when he stood behind Wang Lin, it was obvious he was a servant. Lei Ji's body was huge and his back was thousands of feet wide. His skin was blue and the surface of his back was flat. After Wang Lin sat down, Lei Ji let out a roar and rushed forward. His speed was very fast. Although it couldn't compare to the Thunder Beast, it wasn't much slower. Lei Ji's huge body quickly traveled through space and created a storm that spread far and wide in every direction. The big-headed boy looked at all of this and revealed a strange expression. He truly felt the difference between the Alliance star system and All Heaven star system. There were no giants thousands of feet tall in All Heaven, much less people using them as mounts. He felt disbelief just thinking about it, but at the same time it gave him an inexplicable feeling. If he saw someone with such a mount, killing intent would appear in his heart and he would want to kill the other party and take said mount. A cultivator that dares to sit on such a cultivator is no ordinary person. The big-headed boy let out a sigh as he silently looked at Wang Lin. His pupils suddenly shrank. Person suddenly appeared in the distance. He was standing on top of a huge stone. The surface of the stone was covered in holes. It looked like a beehive. This person was wearing red and looked like a ray of red light. He had his hands behind his back and he quickly flew toward Lei Ji. That stone was too fast. As it closed in, it created a huge roar similar to a sonic boom. It set off a monstrous wave in the starry sky. The red-robed man didn't look very old, only about 30 years old. There were 7 swords flying around him, giving off a powerful killing aura. This killing aura was filled with the scent of blood that spread out and formed a vortex. It seemed to form into a huge python-like beast that opened its jaws and roared at Lei Ji. As it roared, a cold and ruthless voice came. Cultivation Alliance's slaughter domain. Kill you, Fei. Here to take your head. The moment this voice echoed, the stone under him increased in speed. It was so fast that red flames appeared on the stone due to friction and shot straight toward Lei Ji. Lei Ji's expression became panicked and he was about to dodge. At this moment, the big-headed boy looked at Wang Lin, clenched his teeth and stepped out. His hand formed a seal and celestial origin energy surged. The celestial origin energy formed a storm outside his body and soon, a celestial spell appeared. The big-headed boy shouted and pushed his hands forward. The celestial origin energy turned into threads and rapidly approached the large stone like a fine net. However, at this instant, the red-robed man's eyes flashed red. One of the 7 blood swords immediately shot out like lightning toward the big-headed boy. While it was on the way, a large amount of red mist came from the blood sword. With a bang, it turned into a person. This person looked exactly the same as the red-robed man. It was obvious it was an avatar. After the avatar appeared, his hand swiped out and 7 rays of blood light shot out. His gaze was cold as he charged toward the big-headed boy, and they began to battle. The two quickly used spells, causing explosions to echo among the stars. They weren't able to decide a winner or loser in a short period of time. That avatar is at the early stage of Nirvana Scryer. The original body is at the mid-stage of Nirvana Scryer. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as the stone closed in. Lei Ji let out a roar and continued to roar. The shadow behind Wang Lin flickered as Ta Shan stepped out and threw a punch. The moment Ta Shan appeared, the red-robed man's expression didn't change at all. The second flying sword exploded into an avatar with 7 rays of blood light around it and charged straight at Ta Shan. Wang Lin's expression was calm. While still on Lei Ji's back, he suddenly raised his right hand. Countless lightning bolts suddenly filled the area and gathered. The surrounding area quickly turned into a thunder hell. The red-robed man's eyes narrowed and the stone under him suddenly stopped 1,000 feet from Wang Lin. He revealed a cold smile and slowly said, "You are indeed worth of being all heaven's Thunder Celestial. You are really worthy of the title Thunder Celestial." With that, he waved his right hand and the remaining 5 blood swords shot out in 5 directions with him as the center. Then the 5 blood swords exploded into clouds of blood mist and turned into 5 more avatars. Each of the avatars had 7 blood red lights around them, and inside each blood red light was a blood red flying sword. In an instant, the 5 avatars and the 35 red flying swords formed a formation around this person. Each avatar was 500 feet from the main body. The surrounding lightning bolts closed in, but strangely they all flew toward the blood swords. No thunder could enter that 500 feet area. Thunderous rumbles continued to echo. The red-robed man sneered as he looked at Wang Lin. All the thunder was blocked by his 5 avatars and 35 flying swords. "Are you only this strong?" The red-robed man shook his head and his eyes were filled with disappointment. "If this is all your spell can do, then you can't escape from me." A flash of coldness appeared in Wang Lin's eyes and a vortex appeared between his eyebrows. In an instant, his ancient thunder dragon origin soul rushed out and let out a roar at the sky. Roar! He exercised his control over thunder. Under the thunderous rumbles, the world suddenly changed and countless lightning bolts appeared from the void and gathered toward Wang Lin. This scene was earth-shattering, and as the sound of thunder spread, it caused more thunder to appear. It was like divine retribution. The red-robed man named Yufei took one look and began to laugh. However, this laughter was filled with endless chill. "Good. Now you have some aura of a Thunder Celestial of the All-Heaven Star system. It wasn't a waste of time for me to come personally take your head. If you die, you can smile while you're in the underworld. Everyone that was killed by me was famous." Arrogant. Wang Lin's expression was cold. He pointed with his finger and made the thunder in the area become several times stronger. Thunder from tens of thousands of kilometers away began to gather. If one were to look from above, they would see that the area within tens of thousands of kilometers had turned into a thunder lake. And the thunder lake shrank amidst the endless rumbles. The center of all of this was the red-robed man. The speed of contraction was too fast, and as it contracted, it attracted even more thunder. The might of the thunder was like the end of the world. The rapid contraction caused large amounts of spatial cracks to appear. Whenever the thunder passed by, large amounts of cold wind would escape from those cracks. This scene was very shocking. As the thunder roared, the contraction became even faster. It was as like a huge circle that was tens of thousands of kilometers wide and was rapidly shrinking with the red-robed man as the center. As the thunder contracted, the thunder became even more intense. As it continued to compress, it eventually became unimaginably powerful. This power was like compressing all the thunder within tens of thousands of kilometers into one point. The power this thunder had was comparable to divine retribution. At this moment, it contracted like crazy, and it made so much noise that it was like no other sound existed. Even Ta Shan and the big-headed boy, who were battling, immediately retreated and revealed serious expressions. In almost an instant, as all the thunder from tens of thousands of kilometers away gathered, waves of thunder crashed into the red-robed man's 35 flying swords and 5 avatars. This created a heaven-shaking bang. It was as if space itself was trembling. All the thunder within tens of thousands of kilometers compressed and finally bombarded the flying swords. One of the blood swords immediately trembled and collapsed. The sword shattered into countless pieces which were then pushed back by the thunder. This didn't end here. The remaining flying swords all collapsed under the bombardment of this earth-shattering thunder. In just an instant, the 35 flying swords all collapsed. The surrounding thunder didn't pause. It charged toward the red-robed man with monstrous momentum. 500 feet only took an instant to cross. Just as the thunder condensed, the 5 avatars turned into 5 large swords and forced a blockade 100 feet around the Yufei. The thunder quickly smashed into them, causing them to tremble, and cracking sounds came from the swords. Yufei's expression was still neutral. He coldly looked at Wang Lin and said, "I indeed underestimated the power of your thunder, but before me, it is not enough." As he spoke, he slapped his bag of holding and something appeared in his hand. This object was a branch. It looked very normal, but it gave off an ancient aura. "One of my slaughter domain's treasures, the branch of the Thunder World tree. The domain master said that this could suppress your thunder. Let me show you how I'll break your thunder." With that, he threw the branch forward. At the same time, the 5 swords blocking the thunder quickly retreated. The moment the 5 blood swords retreated, there was nothing blocking the thunder, so it immediately charged toward the red-robed man. However, at this moment, Wang Lin seemed to lose control of the thunder, and it all charged toward the branch. As the thunder rumbled, the branch absorbed all of it, and bursts of thunder could be seen around the branch. Yufei stood beside the branch with a sneer. The thunder seemed to be turning a blind eye to him. It didn't injure him at all, and it all rushed into the branch. Even Wang Lin became gloomy at this. "With your early-stage nirvana scryer cultivation, unless there is a miracle, you are nothing before me. It is time to end everything." Yufei's eyes revealed killing intent as he charged through the thunder. The 5 flying swords charged with him and closed in on Wang Lin. Wang Lin retreated as he stared Yufei, who was closing in, and calmly said, "I'll give you a miracle." With that, ripples appeared under his feet and he suddenly disappeared. Yufei was startled and his pupils shrank. His origin energy surged out, creating a storm around him, but he still didn't find a trace of Wang Lin. There was a cultivation planet in the Alliance star system that was far away from planet Suzaku. The spiritual energy from this cultivation planet was dense, and it was a rank 6 cultivation country. There were 5 rank 5 cultivation countries on this planet. In one of the rank 5 cultivation countries, one named Fallen Moon, there was a woman standing outside the alchemy room in a back mountain. This woman was wearing a pink butterfly dress. She didn't look very old and was very beautiful. There were specks of metal chips above her right eyebrow that made her look very cute. Her jade-like skin and cloud-like hair made her very attractive. "Senior Brother Wang, are you here? I'm Song Ying." This woman's face was red and her voice sounded like a songbird. She was very beautiful and she looked into the room as she spoke. A person was sitting in the alchemy room. He had a head of red hair and his expression was very cold. He looked around 30 years old, and the cold aura he gave off made it feel as if it would feel like winter wherever he went. When the voice of the woman came in from outside, the man frowned and coldly said, "I'm not here." After that, he closed his eyes and focused on cultivating. After the woman heard this cold voice, she immediately became happy. She took a few steps and walked directly into the alchemy room. She smiled and said, "Brother Wang Lin, I won't disturb you for too long. I'll just sit here for a while and then leave." As she spoke, she arrived outside the room but didn't go inside. She sat down outside. She could feel the cold aura coming from the room. This aura entered her body and made her face turn red, but she felt very comfortable. Her cultivation was related to cold energy and had been stagnant. There weren't many places in the sect with cold energy, and she couldn't enter those places with her status. One time, she came here to pick up pills and accidentally found that the cold energy in her body had increased a lot. This discovery made her very excited and she continued to come here. Eventually, She discovered there was an outer sect disciple named Wang Lin here. This person was a worker at the alchemy room, but she felt it was very strange. Even though he was a worker, she had never seen him do any work. She even saw the uncle master at the alchemy room be extremely respectful toward Wang Lin. She had a feeling that Wang Lin had a lot of secrets, that he was very mysterious. With this in mind, she had the urge to uncover all those secrets for some reason. In addition, this place helped her cultivation a lot, so she came here almost every day. As for Wang Lin's coldness, not only was she not afraid, it made her want to uncover his secrets even more. She was almost always thinking of Wang Lin's cold figure. Song Ying's face turned red as she cultivated, but as time her heartbeat accelerated and she couldn't immerse herself in cultivation. Touching the item in her clothes, she hesitated as she bit her lips and softly said toward the room, "Senior Brother Wang, However, before she finished speaking, the door suddenly opened and Wang Lin walked out. The moment he walked out, a large amount of cold energy spread out. This cold aura wasn't real, it was just leftover spiritual energy from when an ancient god absorbed spiritual energy. It seemed insignificant to Wang Lin, but for others, this spiritual energy was very dense. Fortunately, this was an alchemy room that already had dense spiritual energy, so it was not obvious. The appearance of Wang Lin's original body caused Song Ying to swallow her words. Just as she summoned up the courage to continue, she saw the senior brother Wang that she admired so much take a step, shoot into the sky, and disappear. Song Ying's expression was bleak as she took out an embroidered pouch. It was filled with some spirit herbs that she had personally picked and then sewn into the pouch. This item had the effect of allowing one to calm down. With one step, Wang Lin's original body left the cultivation planet and rushed into space. Just as the original body entered space, ripples appeared and Wang Lin walked out. The avatar and original body walked toward each other until they collided. Then there was a flash of green light and the two became one. After hundreds of years of separation, Wang Lin's avatar and his original body fused once more. A powerful aura came from Wang Lin's body like crazy and filled the stars. The fusion of his original body and his avatar, the fusion of the ancient god and a chi cultivator, caused popping sounds to echo form Wang Lin's body. Countless bolts of thunder roamed around his body. Wang Lin's left eye contained the sun and his right eye contained the moon. His hair was no longer red after fusing with his avatar's black hair. It was now purple. It moved without any wind, and the ancient god stars were hidden by the third eye. No one was able to see any sign of them. "I'll give you a miracle." Wang Lin's cold voice echoed and turned into endless rumbles that echoed among the stars. With a step, he disappeared. Wang Lin's appearance didn't change much, but he was extremely calm. There were faint lines on his body, but they were not obvious. An extremely powerful aura was coming from his body and filling the stars. As this aura spread out, it set off a huge wave on the rank 6 cultivation planet. Countless cultivators awakened from their cultivation and felt their souls shake. Just as everyone was startled, Wang Lin took a step and ripples appeared under his feet, and he disappeared among the stars. Yu Fei's expression was gloomy and he clenched his fist. Earlier, when he saw the ripples under Wang Lin's feet, his pupils shrank and he was greatly shocked. Spatial bending. He knew of this spell, but he had not expected this Sumu to already know this spell. It has to be said that very few cultivators he knew could use this spell. It was even more rare for people at the same cultivation level as him. How could this not surprise him? Moreover, the information he received about Sumu never mentioned this at all. He subconsciously spread out his origin energy, causing the surrounding area to collapse, but there was no sign of Sumu. Even when he completely distorted the origin energy in the area, he still couldn't find Sumu. Yu Fei's expression became even colder, but he immediately understood that this Sumu had escaped. He let out an angry roar as he turned around and locked onto the big-headed boy, who was fighting his avatar. All his killing intent and rage were now redirected to the big-headed boy. He quickly charged toward the big-headed boy. "You master has fled, so let's start with you then." Yu Fei was extremely angry in his heart, and this angry was very depressing. He was a mid-stage Nirvana Scryer cultivator who let an early-stage Nirvana Scryer cultivator escape, and he couldn't even pursue. He hadn't experienced this kind of thing in a long time. The big-headed boy was fighting Yufan's avatar when his scalp felt numb and he almost lost his wits. He couldn't help but scold Wang Lin as he retreated and attempted to escape. However, Yufei was extremely angry, and he instantly closed in. Using his overwhelming mid-stage Nirvana Scryer cultivation, he pointed with his finger. The 5 blood swords immediately shot toward the big-headed boy. "Die for me!" As Yufei shouted, the 5 blood swords charged forward like 5 early-stage Nirvana Scryer cultivators. Adding the one from before, it was like 6 Nirvana Scryer cultivators attacking the big-headed boy. How could the big-headed boy resist with his current cultivation? The big-headed boy was filled with despair and a crazy idea appeared in his heart. He was about to explode his origin soul. No matter what, he had to destroy an avatar. Just at this moment of life and death, a cold voice came from behind the big-headed boy. "This is my miracle." As the cold voice echoed, the big-headed boy felt his body being grabbed and tossed back by someone, allowing him to escape danger. Wang Lin walked out from the void. His expression was cold as he faced the 6 blood swords, and he threw a punch. The power behind this punch was even stronger than Tashan's punches. The roar that came from the fist felt like it was going to shatter space. This caused a series of sonic booms, and the space before Wang Lin fragmented. Cold air came out from the countless cracks, but they had no effect on Wang Lin. If space was like this, then there was no need to talk about the 6 blood swords. Wang Lin's fist landed directly on one of the flying swords. The sword trembled and immediately collapsed with a bang. The fragments were pushed back and then they turned into an avatar that coughed out blood. His eyes were filled with terror and he retreated. Wang Lin's expression was cold and gave off endless coldness, as if he was a piece of never-melting ice. This Yufei's avatars were at the early stage of Nirvana Scryer, and Yufei's real body was at the mid-stage of Nirvana Scryer. With them together, it would be very difficult for Wang Lin to kill Yufei, and even if he won, the price would be very high. Thus, the best choice was for Wang Lin to fuse with his original body. He took a step and arrived next to the avatar that coughed out blood before the other 5 could even react. Without any hesitation, Wang Lin threw a punch. There was a loud bang. It was as if space itself was trembling. The avatar coughed out more blood and numerous clouds of blood mist exploded from its body. After the avatar retreated 10 steps, it collapsed and was completely destroyed. Absolute slaughter. This was a complete and absolute slaughter. After killing one avatar, Wang Lin turned around and walked toward the incoming 5 blood swords. All of this was done in an instant. Wang Lin was so fast that he left behind many afterimages. This time, his fist landed in the void. Cracking sounds could be heard while a huge crack appeared and tore through space like a dragon. One of the blood swords flashed and shot toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin didn't even look at it while his right hand reached out. The blood sword trembled and wanted to struggle, but it was caught by Wang Lin. He mercilessly crushed it. The second blood sword collapsed with a bang and was about to escape, but countless lightning bolts gathered under Wang Lin's gaze. Countless bolts of thunder smashed into the avatar and popping sounds came from its body. The avatar collapsed and died. At this moment, the remaining 4 blood swords closed in and suddenly landed on Wang Lin. There were sound of metals colliding as the swords hit Wang Lin's body. A powerful rebound force came from Wang Lin, knocking the 4 swords back, and they trembled violently. This scene stunned the big-headed boy. When he looked at the both familiar and unfamiliar Wang Lin, there was only terror in his eyes. The flying swords couldn't hurt his body. The big-headed boy wasn't the only one that was shocked. There was also Yufei. For the first time, his expression changed, and it was a big change. Everything that happened was too fast and caught him unprepared. In almost the blink of an eye, 2 of his avatars had collapsed, and this set off a monstrous wave in his heart. He was about to charge out when Wang Lin suddenly turned around and let out a roar. Roar! This roar was the roar of an ancient god. It had been a very long time since the voice of the ancient god had existed in this world. Now that it suddenly appeared, it was as if the true voice that could split the heavens had appeared. Before this roar of an ancient god, even the heavens' thunder had to tremble, and the starry sky itself had to bow because he was an ancient god. Countless years ago, this world was filled with ancient gods. The roar of the ancient god released an ancient aura into the world. All creatures must yield to the roar of the ancient god, and all power will disintegrate. This roar was several times more violent than thunder. What is thunder before this roar? This roar was filled with endless force, and it created a storm that swept the area. Yufei had just lifted his feet when the ancient god roar hit him. A power that made his mind tremble suddenly charged at him. His mind was in shock and he quickly retreated. It was as if he would be torn apart if he didn't retreat. His face was pale. In his eyes, Wang Lin was like an angry ancient beast that gave off such a powerful aura that he had to retreat. The origin energy inside his body cycled rapidly without his control. It was as if it would immediately collapse and he would die if it stopped. At this moment, his ears buzzed and he was isolated from the world. He could only hear his own heartbeat rapidly accelerating in his ears. In the end, his heart was beating so fast that the beats were connected. His eyes were filled with fear. This fear came from the soul, the fear toward the ancient gods. For the first time, Yufei felt fear. At the start, there was only a sliver of fear, but a moment later, it filled his mind. The big-headed boy's face turned pale. His mind trembled under the roar of the ancient god. He now had a celestial origin, so he was a celestial, but at this moment, he had the illusion that he was merely an ant. There was also Lei Ji, and his body trembled. There was a will that roared in Lei Ji's heart. It was like a servant that had met his true master. He couldn't help but kneel and obediently listen to Wang Lin's orders. This was the first time he had felt this kind of feeling. Although he was shocked by the awe he felt, he didn't reject it. Rather, he felt a sense of familiarity. If these people were like this, then there was no need to mention the 4 flying swords near Wang Lin. The indescribable impact of the roar caused the world to change colors and space itself to collapse. Those 4 flying swords all exploded. While they collapsed, countless fragments were pushed back and turned into 4 avatars. Each of those 4 avatars had Nirvana Scryer cultivation, but the moment they appeared, they were hit by the impact of the roar of the ancient god once more. As if a powerful wind containing a destructive force had blown by, the 4 avatars immediately collapsed and dissipated. They were completely dead. Wang Lin took a step. Ripples appeared under his feet and he disappeared. When he reappeared, he was next to Ta Shan, who was facing Yufei's last avatar. The last avatar was also so shocked that it stopped attacking and was retreating, but how could it compare to Wang Lin? The moment Wang Lin appeared, his 2 fingers formed a sword and pressed down. Endless thunder came from all directions and the yin and yang fishes appeared as well. When his fingers landed, the last avatar exploded. Wang Lin only took several breaths of time to kill the 7 avatars one after the other, but the shock he bought was unimaginable. Wang Lin's expression was cold as he looked at the pale-faced Yufei not far away and coldly said, "This is the miracle I'm giving you. Are you satisfied?" Yufei's eyes revealed terror. He could see that this Su Mu's cultivation was extremely strange. Although Su Mu's cultivation level was only early-stage Nirvana Scryer, his physical body was strong enough to beat the treasures he refined with his avatars. This made his mind tremble. What made him lose his wit was that the roar just now had shaken the 4 avatars to death. Even he felt an irresistible sense of fear. At this moment, he no longer had the courage to keep fighting. His body flickered and he coughed out a large mouthful of blood. Then he entered the blood and fled far away. As he escaped, the stone he was standing on suddenly collapsed and a large amount of killing intent lashed out. This incredible impact attempted to stop anyone from chasing Yufei. Wang Lin's expression was cold as his hand formed a seal and pointed up. A gust of wind blew out like crazy and blew away the force from the stone. He then took a step and chased after Yufei. Yufei was too fast. Blood escape was a survival skill that one used while injuring themselves. He panicked and no longer cared. He only wanted to quickly escape. However, when he was tens of thousands of kilometers away, a ripple appeared before him. Wang Lin walked out and punched him in the face. This punch landed in the void and caused the surrounding space to shatter. The world's origin energy went crazy and Yufei's body trembled and he coughed out blood. The blood light around him disappeared and he was forced out from his blood escape. With a hint of madness, Yufei formed a seal and a ray of blood light flew out from his forehead. This red light was extremely bright, and it gave off a powerful evil aura. As Yufei shouted, it turned into a ray of sword energy 100 feet long and shot toward Wang Lin. This was Yufei's life treasure. Now that he was forced to the limit, he used it without any hesitation. After throwing out his life treasure, his hand formed another seal and the blood before him trembled and turned into a 1,000-foot-long python. The python opened its jaws and attempted to devour Wang Lin. After doing all this, he still felt uneasy, so he simply slapped his bag of holding and a large amount of treasures flew out. As various flashes of light came from the treasures, he spat out essence blood that landed on all the treasures, and he shouted, "Kill!" The magic treasures before him charged out toward Wang Lin. Yufei's face was a bit pale, but he retreated without hesitation. Wang Lin's expression was indifferent. When facing the big sword formed by Yufei's life treasure, rich spiritual energy came out from his body. Then Wang Lin's body began to grow like crazy and became a giant hundreds of feet tall. This large body gave off an ancient and powerful aura. He didn't dodge, he allowed the large sword to slam into him. Wang Lin didn't even pause. It was the sword that collapsed. If Wang Lin hadn't fused, he wouldn't have dared to face the treasures of a mid-stage Nirvana Scryer cultivator. However, now that he had fused with his original body, he was able to completely resist the treasures of a mid-stage Nirvana Scryer cultivator. In particular, the powerful origin energy coming from his body knocked away all the incoming treasures. As for the python following closely after the sword, it still tried to devour Wang Lin. Wang Lin was indifferent as he grabbed the python's head and directly crushed it. Just as Wang Lin was about to throw it away, he was surprised to find that the python had a soul. Without hesitation, the underworld river appeared and resentment filled the area. He threw the python into the underworld river and then waved his hand. All the incoming treasures collapsed. Since his life treasure was destroyed, the escaping Yufei coughed out a mouthful of blood and his face became even more pale. He clenched his teeth and his eyes became filled with resolve. While still enduring the pain, he tore off his left arm and a large amount of blood sprayed out. His face was deathly pale as he muttered some complex spell. Then his left arm suddenly collapsed and formed a vortex gate. Yufei directly stepped into the vortex. "Su Mu of the Soul Killer duo, there is another beside me. Although your body is strong, under the spells of a soul killer you will still die." Yufei's eyes revealed a monstrous hatred as he walked into the vortex. Seeing that Yufei was about to escape, Wang Lin's eyes became filled with killing intent. His personality had always been, if they don't mess with me, I won't mess with them. If they mess with me, I'll kill them. At this moment, Yufei's body had already entered the vortex. The vortex rapidly rotated and became smaller and smaller. It was about to disappear completely. Wang Lin's eyes became cold and the hymn of a furnace appeared around him. The illusion of a furnace hundreds of feet large appeared before Wang Lin. Ancient God Furnace. When Wang Lin's avatar used it, he had to use the seal left by greed. However, after fusing with his original body, his control over it was much stronger. Position shift. In an instant, a violent echo came from inside the ancient God Furnace. The shrinking vortex seemed to be grabbed by a pair of giant invisible hands and was pulled toward Wang Lin. Similarly, Wang Lin's body moved forward in a mysterious manner. The moment the two crossed, Wang Lin's two fingers formed a sword that contained a heavenly chop, heavenly thunder, and the yin and yang fishes. At the same time, the ancient god's powerful body and the spell that could shatter anything was also contained inside these two fingers. Wang Lin directly pointed his two fingers mercilessly through the shrinking vortex. In the slaughter domain of the Alliance star system's 2 sects, 4 temples, and 8 domains, a elliptical vortex suddenly appeared next to one of the buildings that looked like swords stabbed into the ground. A mysterious attracting force came from the vortex and caught the attention of the cultivators in the slaughter domain. Yufei's body stepped out from the vortex. His face was deathly pale and blood was still coming out of his left arm. After he came out, the vortex behind him rapidly shrank. Seeing that he had returned to his familiar slaughter domain, he relaxed, but he was still terrified of what had happened. Now he looked at the tower and was about to speak. However, just at this moment, a very powerful aura came out from the tower like crazy along with an angry roar. Yufei, leave that place. At the same time, a ray of red light came from the high tower and closed in on Yufei, but it was a step too late. The moment he heard that face, Yufei didn't pause and continued to charge out. However, just at that instant, a powerful energy came out from the shrinking vortex before him. It tore through the vortex and 2 fingers suddenly came out from the vortex. These 2 fingers held monstrous killing intent, and they suddenly pressed down on Yufei's back. It's Su Mu. Yufei coughed out blood and his body was mercilessly thrown forward due to a powerful force. Popping sounds came from his body and large amounts of blood mist came out of his pores. In almost an instant, his entire body collapsed. Not even his origin soul was able to escape from the collapse of his body and was destroyed along with his body. Even his bag of holding was destroyed, and everything inside it flew out. Among these items, there was a branch that quickly retreated and was caught by the 2 fingers that came from the vortex. This scene caused an uproar in the slaughter domain. The red light that flew out from the tower immediately charged toward the 2 fingers. However, as soon as the 2 fingers pressed down, they retreated back into the vortex and the vortex disappeared. An angry roar came out from red light, and in a flash, a dried-up right arm shot out from the red light and went into the dissipating vortex. There was a crackle and the dried-up right arm was able to pull out half a tree branch from the vortex. Su Mu! The red light flashed and revealed a person. He was extremely old and had a head of red hair. At this moment he let out an angry roar. Over the countless years, their slaughter domain had never seen one of their own killed inside their own domain while they were all helpless. This kind of shame was equal to the enemy slaughtering their way into their base. Roars came from the other towers and cultivators filled with killing intent came out. Each of them stared at where Yufei died and they silently pondered. This kind of silence created an unimaginable killing intent that was constantly being suppressed and waiting to explode. The red-haired old man took a deep breath and revealed a grim expression. He waved his sleeves and returned back into the tower. After a long time, a cold voice came out from the tower. Hunt Su Mu. As for Wang Lin, he withdrew his fingers and his body slowly shrank and returned back to normal in several breaths of time. If he was going to kill, then he needed to be thorough. Letting the other person go wouldn't stop people from trying to kill him, so he was going for the kill. After pondering for a while, Wang Lin looked at the piece of branch in his hand and put it away. Getting it while killing Yufei was a big risk, and he had great use for this. This item. It will allow me peace in the western region of the Alliance. Wang Lin's body flickered and disappeared. When he appeared, he was on Lei Ji's back. The big-headed boy was disturbed, but when he saw Wang Lin return, he relaxed and revealed a respectful look. Ta Shan was slightly injured in the battle against Yufei's avatar and was sitting there recovering. Wang Lin sat down on Lei Ji's back and calmly said, Lei Ji, find me a hidden, uninhabited planet. I want to go into closed-door cultivation. Lei Ji caused a loud rumble as he flew far away into the distance. Lei Ji's large body gave off a powerful pressure as he quickly moved through the western region of the Alliance. Not far away, there were rays of sword energy. It was a group of all-heaven cultivators. The person leading was one of the Earth Celestials. When he first saw Lei Ji's huge body, he became vigilant. Even the cultivators behind him were prepared to face a formidable opponent, and there were flashes of spells. Just as this moment, the leader's eyes narrowed as he saw Wang Lin and the big-headed boy on Lei Ji's back. He gasped, immediately retreated a few steps, and respectfully said, "Greetings, Thunder Celestial." The name Sumu was illustrious in all heaven, and he had personally witnessed Wang Lin's heroic deeds. He admired Wang Lin a lot, and his admiration was completely sincere. Wang Lin slightly nodded and didn't speak. Lei Ji's speed was very fast, so he quickly flew by these cultivators. It wasn't until Wang Lin was far away that that cultivator looked back with envy and said, "Someone with a mount like that is indeed worthy of being all heaven's Thunder Celestial." He wasn't the only one who envied Wang Lin. The other cultivators all felt admiration and envy toward Wang Lin. As Lei Ji moved forward, they encountered even more all-heaven cultivators. It was obvious that this area was completely occupied by all heaven. When those cultivators saw Wang Lin, they all became respectful, and when they saw Lei Ji, they were filled with shock and admiration. After Sumu appeared, it became known by all heaven cultivators as rumors spread. During this period of time, there were a lot of rumors about Sumu. A vast majority of them were that Sumu didn't dare to battle or had betrayed them to join the alliance. Su Ting was happy to hear this and secretly fueled the rumor. The older generation of all-heaven cultivators didn't say anything to stop this. In addition, Wang Lin did disappear first, so the rumors became more and more exaggerated. For example, things like, Sumu is a spy from the alliance, became more widely believed. Lei Ji's movements caught the attention of a lot of cultivators. A lot of cultivators looked at Wang Lin with respect, but there were also many looking at him with a playful gazes, as if they were waiting to see a good show. A day later, Lei Ji stopped outside an abandoned planet. There wasn't much spiritual energy left in this planet. Even the all-heaven cultivators that occupied it didn't care much, and only left several people guarding it. Wang Lin carefully looked at the abandoned planet. This place was indeed remote. Although it was occupied by all-heaven cultivators, it didn't obstruct Wang Lin from doing his closed-door cultivation here. After pondering for a bit, Wang Lin stepped off Lei Ji's back and walked toward the abandoned planet. The big-headed boy and Ta Shan immediately followed. As for Lei Ji, his body shrank back to a 30-foot-tall man and followed behind them. When he got near the planet, he heard roars coming from the planet. Although it was abandoned, there were still a large amount of fierce beasts on the planet. These beasts had no intelligence and relied on instinct to survive. There were snakes dozens of feet long and tigers with wings. Those were all very common. The moment Wang Lin landed on the planet, the several cultivators stationed here were awakened from their cultivation. They hesitated for a bit before flying over on rays of sword energy. The place Wang Lin picked was a mountain peak. This mountain was very weird. It was like a finger pointed straight at the sky as if it was going to pierce the sky. While standing on the strange mountain, Ta Shan immediately punched the mountain to create a cave. He did this without even waiting for Wang Lin's order. At this moment, several rays of light flew through the sky and the cultivators stationed here closed in. The 5 or 6 people stopped 1,000 feet away and respectfully said, "Greetings, Thunder Celestial." Wang Lin slightly nodded and slowly said, "I need to cultivate a celestial spell here. Don't disturb me." These cultivators quickly nodded before clasping their hands and excusing themselves. After these people left, Wang Lin's right hand formed a seal and annihilation restrictions flew out. As his hand continued to move, Wang Lin placed restrictions everywhere, until there were traces of restrictions all over the mountain. After placing the restrictions, Ta Shan and the big-headed boy sat down in the distance to guard Wang Lin. Lei Ji also found a place to sit. He had felt his bloodline ability undergo a mysterious change. He was silently pondering and comprehending this change. Wang Lin closed his eyes and the surroundings went completely quiet aside from the occasional roar from the distance. After Wang Lin placed the restrictions, the fierce beasts all left. Although they had no intelligence, they felt that this place was very dangerous. Wang Lin's mind was clear in this relatively quiet atmosphere. The 2 Celestial Emperor celestial spells appeared in his mind. Summon the Rain Magic Arsenal. Summon the rain. Once, when Wang Lin used Call the Wind, he accidentally condensed a drop of rain. However, when he tried later, he wasn't able to form it again. After Qing Shui gave him the inheritance, he realized the issue. Call the wind and summon the rain were deeply connected. The two could transform into each other and compound together. As he pondered, Wang Lin opened his arms and silently comprehended Summon the Rain. Summon the Rain involved gathering the origin energy of the world for Wang Lin to use, and then using the spell to condense said origin energy into rain. Each raindrop contained dense origin energy. It could be said that it was already part of law. While comprehending, large amounts of dark clouds condensed in the sky above Wang Lin. This scene was very spectacular. Looking at the rain, Wang Lin was completely immersed. However, at this moment the rain seemed to stop and two people came from the void. Before the rain could fall on these two people, the rain would immediately disappear and turn into large amount of mist. Not a single drop of rain fell on these two. Sumu, do you recognize your crime? A roar came from one of them. This person was an old man. Wang Lin had seen this person before. If Wang Lin remembered correctly, this person was the elder in charge of punishments. Master Flamespark stood beside his person with a gloomy expression as he stared at Wang Lin with a cold gaze. The rain turned into large amount of clouds, as if there was a flame burning, and this made it feel like he gave off unimaginable pressure. It was as if he could use these clouds to make the world collapse with just a thought. What crime? Wang Lin's expression was calm as he looked at the old man. This old man is asking you where you were and what you were doing during the war with the Alliance. You are the Thunder Celestial of the All-Heaven star system, yet you disappeared before the war. How is that not a crime? Master Flamespark still hadn't spoken, but his expression became colder. Throughout the past few days, his divine sense had been spread out in the All-Heaven territory, and he had been unable to find Wang Lin. As for places that were even further away, he was cautious and didn't dare to carelessly explore there. Wang Lin's expression was still calm as he calmly said, I went to kill the Alliance Slaughter Domain's killer Yu Fei. After he spoke, the old man was startled and Master Flamespark's eyes shined. The old man's expression turned gloomy and shouted, What killer Su Fei? Su Mu, do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? Don't make up a name, much less the Slaughter Domain. Wang Lin's expression was calm, and he didn't even look at the old man. Instead, his gaze fell on Master Flamespark. As Master Flamespark stared at Wang Lin, the coldness in his face eased, and he said, The Cultivation Alliance does have a slaughter domain, and there is indeed the Soul Killer duo. However, do you have proof that you killed him? The moment Master Flamespark spoke, the old man beside him immediately stopped talking. Wang Lin was expressionless as he slapped his bag of holding and the half-tree branch appeared in his hand. There was still thunder moving around the tree branch. Wang Lin directly threw it at Master Flamespark. As the thunder roared, the half-branch flew toward Master Flamespark and was grabbed by him. He took a closer look and immediately recognized it as one of the Slaughter Domain's precious treasures. With his cultivation, he could feel the two forces within the branch. One was obviously Wang Lin's, and the other was a powerful, evil aura. Not bad. This is indeed the sword energy of a vice-deputy-level cultivator of the Slaughter Domain. Master Flamespark's gaze toward Wang Lin was filled with admiration. After taking a look at the branch in his hand, he threw it back to Wang Lin and smiled. Good. Sumu, you can rest easy cultivating here. 1 month from now, the backup will arrive, and you will follow the army to invade the northern region. Wang Lin's expression was respectful as he clasped his hands in acknowledgement. Master Flamespark laughed and meaningfully looked at the big-headed boy before leaving. The old man beside him quickly followed. The two of them disappeared into the distance. Wang Lin's expression was neutral, but he relaxed. When he came to the western region into the All-Heaven sphere of influence, he already had a plan in mind. This plan was the reason why he risked taking out the branch of the World Thunder Tree before the final battle. He had used it in order to gain trust. Among the stars, the gratified expression on Master Flamespark's face disappeared, and he revealed no expression, making it impossible to know what he was thinking. The old man beside him had a thought and immediately said, Temple Lord, from my view, this Sumu was obviously lying. Moreover, that big-headed boy is one of the Heaven Celestials, but he is being controlled by Sumu. In my opinion, Master Flamespark turned around and coldly looked at the old man. Seeing this gaze, the old man's body trembled and he immediately swallowed back the latter half of that sentence. After withdrawing his gaze, Master Flamespark walked toward the void. This Sumu is not simple. There are 4 powers mixed between his eyebrows. Even with my cultivation, I could only see through one of them, and it was obviously the weakest one. Master Flamespark pondered as he moved among the stars. The power he could see through dispelled the original thought in Master Flamespark's mind, and he let out a sigh. He was familiar with the power. To be exact, it was the vermilion bird mark. Only after reaching his cultivation level would one be able to see that mark between Wang Lin's eyebrows. This Sumu wasn't this strange before turning to the Alliance star system, but after disappearing for a few days, those strange things appeared. Vermilion bird mark. That man once helped me. Forget it. Master Flamespark shook his head as he disappeared with the old man. The news of Sumu returning quickly spread in a short period of time. After all, Sumu was too famous in the All-Heaven star system, so almost every All-Heaven cultivator knew that Sumu had returned. The one that was most frustrated was Su Ting. After he got the message, he pondered for a moment before charging out with a team of cultivators. He wanted to find a cultivation planet to vent his anger. As for Wang Lin, it seemed to be the rainy season in the abandoned planet he was on. Endless rain covered a small portion of the planet and caused the area to be surrounded by water mist. The water was so dense that the view of the area was twisted, and not even the light from the sky could penetrate it. The dust had all been washed away by the rain, and the flowing water formed trenches on the ground. Some dust and dirt were washed away by the pouring rain. The sound of raindrops hitting the branches and leaves echoed. The rain flowed down the edges of the leaves and condensed at the bottom. There were many fierce beasts looking for place to avoid this rain disaster. Only the few water beasts could continue to move through the rain. The mountain Wang Lin was in stood straight under the rain. The big-headed boy stared at the rain and silently pondered. The restrictions on the mountain didn't deliberately stop the rain from falling. As a result, the mountain was surrounded by rain as well. The big-headed boy remembered his childhood while he watched the rain. Back then, he always looked at the rain in a daze. He still remembered when he was expelled by the family. It was a rainy night. He was in a daze when he was pushed out from the family home and into the mud. Back then, he still had that foolish smile, only it was somewhat sad. He fell into the muddy water and his clothes were soaked by the rain. Looking at the rain and flashing thunder, the big-headed boy's heart felt painful. He knew he was ugly, and in order to not make others feel disgusted, he would always put on a smile. Even when his mother hit him, he would always still squeeze out a smile. Even when all his siblings bullied him, he was still smiling. Even so, the ending was still the same. On that rainy night, his smile gradually disappeared, and he walked away in the rain in a daze. His body was very small. It seemed as if he could fall over any time under this rumbling thunder. The big-headed boy touched his chest and looked at Tashan and Lei Ji before looking at Wang Lin. For some unknown reason, he felt a hint of warmth in his heart. In his mind, he could never forget what happened a few days ago, when he was about to self-destruct in despair and a pair of hands pulled him away from that life-and-death crisis. A figure occupied his vision back then. Lei Ji also looked at the rain and comprehended his bloodline ability. In this relatively quiet environment, he couldn't help but recall his past. He was forced to leave planet Giant Demon and was filled with hatred. Accompanied by his people, they escaped planet Giant Demon and wandered the stars. The him back then was in a daze. His heart thirsted for blood, but he was powerless. He could only leave his home. If he had been a step late, he might have never had a change to leave planet Giant Demon. During his confusion, he brought his clan members to planet Suzaku. During that time, the Suzaku was named Yi Wuyo. Under Yi Wuyo's guidance, many cultivators gathered and began a war with the native inhabitants of the planet. They were the Forsaken Immortal clan that was proficient in using runes. A planet that was originally filled with spiritual energy became half-wasted by this war. There was a person next to Yi Wuyo that Lei Ji disliked a lot. He seemed to remember this man was called Situ Nan. This person was very arrogant and his actions were almost demonic. He much preferred Yi Wuyo. They treated the arrival of the giant demon clan with great hospitality. Yi Wuyo even set off a large piece of land for them to form their own country. This piece of land was not close to the Forsaken Immortal clan. It was far away from the Forsaken Immortal clan, so it was very safe. He couldn't find any way to repay this kindness beside picking up his battle axe and slaughtering the Forsaken Immortal clan himself. He obtained the heads of the Forsaken Immortal clan to repay Yi Wuyo. Looking at his past life, Lei Ji felt regrettable. He wasn't as dumb as he looked on the surface. In fact, he was extremely cunning. He had experienced too much in his tens of thousands of years of living. It was just that he had been imprisoned by the corpse sect for too long and his mind was muddled. It was because he was very cunning that Lei Ji agreed to become Wang Lin's mount without hesitation. After observing Wang Lin, he felt that if he followed Wang Lin, he might be able to return to Planet Giant Demon to get his revenge. In particular, during the battle earlier, when Wang Lin let out that roar had shaken his mind. At that moment, all of his schemes fell apart and a will left by his ancestors from the depths of his soul made him succumb to the roar. It was also at that moment that the idea of following Wang Lin became firm in his mind. I won't get any attention by being a mere mount. Everything will rely on my giant demon clan's bloodline ability. While thinking about this, Lei Ji closed his eyes and continued to comprehend his bloodline ability. As Wang Lin sat there, rain poured from the sky and fell on his body. Cold energy slowly entered Wang Lin's body from the rain. He slowly cultivated and his divine sense spread. The mountain was the center and his divine sense covered the surrounding area. At this moment, his divine sense split into countless pieces and tried to merge with the rain. However, the moment he merged with the raindrops would dissipate into the earth. At that moment, his divine sense could be released. This repeated again and again. It was as if the rain had no resistance toward Wang Lin's divine sense. But it was also because of this that the origin energy of the world inside the rain would dissipate the moment it hit the ground. This was something Wang Lin couldn't stop. As Wang Lin continued to merge with the rain and gradually became immersed in it, he suddenly seemed to hear a comprehension he came to a long time ago. This rain was born from the sky and dies with the earth. This process is life. The reason I look at the rain and not the sky or earth was because I'm looking at the rain's life. This is life and death. Wang Lin's body suddenly trembled. He suddenly opened his eyes as he stared at the rain and muttered, I have already gained enlightenment in life and death. All that is left is the source of rain. Wang Lin pondered as he looked at the rain before him, and the inheritance Qing Shui gave him echoed in his mind. His eyes grew brighter and brighter until they were like beacons in this rainy night. I don't care if this rain is dead or alive. I only need to remember that this rain comes from the sky. Wang Lin raised his head and looked at the clouds in the sky. The rain that enveloped the earth came from those clouds. The sky only has clouds. Rain come from the clouds. As Wang Lin pondered, his divine sense spread out but no longer merged with the rain. Instead, his divine sense charged into the sky and entered the clouds. There, he detected a large amount of origin energy of the world. This origin energy of the world wasn't stable and constantly collided with itself. Every time it collided, a large amount of raindrops would fall to the earth. Wang Lin's eyes shined brightly, his body flickered, and he flew off the mountain. He stepped on the rain as if he was ascending a ladder and directly entered the clouds. The moment he entered the clouds, bursts of thunder moved within the rain and endless rumbles echoed. However, this thunder couldn't obstruct Wang Lin at all. After entering the clouds, Wang Lin's divine sense spread out even more in the clouds. The constant comprehension caused him to smile. A moment later, he walked out from the clouds and then arrived on the other side of the planet. Here, a large amount of water vapor was rising into the air. This water vapor was invisible, and Wang Lin could barely detect it with his divine sense. The water vapor formed thin clouds that rose into the air, but these clouds were difficult to see with the naked eye. I understand. Wang Lin let out a laugh as he opened his arms and pointed at the ground. Origin energy came out from his body and the water vapor in the world became more dense. As if the vapor was being manipulated, it quickly condensed. Space distorted near Wang Lin's hands and, a moment later, dark clouds appeared. The moment the dark clouds appeared, they quickly condensed. In the end, a group of dark clouds suddenly formed in Wang Lin's hands. As his divine sense swept through the clouds, thunder appeared inside the clouds. His divine sense shook the clouds, causing rumbles to echo and large amounts of rain to fall. Nirvana Scryer stage cultivators needed to pay attention to laws. That's what really made second-step cultivators powerful. However, laws were ethereal and very difficult to grasp. This was also why there weren't many second-step cultivators. There were even cultivators who had grasped some laws, and this allowed their cultivation level to increase. However, in the end, they still couldn't progress and their spells weren't powerful. The main reason was that the way they grasped the laws was passive rather than active. Wang Lin vaguely touched the edge of law. He revealed a smile as he waved his hand. The clouds gradually became transparent and eventually disappeared. As he laughed, he returned back to the top of the mountain with one step. He stood there and looked up at the clouds in the sky. At this moment, the rain was still falling, but it turned into water vapor when it arrived 3 inches from Wang Lin. Soon, a layer of clouds appeared around Wang Lin. This scene was exactly the same as when Master Flamespark arrived. However, the clouds around Wang Lin were thin. Master Flamespark's clouds looked like they could cause the world to collapse if he just gave the order. However, if Master Flamespark's divine sense descended on the planet and saw this, he would be shocked. This was because this cloud wasn't caused by an origin energy spell, it was a sign of laws. This was caused by the power of law. It was not a deliberate action. It involved subtly changing the space around oneself so that the raindrops would turn into clouds. This cloud itself was a spell with infinite power. Celestial Emperor by Fan was really a godlike person. Wang Lin let out a sigh. He had inherited summon the rain from Qing Shui. This celestial spell came from Celestial Emperor by Fan. Just by comprehending this spell, he had managed to touch laws. This was not something an ordinary celestial spell could do. There were very few celestial spells that could have this effect. The rain came from the clouds and this cloud also came from water. However, without wind, the cloud can't form. This inheritance came from Qing Shui, and although it brought Wang Lin no comprehension, it gave him knowledge of the laws. Thus, Wang Lin was even more grateful toward Qing Shui. I didn't think Situ had controlled law back then. The scene of Situ Nan emerging from the heaven-defying bead appeared in Wang Lin's mind. It was raining when Situ shouted, "Scram for me!" At that instant, the rain turned back into clouds and quickly disappeared. All of the clouds in the sky collapsed, revealing a clear sky. At that moment all those years ago, he only felt an unspeakable impact coming from Situ Nan's body, and it made the sky tremble. It was as if all living things had to step back and yield to him. It was merely a vague feeling though. After all, Wang Lin's cultivation level was too low back then, so he didn't have the qualifications. But thinking about it now, Situ Nan had clearly grasped law. Wang Lin thought about it and was able to clearly see through everything in his memories. It turns out everything was like this. Wang Lin pondered as he thought about when he first obtained the heaven-defying bead 1,000 years ago. There was a cloud on the heaven-defying bead. This cloud must absorb the water vapor in the world to make the amount of clouds increase. Thinking about it now, Wang Lin immediately understood and bitterly smiled. In truth, something had always existed around him, but unless he reached a certain level, he wouldn't notice it. Even if he had seen it, he wouldn't have been enlightened. At this moment, Wang Lin thoroughly understood. I finally understand the water law portion of the heaven-defying bead after 1,000 years. This portion was the first stage the heaven-defying bead revealed. Even now, I haven't fully mastered it and have merely grasped it. Wang Lin touched the spot between his eyebrows and felt regrettable. He looked at the rain falling from the sky and lightly waved his hand as he muttered, "Scatter!" This wave caused the clouds to fly out along with this hand. All the rain in the world suddenly trembled and a large amount of clouds appeared. It was as if there was a powerful wind that pushed all the clouds back. Under the impact of this wind, all the clouds in the sky began to collapse. Following a thunderous roar, it was as if a giant hand had swept across the sky, and all the clouds dissipated completely. A clear sky appeared over the planet. The sun fell, bringing warmth. The earth gave off the fragrance of dirt. There were still large drops of water falling from the plants after the rain. A rainbow appeared over the horizon. This was like a scene from the celestial realm. In this atmosphere, even the fierce beasts that appeared didn't roar. Instead, they lowly growled at the sky. Several birds flew out from with cheerful chirps over the horizon. It was obvious that the long rainy season made them unable to fly for a long time. Wang Lin's eyes were calm. His right hand formed a seal and black wind suddenly appeared 10 feet in front of Wang Lin. The black wind turned into 2 black dragons that blasted out cold air. The cold air fused with the mist to form clouds and then water droplets condensed. The origin energy of the world nearby surged toward the clouds. With just a command from Wang Lin, the rain would scatter over the world and summon the rain would appear. He waved his right hand and the clouds disappeared. The black dragons disappeared too and everything returned to normal. When the big-headed boy looked at this, his pupils shrank. He was silently pondering, and his respect for Wang Lin increased. Lei Ji awakened from his comprehension and his eyes flashed. A wave was set off in his heart and he thought, "This is the power of law. I have only seen it in the spells of very powerful cultivators." While he pondered, he became even more set on following Wang Lin. As for Ta Shan, it was as if he was blind to all of this. He continued to cultivate with his eyes closed. Wang Lin sat down on the ground. His eyes were calm. He had comprehended summon the rain, so up next was the spell he was most interested in, Magic Arsenal. At this moment, an illusory figure quickly moved between the intersection of the western and northern regions of the Alliance star system. This figure was so fast that it would often disappear in a flash. There wasn't just one figure, but numerous figures moving across the stars. There were many ripples that continued to spread around them, and this caused these figures to move even faster. After the figures entered the western region, it wasn't long until they encountered a team of all-heaven cultivators. The person leading the team was the six-fingered cultivator. He had brought the team and was headed north. The western region was under all-heaven control, and as a celestial, he naturally had to go to the north and open a path. Along the way there, he was extremely cautious. He had his divine sense spread out, so if there were any signs of trouble, he would immediately notice. The moment the figures saw the six-fingered cultivator and the 100 cultivators behind him, the figures all turned and headed toward them. The six-fingered cultivator was moving when he suddenly felt a sense of danger. He felt bursts of pain coming from his sixth finger and became terrified, causing him to immediately stop. However, at this moment, he saw the countless figures coming toward them. This glance caused his pupils to shrink. He slapped his bag of holding, took out a message rune, and crushed it. Rather than retreating, he charged out. But at this moment, half the illusionary figures surrounded the six-fingered cultivator. The rest charged at the cultivators behind him. Waves of miserable shouts echoed and waves of spells appeared. A moment later, the six-fingered cultivator retreated in panic, but just as he rushed out, a large amount of the black shadows entered his body. His body trembled every time an illusionary figure rushed into his body. After he charged out dozens of feet, he stopped. His eyes revealed a strange gaze, but a few moments later they returned to normal. Looking down at his body, the six-fingered cultivator revealed a strange smile and muttered, "This body is acceptable." Behind him, the all-heaven cultivators walked out one by one. All of them had strange smiles. The mysterious temple's plan to annihilate all heaven will begin soon. After this huge change occurs, our task will not only be Sumu. The remnant of the all-heaven cultivators must be eradicated. Out of the 4 saints, the Black Fiend Devil Saint and Heavenly Tao Origin Saint came. This time, the all-heaven cultivators will find out that the gate to our Alliance star system is not so easy to enter. With Qing Shui's inheritance, Wang Lin understood that among Celestial Emperor by fan spells, Call the Wind, Summon the Rain, and Magic Arsenal, Magic Arsenal was the strongest. Even Qing Shui favored Magic Arsenal a lot. It was one of the spells that made him famous in the celestial realm. Wang Lin had high expectations for this spell as well. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes. After clearly comprehending the inheritance of Magic Arsenal he got from Qing Shui, he suddenly opened his eyes and the celestial origin energy core in his body began to rotate. As it rotated, a large amount of celestial origin energy cycled through his body. His origin energy began to slowly hide itself until only that dense celestial origin energy was moving through his body. The current Wang Lin gave off a large amount of celestial origin energy. He had the aura of a celestial, and it was as if he was an actual celestial. The big-headed boy carefully observed this and sighed. He had always wondered why this Sumu had celestial origin energy when he clearly remembered that Sumu had never gone into the celestial pool. However, he didn't dare to ask about this doubt. Looking at Wang Lin filled with celestial origin energy, he bitterly smiled. He had to give up his domain for this celestial origin, but Sumu had both domain and celestial origin energy. As Wang Lin's celestial origin energy cycled, he began forming the hand seals he obtained from Qing Shui's inheritance that were unique to Magic Arsenal. Magic Arsenal required you to open the reincarnation cycle and extract the soul fragments of the ones you killed. Then you must form your own mysterious space to fuse these soul fragments in. Only then can Magic Arsenal form. The power of this spell varies from person to person. For example, when Bai Fan used Magic Arsenal it would cover the sky, and very few people could block it. Then there was Qing Shui, whose magic arsenal was filled with slaughter that would make people yield before fighting. As his hand formed seals, the celestial origin energy in his body suddenly rushed into the seals through his arms. It was as the world was changing colors while strands of celestial origin energy intersected before him and began to slowly rotate. At the start, the rotation wasn't fast, but as the celestial origin core inside Wang Lin rotated faster, the vortex eventually looked like a tornado. As the vortex roared, it began to expand. In the blink of an eye, a vortex dozens of feet tall appeared before Wang Lin. It rotated so fast that it looked like it wasn't rotating at all. However, in reality, the rotation of the vortex had reached its peak. If it was before Wang Lin obtained the celestial origin energy from the 17th layer of the Immortal graveyard, his celestial core would have ran out and collapsed before the vortex could even form. Even after absorbing all that celestial origin energy, and his celestial core had become the size of a baby's first, Wang Lin could feel his celestial origin energy rapidly depleting. He knew he couldn't maintain the vortex for more than 3 days. Wang Lin knew that this vortex was a self-created reincarnation cycle formed by the celestial origin energy. In reality, it was a spell that focused on your memories. To be immersed in your own memories and pull out the soul fragments of all the people you killed. Although they were only memories, they were extremely real when this spell was used. The soul fragments that were extracted even retained some of their cultivation. As a result, they could be used in Magic Arsenal. The longer he drew this out, the more celestial origin energy he would lose. If he wasn't successful after 3 days, then this celestial origin energy would run out and the vortex would collapse. The instant the vortex opened, Wang Lin's ancient thunder dragon origin soul flew out from between his eyebrows and went into the vortex. The vortex continued to shrink until it was imprinted between Wang Lin's eyebrows. The surroundings were completely silent. Wang Lin's ancient thunder dragon origin soul moved through a tunnel of time. He gradually changed until he was in human form. In an instant, the tunnel ended, and when he charged out, the sun blinded his eyes. Wang Lin looked down and saw the Hung Yu sect on planet Suzaku. He saw 2 youths. One was covered in sweat using the attraction spell. On the side, the person being controlled by the attraction spell was a young man holding a dagger. The dagger was pointed at another youth. The youth raised the axe and mercilessly slashed down on the young man's head. A miserable scream echoed. Wang Lin clearly saw a soul fragment fly out and enter his own origin soul. This person wasn't killed by me. Why? As Wang Lin pondered, he felt a powerful force pulling his origin soul. In the blink of an eye, his vision blurred and he was now on a road. Before him was a black-robed teen fighting against a middle-aged man. Shortly after, the middle-aged man died. Beside the middle-aged man was a gloomy youth who said, "He is the disciple of old man GMO. We must quickly leave." The soul fragment of the middle-aged man that died flew out and entered Wang Lin's origin soul. The scene changed once more. This time it was a cave in the forest. He devoured Tung Li's foundation. Then Tung Li's soul fragment flew out and entered Wang Lin. Scene by scene passed by from the country of Zhao to the corpse sect. Then to Juming Valley, the foreign battlefield, Hofan, and then the Sea of Devils with the Dragon Tendon and the 100-day 10,000 Devil Kill Order. Then he returned to Zhao where he slaughtered the Tung family. The battle with Xueyu, the Rain Celestial Realm, and followed by him killing the ancestor of the country of Xueyu and the giant demon clan ancestor. After that was the battle between the forsaken Immortal clan and the country of Suzaku and what happened in the Suzaku tomb. Everything replayed as if Wang Lin was reliving his life. The Tianyun sect, the Demon Spirit Land, the Celestial Slaughter Art, the All-Heaven Star System, the Huan family ancestor, the Thunder Celestial Realm, killing Blood ancestor, the inside of the Nether Beast, killing the Celestial, slaughtering the Yao family members in the Western Domain, and everything until the Celestial title competition where he obtained rank 1 in one line to heaven. In the end, his memories stopped. Wang Lin was startled. He felt as if a powerful force had grabbed him and kept dragging him up. Then he suddenly opened his eyes. He was soaked in sweat and the mountain was still before him. The moment he awakened, the vortex between his eyebrows stopped rotating and turned back into strands of celestial origin energy that returned into his body. The celestial origin, the size of a baby's first, had shrunken by nearly 60%. His life of slaughter had flashed by. When Wang Lin went through his life again, he felt regret. Even now, he was unclear if he had awakened from his dream. What a powerful celestial spell! Wang Lin let out a big breath. Celestial Emperor by Fan's celestial spell was formed from the fusion of many spells. The essence of these spells were extracted to form a new celestial spell. However, in order to learn the spell, Wang Lin had to experience the process. Wang Lin pondered for a while. He had already made a decision for the second part of Magic Arsenal. After recalling it to make sure there was no problem, the Underworld River appeared above Wang Lin. The Underworld River spread out and the resentful aura filled the world. However, under Wang Lin's control, the two ends connected to form a circle. At that instant, an aura that surged into the sky appeared. Wang Lin looked at the Underworld River and spat out an object. It was the celestial sealing stamp. The moment it appeared, it floated into the air. Diffused with the Underworld River. The hundreds of thousands of golden runes appeared and fused with the Underworld River. The Underworld River began to churn as if it was boiling, and a shocking change occurred as the golden runes fused with it. The entire Underworld River swept across the world while carrying hundreds of thousands of seals and finally fused with the celestial sealing stamp completely. A powerful pressure suddenly surrounded the abandoned planet Wang Lin was on. This pressure came from the celestial sealing stamp. The appearance of the celestial sealing stamp had changed. It was no longer golden but pitch black. However, an extremely powerful aura was spreading out from this darkness. It was as if there were countless resentful spirits roaring and struggling inside to escape. What was even more shocking was that several rings had appeared on the celestial sealing stamp and separated it into 18 layers. Each layer gave off a dense resentful aura and flashes of gloomy sealing light. The deeper the layer, the stronger the resentful aura. This was his personal realm that he had created for Magic Arsenal. Bai Fan had the mysterious realm and Qing Shui had his slaughter realm. Wang Lin had his 18 layers of Hell Reincarnation realm. With the celestial sealing stamp as the earth, with the golden seals as the seal, with the Underworld River as the reincarnation cycle, and filling it with resentful aura to complete the 18 layers of hell. The deeper down the 18 layers, the stronger the soul's insides were. There were no soul fragments from the 15th to 18th layers, but there was one in the 14th layer. This soul fragment was covered in a blood mist and a monstrous resentment. He was the blood ancestor who was killed by Wang Lin. More than 100 soul fragments of celestials killed by Wang Lin in the Immortal graveyard were sealed in the 13th layer. They were letting out maddening roars, wanting to escape, but they were completely sealed. There were also the soul fragments of the Yao family cultivators that Wang Lin had killed, along with the soul fragments of all the corporeal yang and above cultivators killed by Wang Lin. Magic Arsenal was a very tyrannical spell. It extracted the soul fragments of everything you killed from the reincarnation cycle and used them. Wang Lin stood up and stared at the 18 layers of hell in the sky. A vortex appeared between his eyebrows, and then his origin soul charged out and spat out essence origin energy. Endless black gas came out from the essence origin energy. This black gas was all the people killed by Wang Lin. As they touched the 18 layers of hell, they were all sealed inside. At the same time, Wang Lin slapped his bag of holding and the 1 billion soul flag flew out. He shook the flag, causing it to open, and the soul fragments charged out like crazy. There were a lot of soul fragments inside the 1 billion soul flag, and they all rushed into the 18 layers of hell. The resentment in the 18 layers of hell continued to increase as the soul fragments rushed inside. Their maddening screams would cause any mortal who heard them to pass out. Even a cultivator's mind would be shaken before these screams. They were a result of the grievance of the souls of the countless people that Wang Lin had killed. In there were Blood Ancestor, the Celestials, the Yao family members, and many other powerful cultivators. Because they were only soul fragments, they weren't as strong as before, but their power was not something ordinary cultivators could resist. There were also the countless soul fragments inside the 1 billion soul flag. With them, the 18 layers of hell were now worthy of their title. Inside the 1 billion soul flag, only the primary souls remained, and Wang Lin put it away. If it wasn't for the fact that this flag was a gift from Du Tian, he would have put the flag itself inside the celestial sealing stamp. As Wang Lin stood there, a trace of coldness flashed across his eyes and he shouted, "This is my 18 layers of hell reincarnation cycle." As his voice came out, the cries from the 18 layers of hell became even stronger. The screams quickly enveloped the entire planet. The first ones that weren't able to withstand it were the fierce beasts, and they quickly scattered. If it wasn't for Wang Lin controlling the screams, all of these fierce beasts would have immediately collapsed. The several cultivators that were stationed here became pale and their minds were shaken, so they quickly flew out from their rooms. They didn't want to stay for a moment longer. The big-headed boy gasped as he stared dumbfoundedly at the 18 hell celestial sealing stamp. Due to his cultivation level, he was able to immediately see that this treasure wasn't ordinary. Lei Ji's pupils shrank. Facing the 18 layers of hell, he felt fear from the bottom of his heart. Wang Lin slapped his bag of holding and 2 balls of light appeared in his hand. These were 2 origin souls. One of them was the origin soul of the Corpse Sex Resentment Hall Vice Hall Master, and the other was what the Vice Hall Master gave Wang Lin to trade for his life. After pondering for a bit, Wang Lin didn't put them into 18 layers of hell and put them back in his bag. These 2 early-stage Nirvana Scryer origin souls were very important for recovering cultivation. He kept them in case he needed to use them in the future. At this moment, he stood up, stared at the sky, formed a seal with his hand, and pointed at the celestial sealing stamp. It shrank and was swallowed by Wang Lin. "Let's go." Wang Lin was calm as he took a step and left the planet. Lei Ji and company quickly followed after him. At this moment, all of the western region was taken over by the All-Heaven cultivators. As large amounts of All-Heaven cultivators passed through the tunnel between the 2 systems, they took over the planets one by one. It was obvious that they already considered this place part of All-Heaven. As all of the western region was taken over, the shadow looming over all the powerful cultivators of All-Heaven became even stronger. There was not a single rank 7 cultivation planet in the western region, only rank 6 cultivation planets. All of this was very strange. However, there were no changes for a very long time, and while there were still doubts in their hearts, they started a second round of attacks under the order of the Thunder Celestial Temple. Their target this time was Northern Region. Groups of All-Heaven cultivators quickly flew toward the Northern Region on rays of sword energy. As they passed, they created sound as if space itself was going to collapse. The sword energy emitted by tens of thousands of cultivators made the world change colors. The flying swords revealed the height of heaven and almost made the world collapse. Unknowingly, they gave off the feeling of being able to reverse time and split the heavens. The all-heaven cultivators were filled with killing intent as they left the cultivation planets and continued to move forward. Master Flamespark had a ball of flame under his feet and a group of cultivators around him. His expression was gloomy. When they were slaughtering their way into the Alliance star system, he felt a sense of crisis. When he tried to predict what was going to happen, he could only see dense blood light that prevented him from clearly seeing anything. They were forced to continue their attack on the northern region because they had been in the western region for too long. They couldn't just retreat without fighting, so even though he knew the Alliance had some sort of scheme, he was forced to push forward. Even if there is a scheme, this old man is not afraid. Moreover, the Alliance aren't the only ones with a hidden hand. I have also carefully planned out countermeasures to many of the possible schemes the Alliance could have come up with. There was a flash of coldness in Master Flamespark's eyes, and they were filled with killing intent. Large amounts of all-heaven cultivators rode on rays of sword energy as they flew through the western region and arrived in the northern region. As the large amount of all-heaven cultivators charged into the northern region, an ancient aura burst forth from one of the planets in the western region that was taken over by the all-heaven cultivators. This aura exploded like crazy, and in an instant, a destructive impact came from this cultivation planet. There were hundreds of cultivators living on this planet, and they all panicked to escape. As they escaped, what they saw became the last thing they saw. The entire cultivation planet shook extremely violently. It was as if the planet had finished its life cycle in an instant and it was filled with death aura. What was even more incredible was that this cultivation planet was shrinking. The planet shrank like crazy as if there was a powerful force compressing it. The crazy compression made it so the planet was only 10% of its original size. At this instant, a destructive aura came out like crazy and this planet suddenly collapsed. This collapse created a powerful and destructive wave that spread out like crazy. Those hundreds of cultivators didn't have time to dodge as their bodies were instantly destroyed by this destructive wave. Even their origin souls were destroyed under this destructive force. The resulting rumble was earth-shattering. The collapse of the planet was filled with the scent of blood, and all life on it had been extinguished. This was not something an ordinary cultivator could do. Only the most ruthless and inhuman cultivator would destroy a planet like this. Loud explodes echoed. As the destructive wave spread, a large amount of spatial rifts appeared in the space they passed by. There were so many cracks that it only took a moment for them to all connect together. All of the all-heaven cultivators within tens of thousands of kilometers that were affected by the shockwave immediately had their bodies and origin souls destroyed. At this instant, this wasn't the only planet that exploded. This happened to all of them. All of the cultivation planets in the western region collapsed like crazy and formed a crazy shockwave that filled the western region. This kind of big movement was something only the Cultivation Alliance would do. Since all you all-heaven cultivators came, then I'll let you all die in the western region. Ignoring the lives of all living things in the western region, they began a shocking plan to slaughter the all-heaven cultivators. The crazy collapse became even more intense in the western region. As the planets collapsed, the storm formed by the collapse swept across the region. Large amounts of spatial cracks appeared due to the storm, and in the end, they all linked together. The thunderous rumble echoed, and the entire western region was like the end of the world. The large-scale collapse caused a lot of spatial cracks. Large amounts of rocks containing destructive power shot out randomly. It was a slaughter. Most of the all-heaven cultivators weren't even able to retaliate and were killed by his storm. As spatial crack increased in size, more and more cold wind came out and fused with the storm to form a giant vortex. This vortex was so large that it covered most of the western region. It cut off the all-heaven cultivators that had charged into the northern region from the tunnel back to the all-heaven star system. When the storm was about to dissipate, countless figures appeared and transfer arrays appeared one by one. Cultivators of the Cultivation Alliance stepped out of the arrays. Kill! Earth-shattering roars echoed across the stars. Master Flamespark's eyes were red. He had thought of everything, but he didn't think the alliance would destroy the western region and create this kind of impact. At the same time, rays of sword energy flew through the northern domain when the alliance cultivators arrived. They charged at the panicking all-heaven cultivators that were trying to escape. In the northern domain, a ripple appeared in the army of the alliance. A black-robed old man walked out and his laughter echoed across the world as he stepped out. Master Flamespark, long time no see. Do you still remember Old Man Black Fiend Devil Saint? Master Flamespark's eyes became bright red and his expression didn't reveal any reaction to the change. He calmly said, "So this was your plan? Very good. Let me show you my all-heaven cultivator's spells." Master Flamespark raised his hand and pointed up. A large crack was silently ripped open. This crack was extremely large and was like a river that covered the sky. At the same time, a powerful pressure came out from it and 18 balls of blood, more than 100 feet wide, descended. Your Alliance star system dared to destroy the western region, so how could my all-heaven star system not react? Since you killed some people on my side, I'll kill some people on your side. Master Flamespark's voice was filled with confidence. Those 18 balls of blood descended and an oppressive aura covered the area. This oppression had no effect on the all-heaven cultivators, and they all glowed red in response to it. However, for the Alliance cultivators that had charged over, their minds all trembled. At this moment, all the Alliance cultivators felt an unimaginable pressure, as if the entire world was crushing them from all sides. Their blood flowed rapidly through their bodies. It was as if all sounds aside from their pounding heartbeats were cut off. Even their visions blurred. The 18 balls of blood were made of blood gathered by the two families from ancient times over tens of thousands of years. The blood was slowly refined after many sacrifices over the countless years. It was one of the two family protection treasures they had. This object was very famous in the ancient cultivation world. It was named the 18 Lu Fu. Lu Fu was a cultivation mountain in ancient times. However, one night, the mountain mysteriously collapsed and all the cultivators in the mountain died the violent deaths of having all their blood drained. Their blood gathered at Mount Lu Fu and formed a ball of blood 100 feet wide. This was the origin of Lu Fu. After that, a lot of ancient cultivators came to study it. Although they couldn't understand the cause, they gained an understanding of the ball of blood. Thus the spell for the Lu Fu blood ball came to be. However, this ball of blood was too vicious and the rate of formation was not high. Although it had mysterious powers, it couldn't be mass-refined. The power of the 18 Lu Fu was their pressure. One Lu Fu would give one layer of pressure, so 18 Lu Fu would create an unimaginable degree of pressure. In addition, if a cultivator merged some of their blood into the 18 Lu Fu, then not only would they not be pressured, their cultivation level would also increase for a short period of time. The Black Fiend Devil Saint's expression was gloomy, and he was about to charge out to destroy the 18 Lu Fu. However, just at this moment, Blood God appeared from the void and blocked the Black Fiend Devil Saint with a laugh. Master Flamespark's face was expressionless while he pointed backward. This point seemed to be able to penetrate the void. It tore through the spatial cracks covering the western region and entered the tunnel connecting to the All-Heaven star system. In the All-Heaven star system, there were tens of thousands of cultivators with their cultivation activated. There was one object between them. This object was a piece of wood. However, this piece of wood was 100,000 feet long and 10,000 feet wide. Heaven-piercing wood. This was found by the Thunder Celestial Temple 30,000 years ago. Rumor had it that it was a celestial tree that supported the ancient celestial realm. Only the Thunder Celestial Realm was able to keep theirs relatively intact. The other three realms lost theirs during the collapse of the celestial realms. A powerful surge of celestial spiritual energy appeared. After the Thunder Celestial Temple found it, they hid it away. Now it was taken out as a powerful method of attack against the Alliance. The tens of thousands of cultivators that were surrounding this giant piece of wood shouted in unison. These tens of thousands of cultivators were mercilessly pushing this giant piece of wood forward. There were even old monsters like the Xiang family ancestor and the middle-aged man from the Gongsun family at the back. With their help, This giant piece of wood moved toward the tunnel ahead with a thunderous rumble. This giant piece of wood had the power to pierce anything slowly gained speed. It accelerated until it formed a storm as it went through the tunnel and appeared in the western region of the Alliance star system. It was so fast that the whistling sound it created could shake one's mind. The power contained within it was unimaginable. The barrier created by the spatial rifts couldn't resist the force of this impact at all. As the endless rumbles echoed, large amounts of ripples spread in every direction. At the center of the ripple, the giant piece of wood charged through and forcibly opened a passage. A large amount of all-heaven cultivators followed around and behind the giant piece of wood, charging into the Alliance filled with killing intent. The expressions of the Alliance cultivators that arrived through transfer arrays changed greatly. They wanted to dodge, but due to the impact of the giant piece of wood, they couldn't dodge at all. Even though they were very far, they were sucked in by the powerful storm formed by the giant piece of wood. There were some cultivators that were hit directly by the piece of wood. Their bodies and origin souls were destroyed, leaving behind a mist of blood. However, compared to the size of the wood, this blood was insignificant. The 18 Lu Fu was the first great treasure the all-heaven cultivators had prepared, and this giant piece of wood was the second. But this still wasn't the end. The giant piece of wood opened the path through the barrier formed by the spatial cracks. Ripples spread across the barrier and a roar that shook the entire western region came from the tunnel to all-heaven star system. This roar tore through the western region and violently shook the Alliance cultivators. Some of them even bled from their orifices due to the vibrations. An extreme sense of violence came from the tunnel. A giant cultivation planet appeared in the tunnel between the two systems. It was surrounded by white gas and was very strange. The moment it came out, the mist around the planet quickly withdrew until it all disappeared. Then a crack appeared in the middle of the planet. The planet opened up and countless tentacles stretched out. This was the Moongazer serpent. The Moongazer serpent's eyes were bloodshot and were filled with endless anger, enough for it to go crazy. Its tentacles waved like crazy as it charged out. Roar! The Moongazer serpent's mouth opened, and along with its roar, a powerful impact shot out. This roar turned into a storm and shot forward. In an instant, those spatial cracks were pushed back like pieces of torn paper. However, as the roar closed in on the giant piece of wood, a barrier of yellow light appeared. It was like an eggshell that allowed the roar to pass alongside it without any resistance. The angry roar of the Moongazer serpent was so intense that it even caused space to collapse. The space before the giant piece of wood twisted and a white-robed old man was forced out in a somewhat sorry state. His face was extremely gloomy and his gaze seemed like it would penetrate space. When he saw the giant Moongazer serpent come out from the tunnel, he retreated without any hesitation. But just at that moment, the giant piece of wood arrived. The old man was one of the four saints, the heavenly Tao origin saint. He let out a sigh as he shook his head and retreated even faster. However, just as he started retreating, the Xiang family ancestor and the Gongsun family's middle-aged man charged out from the giant piece of wood toward the white-robed old man. Fellow Alliance cultivator, why are you in such a rush to leave? The Xiang family ancestor laughed as he waved his sleeves. A red wind quickly appeared and surrounded the surrounding 5,000 kilometers. This great battle began in the western and northern regions and quickly spread. The battle was fierce, and various magical treasures flashed across the battlefields. Ripples of spells spread and affected countless areas. During this intense slaughter, if any Alliance or all-heaven cultivator was careless, they would immediately die. The angered Moongazer serpent seemed to be able to differentiate between Alliance and all-heaven cultivators. It would rarely affect all-heaven cultivators but often slaughtered Alliance cultivators. Due to this, the Alliance cultivators were at an immediate disadvantage. At this moment, Wang Lin was in the western region. Lei Ji's body, which was a lot smaller, only 30 feet tall, was opening the way. The big-headed boy was behind him. As for Ta Shan, he still had a cold expression as he observed his surrounding. Wang Lin's gaze was calm. Along the way, he had met several Alliance cultivators. Whenever they saw Wang Lin, Their expressions changed due to Wang Lin's group's cultivation levels. They turned around and ran without any hesitation. However, there were several people that thought they were strong enough or thought they had enough people. They attacked Wang Lin's group after some hesitation. But all of them were directly killed by Wang Lin without any exception. The smell of blood covered their path through the western region. The further he went, the more alliance cultivators he met. But there weren't many that were willing to fight him. Wang Lin's body didn't give off any killing intent. However, whether it was Lei Ji, the big-headed boy, or Ta Shan, all three of them were filled with killing intent. They charged forward like sharp swords leading the way. As they made their way, Wang Lin watched their surroundings. The familiar surroundings had all collapsed and spatial cracks would whistle by. All of this showed that the western region was now completely deserted. However, these cracks before Wang Lin were moved to the side by some mysterious force. If an old monster at the second step who was at the Nirvana cleanser stage saw this, they would be shocked. This was the sign of starting to control law. Although Nirvana scryer cultivators comprehended law, comprehending and controlling were very different things. Controlling law was something only Nirvana cleanser cultivators could do. Wang Lin had not reached the Nirvana cleanser stage, but with the help of the heaven-defying bead, he had a sliver of aura similar to that of a Nirvana cleanser cultivator, though this aura was very faint. Just at this moment, a beautiful woman wearing purple was fleeing among the stars with a bitter smile. Her sword light was faint, as if she could fall at any time. Behind her was a group of alliance cultivators. Among them was a middle-aged man with a sneer on his face that was rapidly chasing after her. It's her. With Wang Lin's divine sense, he was able to immediately see the woman in the distance. She Zifeng bit her lower lip. Originally, she came to the Alliance star system with her family. However, she was affected by the massive collapse earlier and was thrown far away. This was how she was separated from her family. After she finally stabilized herself, what she saw was a hell-like slaughter. Shi Zifeng's beauty attracted the attention of the Alliance cultivators. Someone immediately came chasing after her. Shi Zifeng was very anxious as she escaped with her teeth clenched. However, due to the previous impact, she was injured. Adding on her rapid escape, this made her injuries worse. A middle-aged man had a sneer as he slapped his bag of holding and took out a golden needle. He threw the needle and it flew straight toward Shi Zifeng. This all-heaven female cultivator will be my 19th cultivation furnace. Haha. I've never had a taste of an all-heaven female before. It looks like I didn't come here vain. The middle-aged man laughed and the flying sword under his feet moved even faster. Seeing that the golden needle was about to pierce her back, Shi Zifeng immediately turned around and formed a seal. There was a flash of silver light that attempted to stop the golden needle. However, the golden needle was too strong. The moment it touched the silver light, Shi Zifeng felt a powerful impact. Then she coughed out blood and was pushed back. Her face was pale without any trace of blood. As the middle-aged man laughed, he quickly closed in. However, just as he was about to grab Shi Zifeng, an extremely cold voice echoed, "Back off." These were two very simple words, but in the ears of the middle-aged man, it was as if tens of thousands of bolts of thunder had exploded at once and rumbled through his mind. The middle-aged man's cultivation level wasn't higher than Shi Zifeng's, but not by much. At this moment, as the middle-aged man's body trembled, he only felt a hum in his ear, and it was as if he was isolated from the world. All he could hear was his own heart rate rapidly accelerating. The sound that entered his ear was like a sharp sword that penetrated his body, and it was as if it contained a destructive power. It turned him pale and he immediately coughed out blood. He involuntarily retreated. At this moment, a monstrous wave was set off in the middle-aged man's heart, and endless fear immediately submerged him. He clearly felt like he had lost control of his body. It was as if a will had entered his body through his ears and mercilessly controlled his body to retreat. It was as if he had to obey that will, and he couldn't raise the slightest resistance, or he would die without a grave. This was the first time the middle-aged man had felt this. Terrified, he couldn't care about anything else. Although he was rapidly retreating, he didn't dare to resist at all. That will seem to have changed the law in the world, which caused the middle-aged man to cough out more blood. He wasn't the only one. The surrounding cultivators that were chasing Xianxia were even worse off than the middle-aged man. The same will force them to continue to retreat. It looked like a giant storm had formed before Xianxia and blew them all back. While they retreated, popping sounds could be heard as cultivators whose bodies couldn't withstand the will died and their bodies collapsed. Large amounts of blood appeared, but it was really insignificant among the stars. Even their origin souls weren't able to escape and were disintegrated along with their bodies. Their souls weren't able to enter the reincarnation cycle and were forced out from the void. They turned into rays of black light that flew into Wang Lin's body and were sealed within the 18 layers of hell. Everything had happened so fast that Xianxia was startled for a moment before her vision was completely captivated by the figure silently walking toward her. Wang Lin calmly looked at the several cultivators that were rapidly retreating. The words he had just spoken contained a hint of the law he had just gained enlightenment in. There were also the words that became law that were converted into a force of will. The middle-aged man's eyes revealed a look of aghast and shock. It was as if there was voice crying in his head that made him certain that this was one of the powerhouse of all heaven. However, he wasn't able to make a sound with his mouth, because his body collapsed during his constant retreat. This level of cultivator was really insignificant before Wang Lin. Just like back in the demon spirit land, when the scattered demon could make Wang Lin's body collapse with a cold snort. The current Wang Lin had reached the level of the scattered demon from back then. The middle-aged man's origin soul flew out and quickly dissipated. Just as it was about to die, a feminine voice came from the void. You are indeed worthy of being all heaven's thunder celestial, Sumu. The moment this feminine voice appeared, a person arrived from the distant stars. This person looked middle-aged and had an earth-yellow face. Behind him were countless black shadows that were like a long cloaks that spread out among the stars. The person that spoke was the six-fingered cultivator. His voice entered the void, and then the middle-aged man's origin soul escaped Wang Lin's will. The origin soul immediately stopped dissipating and quickly escaped. More than half the origin soul had dissipated, and it was extremely weak. It could collapse at any moment. The middle-aged man's origin soul was filled with fear, and he was about to flee. Wang Lin's expression was neutral as he casually waved his right hand. A gust of wind appeared before him and immediately turned into countless heavenly chops that fused into one. It chased after the escaping origin soul. The six-fingered cultivator revealed a strange smile and also pointed with his right hand. The countless shadows that formed the cloak behind him charged out toward Wang Lin's heavenly chop. The two of them began a battle of spells with the life of this origin soul as the goal. When the heavenly chop and the countless shadows collided next to the origin soul, they caused a heaven-shaking explosion. After Wang Lin gained a sliver of enlightenment in law, the power of the heavenly chop had increased explosively. After all, Wang Lin had only unconsciously used it and didn't understand law, so the true power of the heavenly chop couldn't be displayed. However, right now it was very different. The heavenly chop could chop all law. As it charged out, all the shadows that made contact with it immediately collapsed and dissipated. In almost the blink of an eye, all the shadows disappeared and the heavenly chop shot straight for the origin soul. The six-fingered cultivator's expression changed, and he let out a cold snort before stepping out. His right hand formed a seal and the shadows behind him condensed. In an instant they all fused into a small black ball. An aura that could shake one's mind came from the small ball and shrouded the area. The ball flew out at a quick speed and went toward the heavenly chop. It seemed to be able to penetrate the void and instantly closed in on the heavenly chop. The six-fingered cultivator laughed and he waved his right hand. A powerful impact appeared near the origin soul. The origin soul was immediately swept back and pushed far away. In the blink of an eye, it was about to disappear among the stars. No one can kill someone who I, soul servant Zhou Tian, want to save. Wang Lin's expression was neutral and he didn't even look at Zhou Tian. He lifted his feet and took a step. Ripples appeared under his feet and then he disappeared. This scene startled Zhou Tian, but then his pupils immediately shrank. In the distance, The origin soul was no longer confused and was filled with joy. Just as it rushed among the stars, Wang Lin calmly stepped out of thin air, and his right hand formed a fist. He threw a punch, and there was a loud bang followed by ripples spreading through space. Shatter! As Wang Lin spoke, the origin soul immediately trembled violently. The origin soul seemed to have turned into a person made of sand and dissipated within the violent storm. Zhou Tian's eyes shined as he stared at Wang Lin. The strange light in his eyes became even stronger. He lifted his right hand and pointed at Shi Zifeng, who was watching all of this. Several shadows flew out from behind Zhou Tian and dashed toward Shi Zifeng. You want to save this woman, but I won't let you succeed. As Zhou Tian's feminine voice echoed, the shadows closed in on Shi Zifeng. Shi Zifeng's face turned pale and she quickly retreated. Zhou Tian had a smile on his face as he carefully observed Wang Lin's expression. However, he couldn't see any joy or anger on Wang Lin's face. From beginning to end, Wang Lin was as calm as water as he watched Zhou Tian's actions. There wasn't any change in Wang Lin's expression as he coldly looked at Zhou Tian and took a step. Zhou Tian's pupils shrank and he immediately retreated without hesitation. Ripples appeared next to Shi Zifeng as Wang Lin walked out and threw his fist. Those several shadows immediately collapsed. I don't care if you want to kill her, but not in front of me. Wang Lin's voice was flat, and when he finished speaking, he rushed toward Zhou Tian with eyes filled with killing intent. Zhou Tian sneered and his hands formed a seal and pointed at the void. Large amounts of shadows behind him condensed into a black axe before him. Zhou Tian grabbed it and mercilessly threw it. 10,000 soul devour. As Zhou Tian shouted, that giant axe charged straight for Wang Lin. Wang Lin stepped out and threw a punch. There was a loud rumble as the big axe immediately collapsed and turned into countless shadows. The shadows scattered and then charged at Wang Lin from all directions. Wang Lin's expression was neutral as he pointed up. Thunder was gathered from the void within 5,000 kilometers and instantly gathered here. The surroundings became a lake of thunder. Thunderous rumbles echoed across the world. Bolts of thunder descended before Wang Lin, and those tens of thousands of illusory shadows all collapsed. Zhou Tian's eyes flashed as his hands formed a seal, and he pointed to between his eyebrows. Black lines appeared as he shouted, "Soul kill!" The moment he said those two words, a black pattern seemed to come out from his face. A black ring immediately appeared above his head and spread like crazy. It spread too fast and closed in on Wang Lin's body in an instant. Wang Lin didn't even dodge, he closed in on Zhou Tian. The moment the black ring touched Wang Lin's body, it turned into countless thin threads and entered Wang Lin's body. However, before they could get deep inside, they all shattered with one shake from Wang Lin. Wang Lin's speed didn't slow down at all. He arrived before Zhou Tian and threw a punch. Zhou Tian's expression changed as he slapped his bag of holding while he retreated. A ball of purple light appeared in his hand and he immediately crushed it. The purple light immediately surrounded Zhou Tian. As popping sounds echoed, the purple light collapsed and Zhou Tian's body retreated even faster. As Zhou Tian retreated, Wang Lin took a step and merged with the world. When Wang Lin reappeared, he was next to Zhou Tian, and he kicked with his right foot. This kick was so fast that it set off a bang that seemed loud enough to shatter the stars. It landed on Zhou Tian's body in an instant. Zhou Tian's body collapsed immediately after the bang. It turned into a mist of blood, but laughter came from the void. Purple shadows immediately rushed out from the void toward Wang Lin. I, Zhou Tian, will take this body. As the feminine voice echoed, those purple shadows immediately entered Wang Lin's body like crazy and charged toward his origin soul. However, just as these purple shadows got near Wang Lin's origin soul, Wang Lin's origin soul opened its eyes. The ancient god leather armor gave off an ancient aura that fused with Wang Lin's origin soul. This formed an unimaginable backlash. The moment the purple shadows charged in to take over the origin soul, they collided with this backlash. There were miserable screams. It was as if those shadows had met their natural enemy and wanted to leave Wang Lin's body. However, just as they were about to charge out, Wang Lin's origin soul arrived. The ancient thunder dragon origin soul opened its mouth and inhaled. Some of the shadows weren't able to escape and were devoured by Wang Lin. The Wang Lin was currently surrounded by purple gas. More purple gas was charging out and condensing into an illusionary figure 100 feet from him. Let's use you to test the power of my spell. Wang Lin's right hand formed a seal, and he calmly said, Magic Arsenal. A sliver of celestial origin energy came out from Wang Lin's celestial core and gathered in his right hand. It formed an orb of golden light that Wang Lin threw out. It was as if golden specks had filled the world. At this instant, the entire space itself trembled and the countless golden specks turned into illusory shadows. This was the first time Wang Lin had used Magic Arsenal. All those shadows were people killed by Wang Lin. They couldn't enter the reincarnation cycle and were imprisoned in the 18 layers of hell. Now that they appeared, an extremely powerful resentment aura filled the world. Every single person killed by Wang Lin was filled with heaven-shaking resentment. Zhou Tian looked at everything before him. His mind trembled and shock filled his eyes. Although those illusory figures couldn't pose a threat to Zhou Tian, a portion of them made him gasp. There was a person who had a gloomy expression and was surrounded by black mist. The figure sometimes revealed itself and gave off a powerful sense of resentment. There was a powerful fluctuation coming from this person. Nirvana Scryer Cultivator. Zhou Tian's expression became gloomy after he looked around. There were hundreds of celestial souls in the surroundings. The rich celestial spiritual energy and resentment combined could slaughter the heavens. The moment Zhou Tian saw the celestials, disbelief filled his eyes and he cried, These are souls of celestials. He had spent his life learning the Tao of Soul, so he was able to recognize them at a glance. There was also that Yao family soul that gave off rich killing intent. What kind of spell is this? It's too terrifying. It was able to imprison so many souls and didn't allow them to enter the reincarnation cycle. This is clearly a demonic spell. This scene shocked Zhou Tian's mind and made his shock reach a peak. However, what happened after was what really made him lose his wits. He heard a beast-like roar come from the countless shadows. All the shadows seemed to be extremely afraid of it and opened up a path. A red mist charged out, and no shadow dared to block its path. As the red mist churned, it revealed one person. This person looked middle-aged. He had a head of red hair, and his expression was ferocious. An indescribable sense of killing intent was spreading from his body, as if he was going to reverse the heavens. The moment this red-haired person appeared, Zhou Tian was startled for a moment. Then he felt an unimaginable amount of fear and terror that he had never felt before. Planet Tianyun's blood ancestor. Zhou Tian's scalp went numb and he immediately retreated without any hesitation. He discarded any thought of killing Sumu. It was not that he didn't want to kill, but he couldn't. Although he was at the mid-stage of Nirvana Scryer, this Sumu was too strange. Due to his insight, he immediately knew that one had to kill the person themselves in order to imprison the soul for their own use. And he also knew the blood ancestor, and due to the shock, his heart immediately became timid. Blood ancestor is a Nirvana cleanser cultivator. But he was killed by Sumu. I can't resist this person at all. I must escape. Wang Lin pointed at Zhou Tian and calmly said, Pull this person into the 18 layers of hell. After he spoke, frenzied roars came out from the souls. In particular, the blood ancestor was surrounded by a monstrous red mist and immediately closed in on Zhou Tian. Zhou Tian's face turned pale and he immediately retreated. However, at this moment the Yao family member and the hundreds of celestials surrounded him. They completely sealed off Zhou Tian's path of retreat. There were countless soul fragments surrounding the outer rim. They were all letting out waves of cries. Zhou Tian's eyes were almost filled with madness. He had spent his life learning the Tao of Souls, and at this moment, he let out a roar and his hands formed a seal. He pointed at his chest and his body immediately collapsed. Countless illusory shadows fled in all directions. Since Zhou Tian's soul Tao had almost reached completion, his body no longer existed. Even his origin soul had been fused with his soul. Only by doing this could he truly display his killing moves. Even if someone had a higher cultivation level than him, if they weren't careful, they would fall to his sneak attacks. However, he complained in his heart. Originally, he wanted to possess Wang Lin, but due to the ancient god leather armor, he was repelled and injured slightly. Normally, this wouldn't be an issue, but he didn't expect Wang Lin's origin soul to be so fierce and directly devour his soul. As a result, he had to retreat, but just as he left Wang Lin's body and was about to use a spell, he saw a spell that made him lose his wits. At this moment, his heart was anxious, and he split into countless pieces and wanted to flee. However, the blood ancestor grinned and was surrounded by blood mist. He, along with the hundreds of celestials and the Yao family member, charged out. There were waves of miserable screams, and the blood ancestor seemed to become a primal beast as he grabbed a large amount of Zhou Tian's shadows and dragged them into the mist. The surrounding hundreds of celestials did the same. In almost an instant, all of Zhou Tian's shadows were captured. None was able to escape. Cold wind blew across the stars and countless souls wandered the area. The resentment in the area was monstrous. Wang Lin was calmly observing from the side. He had gained some understanding of magic arsenal's power. He raised his right hand and pointed up. A giant vortex appeared and all the souls were sucked into it. The only one different was the blood ancestor. His eyes flashed red and he charged directly at Wang Lin after letting out a roar. There was a flash of killing intent in Wang Lin's eyes as his right hand formed a fist and he threw a punch. There was loud bang and the blood ancestor's origin soul paused for a moment. Using this pause, Wang Lin used more celestial origin energy to make the vortex speed up, increasing its suction force. The blood ancestor's soul let out an unwilling cry as he was sucked back in. The vortex in the stars slowly disappeared before turning back into a ray of light and being swallowed by Wang Lin. In the 18 layers of hell, there was now an extra soul in the 13th layer. Although this soul fragment was on the 13th layer, it was at the peak of 13th layer. He was Zhou Tian. After killing Zhou Tian, Wang Lin calmly looked at Shi Zifeng before withdrawing his gaze and going on his way. Ta Shan followed behind, and the big-headed boy no longer found any of this strange. As for Lei Ji, he quickly followed Wang Lin into the distant stars. As Shi Zifeng pondered, she also followed. As they moved, Wang Lin began to ponder. The battle between the Alliance and all heaven has reached a high point. This is the moment to rack up some achievements to appease Master Flamespark's heart. I need to obtain more prestige among the all-heaven cultivators. That way, if I encounter the All-Seer or if Tuasen escapes from the land of the ancient god, then Master Flamespark will have to help. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he made up his mind. However, he wasn't optimistic about all heaven's offensive against the Alliance. After pondering for a bit, Wang Lin slapped his bag of holding and a small flag appeared. There was a flying tiger pattern on this flag. After Wang Lin raised it, the flying tiger rushed out and let out a roar that shook the stars. Activating the flying tiger flag and releasing the flying tiger meant Wang Lin had announced his own presence. As he moved, dozens of rays of sword energy appeared in the distance a short moment later. There were two groups fighting, and it was obvious the all-heaven side was losing. The other side was filled with killing intent and continued to cast spells. It only took a few breaths of time for an all-heaven cultivator to die. These 7 or 8 all-heaven cultivators' eyes were filled with despair. They were injured by the shockwave earlier and were too exhausted to escape. Just at this moment, a tiger's roar came from the distance and a powerful divine sense spread out. The all-heaven cultivators were startled. Then they looked back and revealed indescribable joy. Thunder Celestial Sumu! It is Thunder Celestial Sumu! The Alliance cultivators had received information from their elders. One of the old men had apparently seen information about Sumu. His expression changed and a flash of coldness appeared in his eyes. He retreated without hesitation and shouted, "This Sumu is a Nirvana Scryer cultivator. We are no match. Quickly, retreat." In another direction, 3 cultivators were fighting, and it was a stalemate. All 3 were illusory in cultivators, but if one looked closer, one would see two all-heaven cultivators fighting one alliance cultivator. The alliance cultivator was very ruthless, and he was able to remain very calm even while fighting 1 versus 2. Just at this moment, a tiger's roar came from the distance. One of the all-heaven cultivators cautiously spread out his divine sense backwards and was immediately startled. Su Mu! Not only did he know Su Mu, but he was someone Wang Lin had saved in the Thunder Celestial Realm. The alliance cultivator that was battling them was startled. The name Su Mu was familiar, and after pondering for a bit, his expression changed greatly. The alliance had sent information about the all-heaven cultivators to his sect. They separated the all-heaven cultivators into 7 levels. Level 1 was the weakest, and level 7 was the strongest. He remembered that this Su Mu was at level 5. He retreated without any hesitation. Along the way, Wang Lin encountered a large number of cultivators. When the all-heaven cultivators saw Wang Lin and the flying tiger, they quickly approached. Waves of greetings, Thunder Celestial, came from the cultivators who came toward Wang Lin. In their eyes, Wang Lin was a bright beacon during their moment of confusion. The collapse of the western region had sent a vast majority of the all-heaven cultivators into panic. There were a lot of deaths, and those who survived were scattered. At the same time, the appearance of the alliance cultivators made the situation worse for the all-heaven cultivators. Right now, Wang Lin's flying tiger flag was the anchor for their hearts. The roars coming from the flying tiger made the all-heaven cultivators' minds tremble. Wang Lin's attitude also changed from before. If he encountered two sides fighting, he would immediately attack. A large amount of all-heaven cultivators had gathered around Wang Lin. These people formed a very powerful force. Most of the time, Wang Lin didn't even need to personally act. The all-heaven cultivators following him would charge out and destroy the enemy. More and more all-heaven cultivators gradually gathered around Wang Lin. The sword energies under their feet made them look like a giant sword stabbing into the western region. Wang Lin's group of cultivators wasn't the only group in the western region. The Thunder Celestial Temple Messengers, the other 108 Celestial, and some cultivation families were doing the same. However, Wang Lin's team of cultivators had the most people. As he moved forward, more people constantly joined, until there were hundreds of rays of sword energy flying through space. The sound of the flying swords and the roar of the flying tiger continued to spread. Wang Lin's reputation quickly reached a certain height. Just as the group of cultivators with Wang Lin charged into the center of the western region, the space suddenly began to shake mysteriously. Ripples were rushing over from the distance like crazy. There was an aura that shook one's mind within the ripples. Even the sword lights under the feet of the cultivators around Wang Lin became unstable. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed and he spread out his divine sense. Even with his mental strength, he couldn't help but be startled. Bursts of loud rumbles echoed. In the distance, a 100,000 feet long and 10,000 feet wide giant piece of wood carrying a force that could shake any normal cultivator charged forward with unimaginable force. Countless all-heaven cultivators were surrounding this giant piece of wood. They gave off powerful killing intent. What shocked Wang Lin was the rich smell of blood that he could clearly feel even from this far away. It was obvious that countless people had died to the impact of this giant piece of wood. Wang Lin had never seen this giant piece of wood before. He only took a look at it, but he could feel an unimaginable shock. He clearly knew that if he was hit by the giant piece of wood, he would immediately be seriously injured. If he was just a bit careless, he could even die, unless he knew in advance and escaped by merging with the world. Although this giant piece of wood could cause Wang Lin's mind to tremble, it wouldn't have startled him. What really startled Wang Lin was the thing behind the giant piece of wood. Moongazer Serpent. The Moongazer Serpent's giant body was like a cultivation planet, and its countless tentacles were swaying around it. Its constant angry roars echoed among the stars. The moment Wang Lin saw the Moongazer Serpent, his body trembled. This tremble came from his ancient god body.